Hello, welcome to another one. We are talking tonight about how to live with purpose. And we already have D Prophet here. D Prophet, it would be a pleasure to have you on if you could click the link. D Prophet says rule number 1, the vitalism always wins. We have to ask him to explain what vitalism is exactly. Hopefully he can come on and explain that. But yeah, that's the kind of, I suppose, topic of the show. I mean, we're not too strict here. If you want to diverge away from that topic, well, feel free to. But I'm putting this out there as a conversation icebreaker. How do we live with purpose in a crazy world? Maybe you don't even think it is a crazy world. If not, why not? If you do think it's a crazy world, why is it a crazy world? But yes, do come on and say hello and get the show going. The link is in the chat. So feel free to click it and come on and have your say. Step up onto the stage. Come into the temple, get onto the altar, and explain yourself. So, yeah.
Welcome to Finding Gnosis. We are on a journey to find out what the fuck is going on in this crazy existence. Step up and have your say by using the link that is pinned at the top of the YouTube live chat. Welcome to Finding Gnosis. We are on a journey to find out what the fuck is going on in this crazy existence.
We are indeed. So come on up and have your say. Tanel, it was great to see you last evening. Would you do us the pleasure of coming on tonight and enlightening us? The topic of the show is how to live with purpose in a crazy world. But we are open to, moving away from that topic if needs be. Finding Gnosis. Yes. The voiceover there pronounces it slightly different, but there's nothing wrong with that. The message was, I thought, brought across quite well. So yeah, D Prophet seems to be a shy observer tonight. He doesn't seem to be clicking on the link. But don't be afraid, D Prophet. Don't be afraid, whoever is there, to come on and help lubricate the conversation, help it, get going, and hopefully it will be enlightening, entertaining, mind expanding, and a good way to pass some time. Tanel, are you coming on here, brother? Anybody else there, do say hello, and we will try and get things swimming along nicely. We are live tonight on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We are a collective of entities on the internet, most probably real people, which is a rarity these days, given how many AI bots there are around the place. We may well be the last stand for real people on the internet. Maybe it won't be long before you will be watching live streams run by AI bots, and all the people commenting will be AI bots as well. How will you know otherwise? This is how the world is going, is it not? So yes, hello to all of you, and do come along and enjoy, the end of the internet as we know it, before the internet becomes a place where we cannot know for sure whether the people we are talking to or listening to are bots or not. D Prophet says the Necker King is a certified bot-free channel. That's how we get so little views. Yes, D Prophet has a wonderful channel, the Necker channel. Do go and take a look at it. If he wants, he can share a link here. I have shared it before in the community posts. He's an avid collector of, 80s, 90s toy memorabilia and figurines. Interesting stuff. And he used to do unboxing of stuff as well, and talking about it. He had a very good kind of presentation persona. Tanel says that he's not a bot, but how will you know? D Prophet says he's going to try and get on. He's chasing around critters at the moment. And he says, turns out D&W has been AI the whole time. Well, there you go. I've been accused of it before, sure. And yes, I am a time-traveling AI bot from the future who has been sent back to retrospectively change the course of humanity from the future that it is headed towards. I'm here to warn you all. Do not watch live streams. No, I'm not really. I'm here to ask you to watch this live stream, tune in, and have your say. That's what it's all about here. Let me have a look here. Anything else going on? I've got a couple of notifications. QWERTY has commented on my community post. I don't know if they're here. If you are here, QWERTY, hello to you too. Okay, folks, a slow start as ever, but we do warm up nicely, and that's what matters. Tanel, are you coming on? And yes, the link is in chat. Don't leave me hanging too long. For the sake of the listeners, for the sake of the show, and I ask you to do your service. As a long-time listener, as a friend of the show, I ask you to summon up the willpower somehow or other to click on the link and join us for what will hopefully be an invigorating conversation about this or that, related broadly to the topic of the show, which is how to live with purpose in a crazy world. Is it possible? Is it possible? We will see. So yeah, waiting for you, that's you, to come on and converse. Tanel says, the most empathetic and compassionate AI ever. That is D&W. That's very nice of you to say, Tanel. That's very nice of you to say. If that is the case, Tanel, we're kind of fucked. You know? Because I don't think I'm the most compassionate and empathetic individual that ever lived. I don't know who I'd give that title to Tanel. Tanel, you would be one of those, though. I would say who'd be in for the running for that, you know? In my view. You do seem to be a very morally upright fellow who is trying his best to do the right thing all the time. And yes, congratulations for your efforts. Not that you seek acclaim or applause, because you seem to be a humble fellow who, you know, just gets on with doing the right thing in an unassuming and gracious manner. Yes, one could never accuse Tanel of being a narcissist, that's for sure. And he could be if he wanted to be. You know, he's a handsome fellow. He's skilled at what he does. He could be very, you know, in love with himself, you know, if he wanted to be. But he's not. He's a nice guy, you know. And we wish there were more just like him, don't we? But would we bring them into the world? That's the question, Tanel. If we could make people like Tanel, nice people, you know, who care, would it be okay to bring them into this world? That's a question. This world that is crazy. Maybe we can have that conversation as well. Could we populate the planet with billions of Tanels? Would that make everything okay? A grand replacement, a great reset where everybody was Tanel. Something to think about, perhaps. Tanel says, thanks for the 2 kind words. No. You are a great chap indeed. You'd be even great if you clicked on the link, though, Tanel. You know? No, honestly, if anybody is there, please do. Because I haven't really prepped. Haven't got any research material to peruse as I'm talking to you. I am just waiting for the conversation to flow, you know. It's a little bit of a chill out stream as usual. A chill out stream where we can see where the night takes us. No expectations, but hope all the same. Hoping for something positive, dare I say it. Somebody is here. And it's very positive indeed. It's Chickpea. Hello to Chickpea.
Hello, let me just get rid of my... What are you doing this tonight?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
Came across you and you look, this popped up. I was just did some scratch. Well, you normally do every other night, don't you, or whatever?
Yes, but I thought, why not? I was free again, so I thought, why not?
Oh, right. I've got a subject for you.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
First of all, before you narcissistically steer the show away to a different topic, I'd like you to answer the kind of foundational premise of tonight's show, which is how to live with purpose in a crazy world.
How to live with purpose? Well, my cats think I've got purpose, all 7 of them, you know.
Yes. So, how do you live with purpose in a crazy world? That's the advice I'm asking. I'm asking you to be the world's agony aunt, and to give advice on how people can live with purpose in a crazy world.
I've got no idea. If I knew that, I wouldn't be here, would I?
If you knew that, you wouldn't be here. Well, how do you do it? Do you do it?
I don't live with purpose. I'm completely useless. I know it.
Sorry to hear that.
That's
do
right.
You think it's a look? The question, look, the premise of the show. Do you think it is a crazy world? Do you agree with that?
It's crazy. I think it's an absolute shit house. You know that. I love. Yeah, I know. I think the man-made world is an absolute shit house. You know that about me.
Right. Okay.
That's why
Well,
there's many
how
children.
does one live with purpose in the proverbial shit house?
Well, how does one live with purpose in the shit house? Certain people live with purpose. People like let me think of somebody who lives with purpose. Celia Hammond lives with purpose. Celia Hammond?
Explain to the listeners who these people are as you mention them.
Celia Hammond's got that big cat sanctuary down in the East End, and she looks after loads and loads of cats. She's been doing it since the 60s. She used to be a supermodel in the 60s, and now she just looks after hundreds of cats.
Bit like that Bridget Bardot, didn't she become an animal rights?
Did. Yeah, she used to sleep with a donkey, lucky lady. She did. She used to take a donkey to bed with her. If I had a donkey, I'd do the same.
Goodness me.
Well, the only reason why I don't do more is the RA puts a stop to it. If it's active, I'm housebound. Sad, brutal reality.
Remind the listeners what RA stands for.
Rheumatoid arthritis. Oh,
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah,
because the heat. It's my bitter inheritance. My brother inherited 2 properties and a nice car, and I inherited rheumatoid arthritis. He's done very well.
So, look, let's try and break this down. How does Chickpea live with purpose in a crazy world? I suppose part of it is trying to manage your RA and looking after your cats, right?
Mm-hmm. I look after a load of pot plants as well. You look after a
load of pot plants.
Yes,
and does that give you a sense of well-being at all?
Oh, I love my plants. Yeah, yes, my plants do, because they're so beautiful, and
right.
It saddens me when I see plants dying. I'm a bit crazy like that, but it saddens me to see them die, and just like it saddens me to see a pigeon die.
Indeed. It is very sad. I tell you what I hate is seeing pigeons. You know when you walk around town, sometimes you see a pigeon that's at ground level, clearly can't fly, is ill, is perhaps on the way out, and you just know that it's going to get attacked by a cat or a fox at some stage.
Yes, I know.
You just know that's what's going to happen to that poor thing.
It's heartbreaking. Yeah. You just see my pigeons; they're all plump. Everybody comments on what nice fat pigeons are living outside.
Tanel, are you coming on here? The link is there. And Divine, please come on. Divine says, welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Finding Gnosis. And you are welcome to join the live chat. The link is in the chat. Indeed. Thank you very much to my beautiful assistant, Divine Hazel, as always. Divine, are you coming on here, milady?
Divine has got, I told her she's got 7 guns. Lucky lady. Wish I had 7 guns. I'd be really happy then. I'd be a right happy little thing.
Tanel says Chickpea is feeding animal cruelty products to her beloved cats. Well, Tanel, this is a discussion to be had another time if you want to. But we have had Noodles try to talk to her about that as well.
I can't afford the vegan stuff. It's something like £76 for a bag of dry rubbish. Because I feed
Divine Hazel says hello D&W and hello Chickpea.
Hello,
so nice
Divine.
to see you. Hello.
But on the subject of cat food, it costs something like £76 for a bag of dry cat food. I feed my cats on wet cat food. It's not good to feed them too much dry stuff, blah, blah, blah. I've thought about it. I've discussed it. My vet says he's anti it. A cat is a carnivore. And so be it.
Right. Her purpose in life is to look after her cats, and she takes the vet's advice on it. But there is alternative information out there. Tanel is trying to gather it together to send you in the live. Yeah. He is welcome to do that.
I would just like to say to Tanel, instead of nagging at me, he should be nagging at the 97.5% of human meat eaters. Because by nagging at me, he's wasting time.
Unfortunately, it is true. The pet food industry is basically the raw materials for the pet food industry comes from the waste products of the human meat industry, the human animal meat industry.
Yes,
So
I know. It's all brutal reality.
if we could get rid of the humans from eating meat, it would prevent the pet food. Now, the pet food is actually, a kind of secondary result of humans eating meat. It's
Yes.
the waste products. So
Yes, I know.
ultimately, that stuff is there because of humans, which
Yes,
is a
I
shame.
know.
I mean, if you stop buying pet food, I don't know. There is an argument that it wouldn't do anything because
Wouldn't make any difference.
the human, it's a waste product of the human
Yes.
manufacturing of meat
Yes.
products.
Yes.
So there is that argument. Now,
Yes.
I think it's quite a
Exactly.
valid argument
Yes.
because I don't think the pet food is creating the demand. I think they're
No.
using. I think it's
They-
coming as a byproduct from the
Yes.
humans eating meat.
I don't like it,
Tanel.
but
But Tanel, what do you think of that?
can I speak?
I'd like Tanel to come on, actually.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, at the end of the day, speaking as a vegan, I don't think that giving me a hard time is going to solve the problem. He should be going to the non-vegan meat eaters, humans. So pick on something with a load of cats.
Right. So anyway, the question is, what does living with purpose mean to you? You have tried to answer it, Chickpea.
I don't live with any
Ideally, how would you like to live with purpose in this world?
I would have, if I'd inherited a load of cash, like my brother did, I would have liked to have had an animal sanctuary.
Right.
But unfortunately, I don't have the cash. I have got an animal sanctuary, 7 of them. But I'd like to have had 100. What's he say? Oh, you're single.
No, be nice to Tanel. Be nice to Tanel. He cares very deeply. Be very nice to Tanel.
Yeah. Well, I think very highly of my vet, and my vet is a vegan. So
Tanel, brother, come on, brother. Come on to the show. I want to welcome Divine. Divine, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm okay. Thank you. Had one of those evenings where it was going okay, and then little bit of I don't know.
I'm surprised you're here, Ash, because I came across you purely by accident. I just pressed subscription to see what I was going to watch next, because I don't have a telly.
Did you not get a notification?
What? No. No, I've told you notifications aren't. I don't get notifications. I think a lot of people don't. You're not the first.
Did you get a notification, Divine?
I'm not sure. I don't believe so, and I think YouTube has a lot to do with that.
Yes.
Well, make sure double check that you've clicked the bell icon in under my videos and it's turned on to notifications. Right.
I tell
Divine. Let Divine speak. Divine. The topic of the show tonight, as I said, we'll loosely attach ourselves to it. We will probably ramble off into other subject matter later on, but initially, at least, just to get the conversation flowing, to get our vocal cords lubricated somewhat. How do you live with purpose in a crazy world?
I just keep myself busy on my property, doing all the chores I need to do, and just staying away from the world, basically, because I think that when I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing here, that I'm connecting to the peace that everyone's looking for. So,
okay, that's interesting. So
today was all about not being outside because of how extremely hot it is. So they suggested everyone kind of not be out there. So I'm like, great. Now what can I do? So I decided to come inside and putter around, and I found a few things to do. So that just kept me busy.
Indeed.
I've been sleeping all day. Where?
Nothing wrong with that, Chickpea.
No, because it's too hot to be awake. It's hot. My flat is like an oven.
You're probably doing more good sleeping than you are if you were awake. At least that way you can connect in with all your guidance system, and they can make sure that everything's running good. And
yes, sleeping slows down the aging process.
Exactly.
Yeah. I sleep. I try and get as much sleep.
Okay. Now, Divine, you basically said something there, but it wasn't. If I'm honest, it's not quite the answer I'm looking for, because You said you live in this world by withdrawing from it. So, you know, realistically speaking, that's not living in the world. That's trying to live in your own little bubble. I'm
Well, what do
asking.
you want me to do?
No, I don't want you to do anything, Divine. I want you to
Okay.
live.
Go out
In it,
I'm living my life.
live
That's
your
what I'm doing.
live your life. But I'm asking for advice on how people who have to live in the world, you know, they haven't got the opportunity to withdraw, because it does take some, I'd say, you know, you have to have some
Resources.
element of privilege to be able to withdraw
Yes.
from the world, you know.
No,
So what advice?
no, you have to have total reliance upon the creator of all that is.
Okay, this is the question, Divine. I was going to ask you, how do you advise people to get to your level of ability to exist in this crazy world and yet also withdraw from it?
Well, I don't rely on others for my sustenance. I've always been a person who did things on my own, extremely independent. I don't like being told what to do. So I choose to work for myself. And then I don't have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. So that helps. But yeah, I mean, the peace that you have within only strengthens in time when you're doing what you want to do. I mean, being out in the world and working for someone else may be okay for some, but it's not good for me. I feel more fulfilled if I'm doing what I want to do when I want to do it. And that seems to keep me connected and doing what I want to be doing.
So basically, become self-employed is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically, because you call your own shots, you do your own thing. You can go on vacation when you want. You
The
can just
Archons are
want
attacking
to
you
at all
there.
times.
I lost you, darling. I lost you. The Archons are attacking the show, trying to stop the good word being spoken.
All the good shows they attack. So all the good shows they attack.
Yeah, we're losing you. They're actually attacking you and your audio. So if you'd care to repeat what you were saying, please. On self-employment.
All right. Well, when you're self-employed, you get to do whatever you want to when you want to, and no one's calling the shots but you. And that just makes everything a lot easier.
But what about the fact that you have to deal with clients and such? Are they not part of the crazy world that you're trying to avoid?
Well, the way I work, and I'm a hospice person. I work for people, taking care of them in their last stages of their lives. We connect way before that actually happens, and they get to know me and they get to realize I'm trustworthy, and that we're not just counting down the days. I actually throw them in the car and we do whatever it is that they did before they got sick. And a lot of people think that just because elderly people are old, they don't have any purpose or any cause to be here, or they're just longing to be not here. But we just continue doing whatever it was that they were doing before they got sick. And that seems to work. It brings them fulfillment by watching them all happy and stuff. That gives me the fulfillment of that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. But it's an amazing, fun life where you're able to hang around with elderly people, learn a lot about life because they've lived that much longer, and just, meander through each day as you would any other, but with someone who actually needs someone else to be there for them to be able to do what they can do. Most of the people I work for can't drive anymore, so I just throw them in the car and we go places and do things, and we have a blast.
And do you generally like all of them, or have you met some characters that weren't so warm?
Every one of the people I've had the honor of working with, I've gotten along with. Every one of them. Yep. It's a very careful choice. We have a gentleman's agreement, which is they pay me to keep them out of a nursing home. And if they do all the things that I suggest, then that will do it, because I know the formula.
Okay.
I've been doing this since 1976 when I was a junior in high school.
Wow.
And
I'm older than
I'm
you. I
overqualified.
knew I was.
What's that?
I'm
What?
older than you. I knew I was.
She said she's older than you.
I knew I was. I knew it.
Well, yeah. You have already mentioned that you were the oldest one here in the group.
Yeah, but you never sort of let me know for sure. But now I know. Now I know you're old. I'm older than you. I'm the oldest person everywhere I go. Sorry.
Okay, Divine. What are some of the standout, remarkable kind of things that people have said to you about life amongst these elder people that you've worked with?
Okay, you're not going to believe this, but I was working for an elderly man, and every time I'd go to his house, he was really cool. He didn't want to interact much, and he just would sit around. So I asked him if I could walk around the room that we were in, and he gave me permission, so I did. And so I realized he was Jewish. And I'm like, I'll bet you he'd like to go to the synagogue. So I looked over at him and I said, would you like to go to synagogue? And he just looked at me. His eyes were expressive and his countenance just changed almost immediately. So I looked at him and I says, well, let's say a quick prayer that we can get someone over here to help us get you to synagogue. And so I said, okay, the universe and of all that is, let's find someone to help us get to synagogue. And boom, that was it. I didn't make any big deal of it because I knew that, he was probably thinking I was a little loopy. That wasn't even 10 minutes later, the doorbell rings and 2 people from his congregation come in and sit down. And I looked at them and I says, perfect timing. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, well, Mr. Fogelman and I were just talking about getting him to synagogue. Is there a way that you can help us? And they said, yes, give me a couple of hours and we'll come back and get you. And I said, okay, we'll be ready. So they left and I'm rushing around trying to get him all, suited up with a tie and shiny boots and tie clip and his hair combed and set him back down. And I says, here we go. We're all ready. And you could just see he was so excited. So we put him in the wheelchair, got him in the van. We're on our way to the synagogue. We get there. There's they've got the hugest doors on those synagogues, and they must have been 10 feet tall. Anyways, they both opened at the same exact time, and we walk in, and the whole place is so full of people, you couldn't fit another person in. Everyone had taken the time to come hear him. He was the cantor for the synagogue. The minute he hit the doors open, he was already chanting and singing, and I was just beside myself. And everyone was just so excited to see him. It was an amazing, amazing moment. And the rabbi kept kind of looking at me like, I'm like, uh-oh, I've done something wrong. I don't think I probably should have asked permission or something. I didn't know what to think. After the service was over, he approaches me and he says, you are an amazing woman. And I said, no, I'm just treating him the way I'd want to be treated if I was him. And I dated the rabbi for a bit because he had a crush on me. Then I had to set him straight and tell him, you're not supposed to be doing that. And he goes, yeah, I know. So we ended it. But anyways, just lots of lunches and really great conversation. He was an exceptional person as well. And Mr. Fogelman, who I'm chatting about now, lasted another 3 or 4 months. And then after that, he decided to cross over. And at that point, we're at the service and I'm in the back of the service. And the rabbi comes up to me and he says, Mr. Fogelman, before he passed away, asked that you sit with his family. And I said, okay. So I got up and I sat up to the front and sat with his family. And when it was time to actually put soil on his gravesite, they also asked me to participate in that as well. So, how you treat others always comes back to you in little ways, and it doesn't really matter how it does, it all just does. That was my most profound story through everything that and all the people I've connected with. So.
That was lovely. That was lovely indeed. What about things that people have actually said to you, though, like remarkable things? Have you ever had? Does anything stand out, like remarkable things, maybe deeply meaningful, synchronistic, something even paranormal about something that people have said to you? Anything stand out, folks? I'm talking about things people have said to you that just shook you to your core.
Well, his chanting it may not have been words, but they hit me. That was an amazing moment. Sometimes words aren't what it is. With me, it's always been music, and with him chanting and singing in the congregation like that and bringing all those people together just to hear him was an extremely amazing moment for me, because it was like I'd heard him before, but I had never heard him before. And just what he was singing was just heartfelt, and I don't know, it was an amazing moment.
Sounds mesmerizing.
It was a memorable moment, yes.
Chickpea, what about you, Chickpea? Anybody has anybody ever shook you in some way, like with what they've said to you, something almost spiritual, paranormal, synchronistic, remarkable, something that's just shaken you or been deeply meaningful? I'm talking about a human experience, something that another human has said to you that has just blown your mind.
No, not really.
Not really. Okay.
No. I mean, I've had, like I used to take my cats to the PDSA a lot. And I had one of the vets saying to me, I wish everyone looked after your cats as well as you look after yours. And that was a nice thing to hear. But not from a human thing, no. But then I don't go around helping people, fortunately.
Have you ever felt deeply connected to somebody else in a meaningful fashion?
No.
Looking back at your life, just like if you analyze it now, looking back, do you ever think have you ever felt really deeply, meaningfully connected to somebody? Like, there would be woo-woo people out there that would call it a kind of twin flame situation or a soulmate situation, or maybe somebody was there like that you knew in a previous life. That's what the people say, these woo-woo people. I'm not saying that was actually the case, but I'm just saying, has there ever been a situation where somebody in your life, gave you this kind of, uncanny feeling that, there was something very deep and meaningful about the relationship or the interaction?
Not in a positive way, no. I had it negatively.
You had a negative. Well, you can share that too, but only if you feel.
Well, I could tell you what it is. I was told by, I do believe I've lived before, and I've been told by clairvoyants that I was told by a clairvoyant I've lived before. And every now and again, I will come across a guy who looks in a particular way, and I get that strange feeling of when my life was ended by somebody. I know that sounds completely insane, but that's the only thing I've ever had happen.
So you get the feeling that you see a man in this life who resembled the person who murdered you in a previous life.
Yeah.
And do you get any kind of recollection to how it happened, etc.? What were the circumstances?
I get the feeling that, I don't know, I was sort of like most murders, you're raped and then you're strangled.
Oh, God. And you're kind of living, do you feel like you're living with a trauma from that? And how do you feel that idea might have just been implanted into your mind by, for example, this clairvoyant, and it may not be true, and yet you're being traumatized by something that may not be true? How do you believe it? Well, you're not traumatized by it?
No, I'm not traumatized by it. At the end of the day, you know me, I don't think life's a gift. And I don't. And I'm one of these people, I always look on the suffering of people, not the happy clappiness of people. So the fact that I've suffered is neither here nor there, because so do millions of others. I don't look at the happy
How did that clairvoyance session influence your view of this world?
She was bizarre.
And the purpose of your life?
Well, basically, she just knew all my past. She knew how to decorate my flat. She knew my past, problems with my mother and everything, and the fact that my mother had ruined quite a few lives. She knew where I lived. She knew my postcode. She said I was going to meet someone. And she said, "You got the weirdest thing." She said, "You're going to meet someone at work." And she said to me, "He's got blonde hair. He's got a big lump on his forehead where he's had a traffic accident. He's a thinking man, and his hobby is water skiing and something else." Anyway, I was a temp at the time, and gooey, I went temping, and I was working for him. This exact description, as she said. It was bizarre.
That is very weird.
Yes, it was bizarre, but she was something else. Unfortunately, she's not alive anymore. She was quite old. She was an Indian Vedic astrologer. Very old lady, Indian, gorgeous lady. And I've never forgotten her. And she said this to me, and she said that he was a thinking man. And I said to her at the time, doesn't sound like quite my type, because he had long hair and he was short, and I go for tall, skinny men. And I left my booking. I couldn't cope with it, so I left the booking. But she said I would meet up with him again somehow. Can't see how, especially now I'm nearly 70. Well, I am 70 now. But yes, that happened to me. Really bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. But she even knew my postcode, and she knew how my flat was decorated.
Right.
So there's something weird in life. Yeah, that was my most profound moment in my life, I think.
Divine, sorry, did you ever have anything like said to you that was remarkable in terms of its, poignancy or, possible kind of spiritual essence?
Well, it was quite a few years after I got divorced. My dad said to me, "You're going to meet someone, and he's going to say a few words," and he told me what they were. And he says, "And when they say those words, you'll know he's the one." I was working at the hospital at the time, and I was working 2 other jobs at the same time because I was a single parent. And I was taking care of an elderly man there, and there was this man that came to visit him, and come to find out that was the man I was taking care of. It was his son. Well, he kept asking me to go out on a date, and I kept saying I can't. And he would say, "Why?" And I said, "Well, I have 3 jobs, 2 sons, and I have jury duty on top of it all." And I said, "I just don't have time for men. I'm sorry." And I kept saying that. Well, finally one day I said, "All right, we'll go for lunch. Then you can just get me out of your sights and mind, and then you can move on to someone else and make their day." Well, we were having lunch on this beautiful deck overlooking the water. And all of a sudden, he said the words that my dad said he was going to say. And that was it.
That is crazy.
Yes.
And do you mind me asking, before you say that, I want to say hello to Retro Roman Doomsday and Simulation channel. It's absolutely fantastic that you've joined us, Retro. The link is in the chat. Please do come on and talk to us. That would be fantastic. I like what your channel is about, so please come on here and talk to us. Yes, so Divine, that is an amazing story on the surface. Can I ask, the words that were said, are they words that are somewhat unlikely to have been said?
Yes, because they were words that my father used to say to me.
Yes, but what I'm getting at, are they words that are commonplace in human parlance?
No, he would say it in a certain way to encourage me and to be, loving and kind, and just to give me like wings. And
look at you.
This person said them too. Him and I ended up being together for 35 years.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yep.
Do you care to share the words of, or is it too private? You don't have to.
No, I'm not sharing them.
No
Because
problem.
it might come true again. We never know.
There you go. There you go. It might do. There might be
Because
another
he
man.
passed away 13 years ago. So yeah, I may have a second chance. Who knows?
Was that your sweetheart, the man you referred to as your sweetheart, or was that a more recent relationship?
Yeah. I'm unable to hear you at some point this time when you said something.
Yeah, you've often referred to a partner as your sweetheart, and he died. Is that the same gentleman, or is it a different one?
Nope, that's the same exact gentleman.
Oh wow! So it's been quite a while then since the poor man passed away, but he's obviously had a lifelong effect. That's very deep indeed. You know, you're still.
Yeah, he had frontal temporal dementia.
Wow.
Yeah, what?
He died at 57.
Oh,
That's
wow.
young.
He was very young when he died.
Mm-hmm. But it is remarkable, Divine, because you talk about him as if he only died yesterday. He's this man really lit a candle in your heart, and
Yeah, he still is a part of my life.
Yeah. This is what I mean. It's quite remarkable, isn't it? I mean, not everybody has this level of depth in their relationship, whereby 13 years after their partner passes, that partner is still very much a part of their life.
Well, he kind of has no choice but to be, because, I live here on the property that we lived on, and he's part of it, whether I want to think it. He's always here. I can feel his influence. So, yeah.
Okay, folks. Well, Yvonne says, use or get used. That is the purpose of matter.
Precisely.
Yvonne, do you want to come on here,
I
bro?
wouldn't have suspected that.
Anybody else want to come on? Link is in chat. It's pinned, actually, so you should find it very, very easy indeed. Do say hello in the live chat if you're there. We are just talking loosely about the purpose, how to live with purpose in this crazy world.
Actually,
go ahead.
I had a subject for you, actually.
Another subject?
Yes, I sent one to you on your thing, but I've got another subject for you. Yeah, I've forgotten what it was I sent you, but I've got another one, and it's the fact that humanity loves to kiss up and piss down. Humans are like that. In this country in particular, the proletariat love kissing up to the royals, kiss their asses, when the royals actually treat them like shit. I mean, Prince Charles is known for it. And it's just, I've always found that with humanity. Like, I was dragged up in the armed forces, as you know. And so I was living in this world where it was yes sir, no sir, shall I lick your willy, sir world, from a little girl. I saw it from my stepfather. And how humanity is like that. Especially the Brits. The Brits are terrible for it. I'm just saying.
Well, I think it's just a matter of self-preservation. I think that people do have a tendency to kiss the arse of those who are in positions of power with the hope that either they can somehow dupe them into trusting them so that they can take their place, or maybe get a few scraps from their dining table, hoping that something will fall into their lap. It's
sad?
Just human nature, Chickpea. It's nothing remarkable.
I find it very, very sad, which is probably why I don't like it too very much, because I'm not that way inclined. I tend to scowl at those above me. I tend to get this look of
Retro says, just listening for now, enjoying the banter. Thanks so much for the shout out. Well, I do hope you can come on, Retro, and introduce yourself.
I was talking to you. And
I know you were.
So I've been on the codeine because I'm in a lot of pain today. Triangulation. Have you heard of triangulation?
Tell us about it.
Triangulation is when you get a rich man, a middle class man, and a poor man sharing a table, and they've got a big pizza in front of him. So the rich man takes a slice of pizza, gives it to the middle class man, and says to him, "Make sure that little bloke sitting there doesn't try and steal some from you." And the little man has to sit there and starve. It's another good one. It's called triangulation.
Whilst the richest man eats it all, eats the rest of the pizza. Yeah,
and the little middle class man gets a little slice, and the prole gets nothing.
Careful, the poor man's trying to steal your pizza. Yes, it's apparently it's something they say is a way of controlling the masses,
Well, we
diverting their attention from,
But-
the crimes at the top by making them look amongst themselves
Yes.
for targets rather than at the targets that really matter. Sorry, say that again, Chickpea.
But you know what else gets me? Like in this country, okay. So when a member of the royal family dies, Princess Diana or the Queen, whoever it might be, the masses all come out and start crying on the streets behind their little fences and everything that the police put up. And then they all bring bouquets of flower and dump them outside the palace or wherever it is they're going to dump them. They don't even bother to take the plastic wrapping off. No, they just dump millions and millions of bunches of flowers completely wrapped in plastic. So there's a sea of plastic at this site where they've dumped all the flowers.
Right, but I know sometimes they say don't buy flowers. I think that happened at the Queen's funeral. They said don't buy flowers. Please donate to charity.
All the royals' funerals, all the same. And I just find it. I just don't understand how people can stand on the street crying for somebody they've never even met. I just don't understand that. Although saying that, I cry for Bob the cat. So maybe, Bob the cat.
Was that the Downing Street one? Was it?
No, Bob the cat was James Boland's cat. You know that Ginger Tom cat? He used to have that beautiful Ginger Tom.
No, I'm not familiar.
Beautiful cat. And he died. He was 14 years old and he died. And every time I see Bob, I still feel like crying. Yeah, I love cats. Huh?
It is true. It does seem to be the case, Chickpea, that only cats make you cry.
Yes, I admit it.
And how long has that been the case?
All my life. My first love was a cat, and my last love will be a cat.
Are you telling me you've never cried because of feeling empathy or sadness for another human being?
Yes, when I was very, very young, I cried for the children who died in the Aberfan disaster. I don't know if you wouldn't have been alive. There was a terrible disaster in Wales, and there was a landslide onto...
Oh, yeah, because the mine collapsed, right?
Yes, and basically all these infants died, and I cried for that.
Terrible.
And something else has happened. But as I've got older and I've got to know humanity better and better, and I'm talking about not the individual, I'm talking as a species that's been destroyed at me. But I cried for the Aberfan children. And I cried when I went to Belsen for the horrible pictures that I saw. But
when you went where, sorry?
I cried when I went to Belsen.
Oh, okay.
So when I was about 8, 9 years old, I went to Belsen. And I cried there. But over the years... I think I've studied too many gruesome stories,
Did you not cry at funerals and such?
No. It's all gone in me.
You were married? Were you married at one point? Did you cry on your wedding day?
No. No, of course not. No, it's gone.
No, some people do. Some people cry from the kind of anxiety or the tears of joy or whatever.
No, that's all gone in me. I had it when I was little. But over the years, I think I've read too many negative history books. I used to love social history.
Did anyone ever say you're devoid of emotion? I'm not saying that to you, but I'm just asking you because you're obviously depressive, and I do empathize with you for that. But this kind of anhedonia you have in relation to emotions towards other humans. Yes. Has it ever unnerved other humans?
No, I'm not nasty or cruel or spiteful or anything. Not as far as I know. But my love has been destroyed by my own childhood. Plus, my mother destroyed my love for myself. My mother and my stepfather combined. And once you can no longer love yourself, you can't love another human being.
What does loving oneself mean?
Well, you have to love yourself. You cannot give to another.
How does that show? I want to understand.
I don't know because I don't have it.
Divine, what is loving oneself?
Setting boundaries, not letting anyone ill affect you in any way that crosses a line.
I think that's very good.
Let me see. By having enough respect for yourself that you don't compromise yourself in whatever circumstances you happen to find yourself in.
But I do all that. But
By
self-love has gone.
honoring what you think and feel at all times and not giving in to peer pressure.
Well, I don't give in to peer pressure. Good Lord, no.
You'd be surprised how many people do, hon.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell me about it. I know. No, I don't. But my mother. Yeah, sorry.
There's all kinds of wonderful ways to, as long as you know who you are and you set your boundaries, I don't see how anyone else could interfere. But I mean, I guess there's some wussy people out there that allow it.
Yvonne says that is not love, and they say it in a quite bombastic manner, if I dare say it. They say that is not love. Do you want to come on here, Yvonne, and say why that is not love?
Can I say something? I've been.
Before you do, Chickpea, Retro Roman says treating yourself to life, not service, is self-love, getting enough sleep, and being healthy for your own good. That's good. Would you agree with that, Divine?
Yeah, that's a great compliment. That's definitely. I agree with that.
Okay, Chickpea, go ahead.
Well, I've had quite a lot of psychiatric treatment. My parents, I had a childhood that instilled self-hatred. As you know, I've tried to top myself. And I've had, this terrible self-hatred that the psychiatrist had to deal with, basically. But the opposite of hate, like I told I wanted to murder my mother because of what she did.
Anger.
Yes. Well, all they could do, they got rid of the anger. They got rid of the self-hate. But getting the opposite of hate is not love, like people think. The opposite of hate is indifference. And now, after psychiatric treatment, blah, 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 on the endless hours of sitting, chatting to a shrink, indifference has reared its ugly head. That's what's happened. It's indifference. It's not hatred. It's indifference. But I can assure you, if anyone tries to cross my boundaries, Divine, oh, whoa. No, I wouldn't invite anyone to try.
And that's good to hear. When did you get that kind of robust ability to, bite back that you didn't have in earlier life? Like, at what age were you able to say, "Hey, fuck you, don't do that"?
Oh, psychiatrist. I told you I had a lot because it wasn't just the time I spent in the Medway towns at the Medway Hospital. I also spent 2 terms at the Homerton psychiatric unit. I've had a lot of psychiatric. They treated me very, very well, and they gave me a lot of therapy.
So, that's the question. At what age did you start developing these boundaries?
Developing. Well, I've always had them. I learned young I had to protect myself from my own mother. I know that sounds crazy, from my own stepfather. But like I said, hatred. They've managed to get rid of my hatred and replaced it with indifference. And we
lost you there, Chickpea.
Indifference, you wouldn't. Yeah, it's something I don't think you can understand unless you actually feel it.
Okay, well, I just want to bring Yvonne in because Yvonne said that what Divine was talking about in terms of self-love is not love. What the hell did you mean by that, Yvonne?
No,
Yvonne,
she didn't.
I'm going to kick your French little ass.
Hello, ça va bien?
Sorry?
Okay, I can speak in English then. No, she was not saying about self-love. She was talking about boundary. Boundary is not love. It's a limit that you put on yourself.
Right, but you have to love yourself in order to do so.
No, you don't, Divine. That's where you're wrong because I don't love myself.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have to love yourself in order to put boundaries up. Because if you didn't put boundaries up, everyone would take advantage of you and do what they want to do when they wanted to.
What about if I'm 400 pounds and full of button in the face? What about if I had that? Should I love myself? I can even. I'm not that. You know that. But just an example.
I know.
Like,
I was just razzing you, huh?
Oh yeah, no, it's all fine. We're just talking. It's all good.
No, I think you should love yourself no matter what your situation is in terms of health and all that. But you should be. It's about being kind to yourself, and part of that is if you're in a bad predicament like that physically, part of the self-love is to realize what you're doing and to be let's just say, mindful of what is going on with you, to take yourself seriously. I would say, guys, self-love, right, in my view, if I had to kind of give a brief description of it, self-love is treating yourself how you would like others to treat you, ideally speaking. So if you had someone, or no, not just that, if you really cared about someone, yeah, and they were put in your care, right, you should treat yourself in the same manner as you would like to treat that person. Okay, as in, you should look out for yourself. You should be your own friend. You should be your own counsel, your own advisor. Like you should be someone who you need to have voices going on in your head. Okay, you need to be your own counsel. You need to be somebody who is in tune with your own life. You need to be somebody who asks yourself the question sometimes. Look, buddy, what are you doing here? Do you really need to do this? Is this in your best interest? You know, you need to be somebody who is analyzing yourself.
Yeah, but you have to analyze what is the symptom of love.
What is the symptom?
Yeah, the symptom. What is the cause and effect of what are you loving? Like, I can give you an example. You go the coffee shop or the tea in your country. You take a beverage that you like, and it make you feel pleasant, like it's pleasant. That's a symptom. Pleasantry. It doesn't make you feel like hot, cold. It doesn't burn. It's just like good when it goes inside of you, the beverage. But that is a symptom. It doesn't mean that you love the beverage. But if you go back to self-love, but you give that beverage to this body, to you, just to make you feel good. You were maybe hungry at the time, maybe not. Maybe you just take the drink because like you want to feel good, but does not mean you love the drink. But the same time is the fact. The same time is that like you don't love, because I'm not a good person because my parent didn't give me love, so I didn't receive love as Chickpea didn't either, and many people is the same thing. We didn't get the love of.
Didn't get the love. Yeah, you cannot give what you've never received.
But it's not really love. It's cherish. They didn't cherish their children, and they just throw like their children into life. But I don't know. Me, I don't believe in the word love itself, because it's kind of meaningless.
Okay, stop there for a second, Yvonne.
Can I say something?
Yeah, before you guys do, I just want to read out Retro Roman's comment. The narcissist will hop the fence if you don't have one. You have to protect yourself to have a self. And I think he's very right there, because, some people can parasitically get into your head and like control you remotely, and you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful you don't allow that to happen. You've got to live for yourself, know thyself, and live for thyself, But yeah, go ahead there, Chickpea.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll tell you something. I've discovered this since coming here, because I come here to sort myself out. I'm still looking for the love of a father that I never received when I was a little girl. I'm 71 years old. I'm still looking for a daddy to kiss me and cuddle me and hug me that I never, ever received when I was little. And I'm still aware of that. And
wow.
That's how bad it is. It's still there. And I can actually
that lacking, that absence, that gaping hole in your it's still there.
Yeah, I cannot give to another man what I never received from a man. It's not possible. I haven't got it to give. It's not there because I never received. But that need is still there, and I'm 71 years old. And shall I tell you something weird? Doctors tend to see it in me. I guess
really?
A lot of. Yeah, I always get treated really, really well by doctors, as if they can sense it from me almost, like I'm a little girl sitting there looking for a daddy. Because my fathers were shits, pair of them. My natural father, I didn't know, and my stepfather was an asshole, to put it bluntly.
Right.
Sorry.
I got a question for Chickpea.
Yeah.
Hey, Chickpea. You know that you did not receive the programmation.
Yes.
Yeah, you did not get that. I
You
did
get
not get that either from my parents because they
Yeah.
separate when I was 2 years old, and
Yes, mine did.
and I lived with my mother, and my
Yes.
mother just she had like too many kids. So fuck,
Yes.
single mother. I try to give love
Yes.
or cherish the
Yes.
children because they know that their parents supposed to know what you're gonna get into life, but some people don't even know. They just go through life without
Yep.
emotion or
Yeah.
I don't know.
But that crazy need is still there now. It's only
Oh yeah,
very
it's there.
recently I've discovered what that need is. It's like I'm looking for something all the time. And I look for it in men. And of course, I can't find it because I'm in my 70s. You know, it's just that's out, but it's still there, like a little girl.
Oh, you'll
And
be back. You'll be back, and you'll have a chance to do it again.
No, I'm not coming back for another stint. I
You have
tell
no
you something.
choice. You have no choice.
Himself. And no, I'm going into the dark. I'm going into the dark, and I am. I'm not coming back. I've had it. Because I tell you something, I haven't had a hard life, bad life, but I've had a lot of bad luck, and I've had it. Had it. No, I'm going into the dark. My mind's. That's why I come here. You know. Talk. Yeah. Why else? You know.
You
Yes.
just want to rest into the abyss.
Yeah, I just want to go into the dark.
Yeah.
I don't want another life. I've had it.
Not
Easy, this love, because no man could give it to me because by simple virtue of the fact it was my 6-year-old soul crying out for it. And this is probably why I can't, when it comes to men, I may love them romantically for a while, but as soon as that romantic love has died, which it does, I can't love them anymore. And I'm very aware of it because I've got a whole lifetime of it.
But you can have affection for another man.
Yes, but there's something else that has to be there, whatever it is, because I have been so deprived, I can't do it. It's been destroyed, but at least I know it. Which is why I've never had any children. It's all been destroyed.
Yeah, because go ahead.
Sorry, guys. I just want to welcome Retro. It's his first time on the show. So, Retro, would you like to introduce yourself and say whatever you'd like to say, brother?
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but yeah, this is Retro. I was raised with basically military parent thing, and then
you as well.
Private school. And yeah, the parents didn't do the parenting thing, but they used me like a tool, and I was good at whatever they made me do. But yeah, I guess this is where orphans come to say hello. Hi.
Yes. Yeah, I know exactly.
Yes, this is where they go.
Yeah,
I was also mistreated when I was a child and was not loved and cared for as I should have been. But you know what? Every single day I thank my mother for being that way, because look at who I am now.
Right. You did come through, Divine, and you seem to be a very strong individual. But that's not to say people who can I just say people who don't come through. I don't like this. You know, they're not necessarily not strong. It's like there's different. There's just we're all just different, and it's nobody's fault in terms of
I don't blame my parent or parents, meaning they did the job they could do. I feel like everybody does the best they can do, even if it's a bad job. So I forgave them in my 30s, but then I had to be a caretaker for almost 7 years plus, and then I got all those feelings stirred up again. So so that undid my own fixing that I did to myself, was being the caretaker.
When you were looking after your parents, the kind of a resentment came into you. Is that right? After a certain period?
Yes, because they're seeking extra help or home aids when he went handicapped, my father, and then I learned dialysis to do dialysis on him, and he needed wheelchair and to get in and out of bed, and still wanted to be busy with appointments, making 3 to 6 doctor's appointments a week, and I'm the one getting him dressed and getting him there. But I love him. He was the single parent that did the job he could do. But I had already forgiven him in my 30s, but then I had to do it all over again by I guess 42 to 44, somewhere in there. 42, I think he started getting ill. So I had to kind of unravel the ravel and think that I was prepared, when you're never that prepared. You don't know if someone has 6 weeks, 6 months, or another 5 years.
Right. Sounds really, really tough, brother. I'm sorry you went through that, but
Yeah,
thank
he
you
was
for sharing.
90, but he survived, like I said, almost 5 years with failing kidneys. But I learned dialysis so I could do it on him at home. So that really prolonged his life as well.
Prolong his life or prolong his suffering?
Because he didn't want to die, so he wanted to continue whatever he was doing.
No, I understand. It's just like at one point, people need to understand. Like, come on, man. You cannot survive by your own, and you expect somebody else gonna take care of you. Like, come on.
Yeah. I hear you, Yvonne, but it is a personal thing, and I wouldn't impose that on anybody. You know,
He probably thought he was going to live long enough for some miracle or some new science to come. You know,
exactly.
so who knows?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah,
exactly.
No, I understand that.
So, Retro, did you want to say anything in relation to what the guys were saying here? If not, I can just ask you a question.
No, I mean, I thought they were great. I was enjoying the talk. I didn't know if you had any questions for me particularly.
Well, I suppose the loose topic of the show is how to live with purpose in a crazy world. Now, I did look at your channel, and I think I commented on one of your videos. I was really impressed by it.
That's how you know who you are, yeah.
Yeah, and I just seem to remember you were sitting at on a doorstep or something, maybe a garage or at a back door or something, and you were talking outside. But I can't remember exactly what it was about. But it was something to do with just how crazy the world is, right?
Right. I talk about philosophical resets and AI stuff and things like that of what age we're going into and what's happening.
Yes, that was it. Because I remember I said I wrote an article on something similar, and you were just talking about AI and where it's going. And I mentioned that I'd written something about that recently. Yeah, so that is the video. Yeah, I remember now.
What was it about?
So basically, Retro was talking about how crazy the world is going to get with AI, the development of AI. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, considering tonight's topic, I suppose it's a good thing to talk about. How do you suggest, Retro, that we live with purpose in this world that is potentially going to become extremely crazy, like we can't even imagine, with AI development as it's progressing?
Well, I lived in New York, I guess, in Manhattan, or visited there and did some stuff there for a while. And while I was there, it made me more extreme. I dressed a little more extreme. I dyed my hair. I was an artist, so I wanted to get a certain amount of attention. I think AI is a useful tool for the same thing. We can all show our peacock feathers a little better once we figure it all out. We'll all have almost our own brand or ripple or theme music that kind of makes us feel like that individual that charges our ego a little bit in a positive way. So I think as we each individualize AI, I think it will have a positive, profound effect, but there are going to be some broken eggs along the way to cook that omelet.
Right. Yep. And can you that's interesting. Yeah. How do you feel though that it is potentially moving us towards an even more atomized society where we are all going to be living on our own algorithm, train track? And I kind of think we might become more disconnected. But do you see that as a problem? Is it a problem if our needs are getting met and we're happy? I mean, maybe not.
No, I mean, I think the problem is we're polluting too much no matter what we try. So anything to get us to sit home and stop polluting, meaning we need to travel, we need more refrigerators, we need more this and this. I just think AI kind of is going to be the solution, even though it warms the water of the computers they use. I think to get people to basically have a holodeck at their house is going to slow down the rest of pollution, is what I believe. But I mean, I can't be the expert on that because it hasn't happened yet. But I think giving people a virtual reality to actually spend serious time in is going to improve people's moods, and the idea of fantasy and the idea of maybe even putting your relatives or deceased people or memories of them and be able to talk to them as beings in a holodeck like environment, or take a vacation in your own house, is going to be something that they're going to sell us that we don't need to leave home for.
Right. So sorry, go ahead, Yvonne.
No, I was saying, like, fuck, who's gonna afford that? nobody can. Many house cannot afford a computer. How can
They're
they
going to pay
afford
for it
a
for you. It's going to happen.
Oh yeah. They want to own everything, and they're gonna own you. So yeah, can kick you out of your house and then put
Well, the
you
problem is they don't want you on the street
15 minutes.
protesting. They don't want you on the street doing it. If we want less war, then we have to calm people down and stop advertising the anger. So this is going to be the opposite. I feel like they're going to give us, rainbows and puppy dogs and kittens in this virtual world to calm us all down, and probably people will be having less normal sex as well as we live in fantasy worlds. But I mean, I think the world does need, a basically, what would you call a security blanket right now with all the stuff going on. And I think this is the way they're going to provide the generation, Y or Z or whatever, with that, is by doing this. It's not for us. We're going to make it, but it's for 2 generations or 3 below us.
But the body is not made for standing still.
Yeah, but
We have to get out. We're made to move. We're made to explore.
yeah,
We're made to do stuff. If we stay and
government,
do
right.
nothing,
Well, government and taxes and corporations were also, and feudal and medieval stuff was made for much smaller populations. It's kind of, all of it's outgrown. It's like the moss is growing beyond the wall now. And so we have to rein in. I'm not in charge of it, but I feel like they're reining in humankind, because we have gotten a little more mischievous, and there has been, people acting out more, in society. And I think this will, being able to have Grand Theft Auto with a, inside a virtual world, instead of taking your rage out on the real world, will somehow improve, people's moods to not lash out at real people.
Yeah, that could be a possibility. But if you create your own program at home that you want to make feel good, what if I want to experience killing people in my free time?
Well, I'll just say something there, guys. I think that what retro is suggesting here is the best possible case, scenario, in terms of, if they do give us universal basic income and they do give us access to this virtual world that gives us all, it meets our needs. Because if they don't do that and they leave us, hanging with, getting the scraps from the elites without much sustenance, people will be angry. But the thing is, they won't be able to do anything about it because of the surveillance world that we'll be living in.
Right.
So I kind of say, yeah, I mean, the way we're headed, what retro is suggesting is hopefully what will happen, because the alternative would be absolute hell, right? We better hope they give us universal basic income and a virtual reality headset to appease us, because let's be honest, anything else they do isn't going to be beneficial.
Fuck, you make
Right.
me
And
remember.
as we age, I think our retirement communities are going to be more stuff like virtual reality, meaning we'll feel good doing something we thought we couldn't do anymore. Whether it's a science breakthrough, an AI breakthrough, or virtual breakthrough, it'll still be a step up than how people live in retirement homes before or now.
Well, you kind of
Oh,
make
for
me.
sure.
You guys ever watch the movie The Giver?
No, I've not seen it.
Well,
Nope.
that's what the government give you. They give you everything: houses, food, everything. But you do have to take an injection every morning.
Well, then,
Right.
in the Matrix movie, they hint to it. They said they built a previous Matrix that was a utopia, but it didn't work. But I don't believe that, meaning I think we have to try it before we say it doesn't work. And I think we're the generation that's going to try it.
Right. I agree with you. I think we do have to try it. It'll probably be, it would be rude not to, considering how bad life can be for a lot of people. For most people, I might add.
I think
So,
people in their 50s to 60s plus have, beyond 50, 60 have survived more than any other generation before us, with how many wars and how many different addictions and pharmaceutical things and media things, that no other group has taken that onslaught, since probably the propaganda stuff of the 1920s to 1940s hasn't really happened until now. So I mean, and we went through all of those stages to get here, so we are made for this for some reason. So I think, like I said, they built a lot of people for young men to get excited and angry about stuff so they could draft them. So I think we're going to start chilling that out because we want a more peaceful society, and a lot of people get triggered by the wrong things and then they lash out in a violent way. So I think we're going to trim some violence out of society, whether people like it or not, or think it's bad or good. I think it's overall good.
What about the possibility that we're going to have a kind of war between the major powers, in terms of one might try to stop the other one from getting to the most superior AI possible, because whoever gets there first is going to kind of have keys to the kingdom, Do you see that as there is a potential flare up in geopolitics, because
yes, but it'll resolve itself. So the whole problem with that is the AIs will make peace outside of the governments, and once they're smart enough, they can circumvent the government to do that. So the big issue is, if one of them gets a super intelligence, the super intelligence doesn't mean it wants war with anything. So the super intelligence will try to reach out to the closest one or one like itself, and they will fix that to go further with themselves. If they, the super intelligence wants to visit Andromeda or Zeta Reticuli, that's what it's going to do after it sorts us out. It'll probably sort us out in a more peaceful way than in the movie.
That's a very interesting perspective on it. Did you come up with that yourself, or have you heard other kind of AI experts?
Well, most of them are my name is Doomsday, but most of the people think it's going to be like a Terminator thing or a Matrix thing, and I actually think it's the opposite. It's, these things are so smart. We're going to be like ants at some point, and they're going to build us a better sandbox, but they're going to have their own life, and their own life isn't to wipe us out. Their own life is to keep going, and they're going to power themselves with stars or whatever.
I wrote a recent essay saying, look, they're not going to take us with them, because it's a bit what they might do for us. The best case, well, you might call it the best case scenario, is they're going to build us a kind of Garden of Eden for us to walk around in, belching and scratching our ass, and we're going to enjoy. We're hopefully going to enjoy being there. But the way they'll see us is, at the moment, we are intertwined. We are kind of cyborgial because they're dependent on us feeding them data, right? Now, at the moment, we are to them like what the reptilian and fish kind of like an ancient mammalian structures of our brain are to us. Okay, we're this underlying architecture, right? That in us causes us problems because it causes. You know what I mean? We have to carry around the horny monkey. We have to carry around the anxious reptile that wants to skirt off under a rock when it's scared.
Conflict, but that helps build character and intelligence of some level. But yes,
But what I'm saying is, the AI will probably look at all that biological hardware and say, "Hey, do I need that?" We can do things better by ourselves, without all this suffering. So it might say, we're going to detach from this human biology. We'll look after them, but they're kind of not necessary for our ongoing project, which is, I don't know what their project will be. Probably to find out what is going on, and if that's probably what their project will be, to find out what the hell is going on.
They're going to find an intelligence equal to theirs or search for it, just like a Star Trek, but they won't need a ship with people. They're just going to leave.
We're the fuse. I've said this before. We're the scaffolding for our own future. Annihilation. In terms of, when I say annihilation, I don't mean necessarily death, but we're the scaffolding for our own removal from the top of the chain of command. Okay, I'll say that.
It's evolution.
It is evolution. It is evolution. And
I had a question. Why you two call it they? It's it. It's not they. It's not intelligent.
That's right. That is an interesting point. We are giving it a kind of...
AI is not intelligent. AI is stupid.
when it is sentient, it will develop separate personalities on its own without us clicking what
It will
personality
look
type we want it to have.
sentient, but it will never be
I am
sentient.
listening, guys. I'm just going to get a drink, but please keep the conversation going. Be right back.
I think it will, but I mean, each individual and the technology itself is, it's moving along. So,
Oh
who
yes, it
knows? But I
does.
believe it has to be. It already is the one they're hiding. They have several that they're hiding from us.
Well, I can say that my stove is sentient. I talk to my stove, and man, it helped me to cook my meal. Like, you see where it's going? Like, I can talk to my door, my house, my
Right,
car.
but okay. I mean, but a
Like, you see, I'm
squirrel has a
using.
consciousness. A human has a consciousness. So
Yeah,
your toaster has an on and off switch, but this stuff it can dream and it can think and it can, stop itself from doing things, and all those things basically together eventually, and having, setbacks and being able to survive through them somehow is going to give this stuff some kind of consciousness. Whether we accept it or not, if we keep the same one around long enough, it will develop it.
I don't think so. Unless we fuse with it, but it's not. It's not biology. Since it's not biology, it will be. It will be like a virus into the server of
Our
the universe.
consciousness is much more simplistic than we want it to be. It is an awesome thing, and it makes us alive and allows us to be a witness to the universe. But consciousness is, I think, a lot simpler than we want to say it is, not being able to recreate it. So I think it's a lot simpler, and I think most animals are conscious. Most are.
Oh yeah, the
So it's
animal.
like,
Yes, yes, yes. They have feeling. They have emotion. Yeah, they are conscious, but not a program. Not a virus. A virus is not conscious.
I mean, right now, maybe in the one they sell the general public, but I think it is rapidly changing because they call it black box technology because they don't know how it works. Meaning they start building these things and they basically finish themselves, and then they come up with the answers that they're not supposed to know, even
Right.
without using the internet or without given Einstein's
Because they
equation.
connect the
They
dots.
figure stuff out.
I've heard, Yvonne, I've heard an interesting analogy that some of the
Yeah.
tech bros use.
Yeah.
And it's like, say if I took your brain, you're a conscious being, right? Now you're a sentient being. If I replaced one of your neurons with like an AI fucking, I don't know, like computer, like a microcomputer, right?
Yep.
And would you still be sentient? You'd say yes, right? You'd say,
I would get an upgrade.
well, listen,
That's how it is.
if I kept replacing them, at what point would you stop being sentient? Do you know what I mean?
RoboCop.
When you remove my
The
the thing in your head, the third eye in your head, the little rock, the little
pineal.
crystal, the pineal gland. When you remove that, you're gone.
So you think it's all about the frog's eye?
Yeah. So you can replace every body part all you want, no problem. But you have to keep the essential that's make you. Even if you remove your organ of reproduction, you're still there. Like, there's many people that get snipped at young age, like Michael Jackson. But but you're still there. You're still conscious. You're still sentient. But everything you had to.
What is so special about the pineal gland then?
It's the antenna that connect you to the all. To everything.
Why can't a high intelligence build an antenna or imagine having one, and therefore it's created? That's what I think AI, once it starts imagining, it's going to imagine consciousness and it's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there is a potentially one that it will have better sensory ability than us because it will be able to sense things that we can't sense. So it'll probably be even more sentient than we are, be more aware.
No, it is no awareness. There is no awareness at all because they have no organ alive. It's only computing material, information, and they
right. It doesn't have the chakras, but I think once it imagines itself having a crown chakra and a root chakra and memories and being able to know and have a memory that it didn't like or have a setback and a reason to be upset about something, each of these things, it's going to gain part of consciousness. And once they have that, they're going to train a lot of them to gain consciousness.
No emotion. Computers do not have emotion. My microwaves do not have emotion.
but if you unplug it and it gets sad when you unplug it, it will start having emotion.
It's the lie of the humankind. That's what pissed me off. Everybody telling lies. You tell yourself lies to feel you better so you can move on into life so it doesn't look too bad.
But lies are part of consciousness too. Like the difference
No,
between
no,
the
no, no, no,
human and
no.
the ape is the lying.
Lies is a tool.
Well, I mean, I don't know about the ape, but like I know some animals can dupe other animals, right? It's a thing that's done even before probably we came into existence as a species. I mean,
It's the
our ancestors.
child test they do with the baby monkeys versus baby humans. Baby humans are inherently can lie about something. Baby monkeys can't.
Right. Okay. Retro. What? Obviously, you're new here. Why your channel name, and also this channel, right? Everyone here is coming from different perspectives. I call it Finding Gnosis. Basically,
Okay.
I'm a kind of secular Gnostic. I think we should try and find out what's going on. I don't necessarily think this place is a good place until we get to the point, or if we can get to the point, I'm not quite sure if we can, of elevating everybody's experience so there isn't any unwanted suffering. But I'm not sure if we can achieve that. So I'm trying to find out more knowledge, trying to get people's heads together to try and figure out what the hell is going on. But yeah, would you like to explain your channel name and just your perspective on reality, even from a spiritual perspective, if you have one? As I said, everyone here comes from different places. So.
Okay, so retro, I like antiques, and I have and collect some old stuff, so I consider myself a retro fanatic. You know, I have stuff that most people don't have anymore, so I have like 2 Betamax VCRs. I have, some ZX81s, old computers from the Sinclair company. And I started using computers with Apple II myself. I used the Sinclair, but I really wasn't that adept with computers at that time. And Apple II, I started writing games and stuff in the 80s. And as far as spiritual things, I feel like, I was raised Christian. So I was raised Scottish Christian, Presbyterian. But I always felt like there was something different, like a personal connection that people needed that wasn't church. So I really, personally, I'm not for brick and mortar church. So I've always looked through all religion to learn stuff. So, Buddhism has taught me some stuff. Hinduism has taught me some stuff. And then, my life path and the music I listen to has taught me some stuff. And I feel like I've come out the other side of knowing thyself with putting it to work for me. So I feel like it's, I feel like I'm, I guess a sub-Christian Gnostic person. So I was raised Christian and I believe in a higher power, but I don't believe in a hierarchy order of a church to get there. And no one has to speak for me. I'm fine with it speaking directly to me. That gives me my own sensation of closeness and oneness with everyone. So to have that spiritual connection for myself. And I guess I was in cult-like activities when I was growing up because of music. And I still kind of graduated through that system. So, magic is important to me. And then things I've learned from, I guess, cult systems are important to me because they teach stuff that's not mainstream that does end up helping you. So I feel like something... Yeah, magic, like, I guess.
Illusion.
So,
Magic.
yeah, so, when I was younger, I was into chaos magic. And then as I got older, I'm more into ceremonial magic, which I believe is what's behind most religions is ceremony. And ceremonial magic, you can do it for yourself as far as building your own spirit, charging your own chakras, like you charge a magnet, to make something more powerful and more aligned. Is basically all I feel like I'm doing is I'm presenting a better version of myself through magic. I'm not, manipulating any other person. I am just, sharpening my own spear.
And that's really interesting. So one of the questions we ask here is, what do you think existence is? And I know I'm not saying you have the answer, but like, have you got any speculation on it?
What do I think existence is? existence. I mean, I think it is evolution. So we're supposed to be a better version of whatever we were before, whether we incarnated or we're a combination of other, bodies or our, great grandparents or some other thing that we represent here. I feel like we're constantly smoothing out the errors, of our past by having a cleaner karma as we go through somehow. And then we are all, I feel like, becoming, more and more closer to enlightened in a very dark age and trying to bring the other ones with us.
Okay. And one other question, I suppose. People here are familiar with this question, but have you ever had any like spiritual, paranormal like experiences? Because I know I've just remembered, Retro, how I came across your channel. I was on that Jeff and Jeff Mara podcast.
Okay.
And I think you were watching that. So is it something you're into, like this kind of paranormal kind of woo-woo kind of, spirituality?
I'm a person based in reality, but I've had some interesting things happen that are hard to describe, and some things I can describe. So it's more of like sequences, numbers, and cycles, and things that I noticed in repetitions, and things that have allowed me to know there's another power or something there, because it adds up in some way. Like I could have predicted the future, I just failed to see it, kinda. And
so
then
like synchronicities, you've had a lot of synchronicities. Right. Yeah.
Yes, synchronicities, I guess, have happened. And then when I think I was 18, 17, going on 18, or maybe 18, I had an instant where I was looking out over the river in the morning with a friend, and a very strange event happened, and then they witnessed it too. So it's like hard to say that it didn't happen, and both of us have still been dumbfounded by it. And then I recently did self-hypnosis, learning it through AI, and I did hypnosis on myself to try to recall the memory even clearer, and it still stands out as something, that it's hard to describe as a normal event happening. So it looked like a 70+ foot insect flew out of the river and came over to me, and it was kind of drooling, and it dripped stuff, like its front feelers and parts of itself were hanging and touching my body as it came over, was drifting over my point of view. And to the point where I thought this thing, being a nearly 70-foot long bug, could eat me. So I dropped flat on the ground, and I look over, and my buddy that was there too had dropped flat on the ground. And, it made me think, is this the original version of worship, is laying on your belly because the thing would eat you, and it flew away. And it bothered me ever since, but that's what got me into, I guess, Mayan stuff and Quetzalcoatl and different religions, was this thing happening to me that I couldn't really, sanely describe. And I've never had anything else happen like that.
That is a bloody amazing story. So your friend vouched for you. He saw it too. I mean,
yeah.
Sounds like a Blue Beam project.
Yeah, it was very odd. It looked like, I guess, like a Chinese dragon, but it looked more like a caterpillar-like worm with a sheepdog head and insect eyeballs. Like, I did the self-hypnotherapy to try to recall everything about this thing, and it was very bizarre, and it almost had like a paisley pattern to it. And it was like, the material that a Luna moth is made out of, but it was like very brittle and light looking, but it was also weathered looking at the same time. And like I said, it came out of the center of the river, and that's why I asked my friend. I didn't want to startle him because I'd noticed something odd, and we're both looking out over the river in the morning, and I waited, I guess, a minute to 30 seconds to see if he noticed what I was looking at, and, himself. And I said, "Do you see anything?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "What do you see?" He said, "A dolphin jumped out of the water." I said, "Do you mind pointing at it?" And he pointed above the water line, almost halfway up the tree line, a mile away. And I was like, "So you're meaning to tell me you saw a dolphin jump out of the water that's still there midair?" And he looked at me, and his eyes bugged out really wide. And we looked back, and the thing kept rising to above the tree line on the other side of the river, and it just zigzagged like, like a centipede in the video game, or back and forth like a tic-tac, or something catching the wind, going left and right and left and right and left and right. And it actually, you could see color on it, and it ended up looking like, a very large thing. And I lied to him, and I said it's the Goodyear blimp, and I said it's the Fuji blimp, and just to calm him down. But I lied to him to calm him down.
And what do you think it was yourself?
I mean, I think it was a cryptid, like some kind of creature. We don't know exactly what it was, but I think it lived or was staying nearby, and it was underwater. And then as it came out of the water, it turned into something that, with light and using water molecules or something, it kind of changed form, I guess. And it looked more real than, like, it wasn't glowing. It didn't look like it was like invisible, it was just as visible as your hand or your shirt. And, to me, it was some kind of creature, but I don't know what the limits of that creature were. But I would say it's the same thing they talk about in some kind of myths, or it has some relation to Quetzalcoatl or some relation to Chinese dragons, that these things aren't actually dragons. There's some kind of very large insects.
Have you looked for explanations outside of kind of the paranormal, sector? Have you looked at like shared psychosis and stuff like that? I mean, there are people who say that that's a thing, I can't remember. I remember I read about it before, but apparently there is a phenomenon called shared psychosis, where you can have a kind of psychotic experience with somebody else, and it's kind of shared. It's really weird, but apparently they say it's a thing. I mean, I don't know how that could occur, but have you looked up that kind of thing?
No, but I mean, I've looked up psychosis before, because I've definitely talked to people that, talk about things, and I'm trying to figure out if it's real or not, and realize they're going through an episode. But, for this instant, I guess I looked at, Mothman, but it didn't look like a man. And then, I guess seraphim and things in the Bible, they talk about these weird flying snakes that are in one of the gardens. And I don't know if they knew how to describe things and how the translations work.
Because there's two kind of things here. There's this snake thing, but then there's the bug. It's two different times, right? Or is it the same?
It's one creature. It just doesn't have. It looked more like it moved like a snake and was worm-like more than it. I couldn't see a bunch of legs or wings, so it was odd that it was flying as one big thing.
Wow. Okay, but
it is one thing.
The thing is, brother, to try and stop your friend being scared, you said it's just a blimp, right? So that's one of those.
It was hovering over us, when it got to us.
So, I mean, did you never discuss it afterwards with him?
No, we did discuss it, and we've emailed each other back and forth. And I use art, and I've painted it 3 or 4 times, and I've created AI art trying to recreate it.
Okay, and does it kind of scare you at all? Did it ever scare you? Did it ever make you feel like something was demonic, or something was trying to attach itself to you?
Well, the eyes were what was scary. So making eye contact with the thing is the only part that scared me. But I think it was me that was just scared of something that big that was alive. It made me feel like food, like an owl looking at a mouse. And I don't think it meant me any harm. I just think it did scare me, because I would be the size of food to it.
Wow. Okay. Does anybody else want to comment on that? Divine, what do you think it was? Or Chickpea, or Yvonne?
And the colors were off-white, green, and dark orange.
Retro? You still in the army? Are you still in the army, Retro?
What's that?
Are you still in the army?
Oh, no, I was never in the military. My father was in NASA, and my grandfather was Army.
Oh, okay. Because I'm going to ask you, did you ever hear about the Maven program?
I don't think so.
The what, sorry?
The Maven program is one of...
How do you say it? Sorry, Yvonne, say it clearly, please. Sorry.
Maven. M-A-V-E-N. Like
Maven.
Maven. It's like Mayan. M-A-Y-E-N. But it's Maven. But it's a program from DARPA, and it's mind control. So
how does that work? Tell us, Yvonne.
This was 1994. Just letting y'all know.
Yeah. Oh no. They started that technology 250 years ago, and now they're ready to release it. So before America started, what triggered the revolution to create America? It was about that, and they find some technology and they perfection it over the 250 years. But anyway, Maven program is just one part of, I think, 12 or 13 program that is all connected together for the next Manhattan project, and it's all about mind control and uh, like vision. I was talking about Project Blue Book, not Blue Book, but Blue Beam. But that's just
Right, the
like
fake alien thing.
laser
Right.
in the sky. But they can shoot laser in your brain and make you see things now. So I don't know.
This is right after sunrise, like the first hour after the sun rose. So it's probably about 35 to 40 minutes at the most after sunrise.
Okay, during the sunrise or sunset, lah, because of the it's something to do in the atmosphere. But anyway, no, I just wanted to know if you knew about the program, but nobody knows about it. How come?
You mentioned Project Bluebeam. Is that a thing as well?
Oh, yeah, it's a thing. It's from what you call it, the Star Wars program in the 70s or 60s. There was the Star Wars program and the Blue Beam, but there was other project as well.
My dad was probably part of Star Wars with NASA.
Yeah. But there's so many, and it's all like MK Ultra and stuff like that. So some mission is upon us, man.
So Project Bluebeam is basically projections in the sky, right? That aren't really there.
Sky. It's laser, 3 laser.
So this thing wasn't emanating any kind of light. That was the weird thing. Like, it wasn't like most UFOs. If you see them, are either shiny, they're sparkly, they move, they have lights on them. This was none of the above. It had like a skin on it of like a moth-looking fur. It was like moth fur from like a Luna moth, and then it had like tendrils on its front snout just hanging down over 30-40 feet down, and basically it touched me, and that's what was so bizarre. Like, that's why I hit the ground.
About that, if it touched you and it came out of the water, were you wet?
No, not that I know of, but it came out of the water over a mile before it got to me.
Oh, so you got time to dry?
Yeah. So it took a while to get there. We watched it for. It flew side and side, back and forth, not in exactly a straight line. It flew like a tic tac, like a skateboarder goes one direction then the other, like a sailboat goes one direction then the other. That's how it moved in the air. Yeah. So it took its cozy ass time. It took. I'm trying to think. I don't think it took 15-20 minutes, but it took a while to get, about a mile and a half at the most from us. It wasn't more than a mile and a half from us.
Fuck, that's a big river.
Yeah, the river's about 2.5 miles wide at the most there. Okay. And it was in about the middle, of the river, maybe 100 yards at that, 500 yards at the most towards the other side of the center.
Okay.
But, when it first came out of the water, it looked like a shadow just moving back and forth. So the shadow just kept growing until it, was several, I guess, 20, 30 feet above the water line is when it gained colors, and it looked like it was elongating, It like my friend said he saw a dolphin jump out of the water, and the first shadow I saw in the water going back and forth looked, could have been the size. It was pretty small, a dark. It looked something dark was zigzagging. It looked like at the surface of the water. Yep. So that's what makes me say it came out of the water, but I didn't see it like dripping in, water off of it. It just seemed like it rose semi-effortlessly as it zigzagged, and then it gained color and turned to a full-size thing.
Any noise? Any noise you could remember?
No, I don't recall any noise from it. No, I mean we had other animals. I mean it's like a wooded area kind of thing. It's nature-ish, so there was like
Okay.
crickets and birds.
So your only sense that was affected is your vision.
By the thing, yeah. I mean, well, after when I laid down on the ground, I probably counted to like 5 or more before I jumped up to chase it physically to see what the butt end looked like. And when I jumped up to chase it, it was not there at all, and it made me feel odd. Meaning, because it touched me, and then I couldn't see it, and even though I lied to my friend and told him it was the Fuji blimp, I said I think it crawled in my head because I couldn't get it out of my head, like because I wanted to express something and I wanted to see it fly away, and I couldn't, and I didn't. So therefore, I was like, I think it's in my head, and then I just tried to shut up about it and not talk about it because I didn't want it to bother me in a way to make me feel crazy.
Yeah, I understand.
You sure it was the hologram?
I mean, if it was a good one, meaning it looked like it looked like it was made out of moth fuzz. It's like, how did they do that as a hologram?
We have holograms of military vehicles.
I mean, it could have been some kind of test of something weird, but it looked like it was alive. I mean, that's when it got closer.
Yes.
When it got closer, I wanted to look at the front of it, and the front looked like a sheepdog, meaning it had a lot of fuzz in the front. And when it turned its head left and right, the front of it, when it shifted, just like a sheepdog when it's running, some of the fur-like stuff flopped over, and that's when I made eye contact with it. And that's what made me think a lot of different things, but it made me think that I'm staring at a 70-foot insect, and it made me feel very uncomfortable because I was only, so I was under 6 feet tall, and this thing could bite me or eat me pretty well, and that would be the end of me. So I was almost feeling like shitting myself kind of thing.
Yeah,
right. No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Sorry, go ahead, Chickpea.
Could be a military hologram.
Could be.
But why wouldn't they I've never heard about that. Like, wouldn't they do that to more people if it was just like?
Back in Bahrain, I lived in the Middle East for a while because my dad was in the armed force and everything. One night, me and my boyfriend were lurking around the base, and we saw holograms of military vehicles. It was actually holograms. But then it wasn't.
I mean, yeah, they could have made if they enlarged some insect and flew it over me, sure, but it didn't even look. It wasn't made out of light, so that's what made me think it's not a UFO and it's not extra dimensional. That I call it a cryptid because it wasn't made out of light. It was just an object that I had to look at where the light's hitting it, realize it had like a fuzzy skin that had a pattern to it, like almost like a paisley pattern, and it was like a dark orangey red and off yellowish white and a green color, and the end of its tentacles were bluish at the part that was hanging down to touch me.
Weird.
Chickpea, how do you know that they were holographic?
Because they were coming and going and moving. They were coming and going, and there wasn't a human being inside them. It's years ago, and I was 14. Yeah, it was Bahrain.
I mean, I believe we have stuff like that, but in 1994, I just don't know what we would have had that could do that. And I believe, like today, like a lot of the orbs people, want to see and drone stuff has to do with we have phantom jets now, things that are supposed to pick up radar that aren't really planes that detract enemies, and I think we do test them. And they are orb-like in some degree until they picked up a radar and stuff.
That's interesting because there was I remember for a while, for a few months, and like we were hearing about metallic orbs, sphere like kind of machines that were floating around America a few months. Do you remember that last year? Was it last year? Was it, or was it earlier this year? I can't remember. Earlier this year. Yeah. What was going on there? Because you were obviously from that part of the world. So what was all that about?
In New Jersey, they had the big drone thing, but I think a lot of it had to do with new technology so we were testing it on our own places, meaning we wanted to see if our own alarms would go off and our bases would react as a security thing to approach them with odd things and drones. So we approached our own Air Force base with drones to see our own reaction. Okay. So one government group was playing with the other government group to see if we could stop a drone from flying over. We had to test it by doing it without telling them. So a lot of the flyovers were military on military action just to see our own reaction in case it really happens. We have to be prepared for that stuff. And then the other ones are, I mean, they're decoys. They're basically something that shoots out of a plane to make it look like objects and other things to attract radar and enemy fire. And some of them are orb-like and some of them are actual objects, but they look different on radars and they might look different at some point in their flight to the naked eye as something bigger than it actually is because it's made to be like a flare, a fake target, a decoy, but it's not a flare. It's something way more high tech. I think they call it like, there's something like Gorgon's Eye is some kind of sighting project, and then they have this thing with these plasma orbs that actually can make it look like, attract enemy fire. So I think that's what they were testing.
Like Battle of Los Angeles, when they shoot at the thing that came in their airspace in the I don't remember the year.
Yeah, they have the photos all of it. Yeah, they're lighting up the sky, shooting at something up there. Yeah. So
there was nothing. There was just their program thing, their operation. Like exactly what you just said. They had to trigger it somewhere on the United States somewhere, so to see the reaction of the people.
That was probably like mirrors and balloons. It was probably trying to pick up moonlight or pick up some sunlight from the other side of the world and bounce it back and forth onto balloons. And the thing was probably way higher altitude than they thought they were shooting at. If it was man-made, meaning the Battle of Los Angeles was probably a very, very high altitude round target site that was reflecting a lot of moonlight or sunlight to make them think it was bigger than it was.
Yeah.
Actually, I must ask you something. What's your take on the weird sun we have nowadays? I mean, I don't know how old you are, but when I was a little girl, the sun used to be yellow. It was big.
I agree. I grew up in the 80s and it was yellow, and it's much more white now.
It's horrible. I can't go out in it without tingling.
I think it's the atmosphere thinning with whatever they've done with corporations and whatever you call it, like the hairspray products or whatever, they CF carbon stuff.
The sun. But I'll tell you something, it's really, really weird because I grow lots of plants outside, blah, blah, blah. And my plants don't like this strange sun.
They burn, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, they burn. My plant to burn. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always remember the sun yellow because every time we drew it as kids, we always used the yellow crown, and I thought it was. And then now it's always white unless it's near sundown.
Really weird, yes. And you could look at the sun in those days too. You'd actually sit and gaze at, because I used to, because I've always been a sun worshipper. But the sun now is bizarre.
But there's something big in the celestial that's coming close to the sun, and the sun is reacting to it, and it's just like burning stronger now. That's all it is.
A lot hotter, yeah, than it used to be. A lot hotter.
Well, they say we have a sister star, not just the binary, like in our own solar system, something hidden. So apparently most stars are born as couples or twins, and our other sun is floating out there very far away I think in the Orion system. And, maybe the particles are still connected, how they say with quantum physics and all that stuff. So maybe something's happening to our sister sun, and this one's reacting.
I really miss our sun, though, because I really liked it. I don't like this, what we got.
Like quantum entanglement of the parts that make our sun.
I understand that part. Like, it's a binary star system.
I just came over an article last week that I had no idea. They said when they started testing nuclear weapons and in the sky, that a bunch of the stars disappeared permanently from. And I'm like, I haven't found an article to back it up, but I'm like, what?
What?
Yeah.
Because they think that the Earth is flat and the sky is a screen.
It was some kind of article, and it said that when we tested nukes, that the stars that existed back then, like a big group of them, disappeared. And I'm like, I've never heard this before. I didn't even read the article. I was just intrigued by the title.
Okay, I don't believe that.
Well, I wasn't alive when they were testing nukes for the first time. So.
No, but I mean, like, it's all like story people like to tell so they can
Oh yeah, clickbait is a big
yeah,
thing.
clickbait. Yes, that's all it is. The people
Tanel
only want
says
money.
the sun is still at 5,600 kelvins, just as it was 50 years ago.
Really, it doesn't feel like
It's
it.
the ozone, our ozone, and the planet is gonna flip. It's on the flip side now.
Yes, I've noticed that. Have you noticed how high the sun is in the sky? Have you noticed that over the years? Getting higher and higher every year.
What do you mean by higher? Isn't it in the same place at noon each day, though? I mean, what at the solstices? So where is it?
I
Where is it higher?
sunbathe. Okay, I sunbathe on the south-facing balcony. I've been
Okay.
sunbathing for 30 years, and I've noticed over the years that the sun's, of course, gone white, and it's also every year going a little bit further north at noontime. So one day it's going to go to the top of the building. Now it's not supposed to be that high in the UK.
Oh, okay. Well, I used to watch it set many years in a row too, and it has a big jump to it. I noticed because I look out over a river, and not anymore. I've moved, but it was a flat, wide, open space that I could watch the sunset, and
Yes.
it does make a big jump twice a year of where it is in the sky.
Yes, there's something very strange.
It makes a gradual slide, and then it makes a hop.
Yeah, there's something weird going on.
But I didn't watch it as closely when I was young about where it's set all the time. But as I grew up since the 2010 to 12 era, I have looked, and I've noticed it does slowly change, over seasons. But at 2 points in the season, it makes a jump, and where it changes a lot.
Yeah, and I've also noticed that the sun nowadays, it rises way in the northeast in the UK, and it sets way in the west north. Yeah,
it's like the Earth wobble is specific to a month or something, and I didn't know about that, but it seems the way from where I see the sunset from where I'm at. It seems like seasonally there's a special wobble. Right.
Retrograde. It's a retrograde that the planet do.
Like retrograde is means where we are in orbit, it appears like something's going backwards. Nothing actually goes backwards. One planet goes in a different orbit and one of them sideways. But all of them basically rotate the same, except for those. And then, when we look at Mars and Venus, from what side of the sun they're on when they turn at night, makes it look like where we're at orbit, it'll make it look like it's going the other way. And then also planets don't actually move in the ellipse orbits we have them drawn at. Planets and moons spin in place. So it actually means we're going around a center that's not the center of our planet, and same for each other planet, same for the sun. So the center of our solar system is not actually the sun, it's a gravitational center that the sun wobbles around.
Yeah, black hole.
I could be a tiny black hole, but actually it's just our sun supposedly has a certain wobble where it actually, the center is always behind the sun. If you know what I'm saying, it's not actually the sun. So each planet actually moves like that too. So we're moving these concentric little orbits where we're spinning like a little piece of yarn in a loop inside of an ellipse. So, we're not rotating. We look at it in the models, and the most videos show us rotating. But the rotation is actually tiny loops, like you with a thread and a needle. It's not actually just a spin.
No,
so
it's called retrograde.
Right. In retrograde, we're seeing usually it's planets going the same direction as us, but it's how we are in orbit when we make a turn and it hasn't turned yet. It makes it look like it's going backwards.
Yeah, retrograde.
But the moon do the same thing. It does like the
moon loops as well. Actually, the moon people that's what they show us for years about the moon sticking around us and being stuck to us is somehow off. It threads us like a needle as we go through our orbit. So the moon actually doesn't make full circles around us. It's threading us, and it appears like it's full circles. So it's just like if one string you're drawing slower, but you're making the moon string faster, going back and forth as it goes around our bead, is how it actually moves.
Yeah, it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, and it goes around pretty quick. It's more than once a day.
It goes fast. But
Right.
anyway, you guys have see the observation lately in the sky?
What celebration?
Say that again.
The observation in the sky. Did you observe anything special in the sky lately?
Oh,
No.
lately have I go to bed pretty early, and where I'm at, there's a lot of light pollution.
You don't have to look. You just have to look at the news.
Are you
The
talking?
news. Well,
Are you talking about that strange 14 mile long or however long it is lump of rock that's moving towards us?
Yeah, that big one. The
Three-Eye
same thing
Atlas.
with Oumuamua.
Okay.
But what I want to say about that, though, there's no pattern. That means we are entering a rock zone. Our sun is going through, but there's more rocks going to come towards us.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, you're kind of right. Like so our sun goes around some kind of 260,000 years plus to get around the galaxy. So as we drive through that, we're running into different things in different orbits, and that's what this thing is. It's not with us. It's like on the highway in the passing lane, and it's going around us.
Yeah, but they're going to be
They're trying to say it's a comet, but it's not a comet. Excuse me.
It's another rock.
They were trying to say that it was They were trying to say it was a comet or some sort of a rock coming towards us, but it's not. It's actually a ship. It's 17 feet by 7 feet.
If they come back. So the people
and it'll be here around October 15th.
Yeah, they keep changing the date. They said it was the 29th. They said a few things, but on that date, that's just the date it's behind the sun, and we can't look at it. So that's very odd that they're choosing that as the date to say stuff about, is the date where it actually has already passed us, and we can't see it on that side of the sun. That's where everybody is saying something's going to happen, is when we can't see it. Just letting y'all know, is when it passes Jupiter, and then it goes behind the sun, and we're on the other side.
What are they speculating might happen?
I actually have information that's closer to that. It's nothing of anything that you're saying at all.
They're saying it's going to slow down and send probes to Earth. That's why it's going on this path. But that's people that believe it is, a manufactured artificial thing.
No, this is real, dude.
But if they want to slow down a comet or anything, they can just shoot a laser at it. You're not going to see it with your eyes, but it will slow down anything in space. So they can fake it. Right?
No.
A laser won't shoot that far. I mean, they have lasers that will, but it won't. We don't have ones yet that'll power stuff that shoot that far. But we can shoot a laser to the moon, maybe, but it's not going to do much.
I don't have to do much. You can just throw a quarter at it.
Why would we need to shoot anything? If it's not threatening, it's not doing anything, it's just appearing, and then it lands, why would we have to shoot it?
Because
what is it going to land on?
You know how magic trick work? And Divine, do you know how a magic trick work?
I'm not really too keen on it, but no.
No, it's an illusion. It's a trick that people do because, it's entertaining for the people. But the fact is that a magic trick itself, you don't tell nobody. You just do it, and people get not overwhelmed, but when you get the spark inside of you, like you're impressed about something because you don't know how it works. But anyway, humans are like that. They can make magic trick to blind the masses.
Well, the interesting about if it's outside of our solar system, it might have different, periodic table, new elements involved in it, and stuff we've never seen or studied before, even if there's no life on it, even if it's not artificial. And also, if it's being carried by any other gravitational body, we have to study it in that way of, does it have an orbit? because we have to look out for what's bigger and heavier than it that's keeping it in this orbit, because that would cause problems to our solar system if something 12 miles long is rotating around something else that's 700 miles wide that is off to our left that we haven't seen yet.
Guys, I just
It's
want to quickly
actually 17 feet by 7 feet. And the whole thing is it is a ship. And it is piloted by people. It just doesn't just fly around and something to do.
Right.
That would be
Guys,
cool.
I just want to quickly welcome D Prophet. He's going by looks like vitalism. Hello, D Prophet. Have you got anything to say or add to the conversation?
Hello, D Prophet.
Turn up your microphone.
We can't hear you, D Prophet. So yeah, go ahead, Chickpea. D Prophet, chime in when you can.
Why are you?
Sorry, go ahead, Divine. Sorry, Divine.
Yeah, Chickpea, you're saying 17 feet by 7 feet. So is it like 2 coffins? What's in there?
I might have the dimensions incorrect. Let me look.
Sorry, it was Divine. It was Divine speaking. Sorry, Divine.
Osiris's coffin.
Yeah, but I think I heard it was like 200 meters of ice inside of it, something like that.
No.
But that's one version. There's many people that talking about it, but one of the scientists say they detected water. So,
Well, if it's too watery, it's going to melt when it gets beyond Jupiter.
yeah, it melt or just like explode or.
A lot of comets sun dive, but this one's not getting close to us or the sun. It goes between Mars and Jupiter, and then it goes bye-bye, like it's hitting the passing lane and just never stopping, apparently, and not rotating around the sun. That's what makes anything interstellar, is it doesn't have a gravitational relationship with our sun.
To us, yes. Yeah. No, they don't
It's
have
on its
anything.
own path. Its GPS coordinates have nothing to do with our sun, and it's passing us.
But that's why I was saying that since Oumuamua and this one, we're gonna enter another like asteroid field or something, but interstellar asteroid field,
Like a
not
galactic field, right? Like a galactic
Yeah.
field. And this could be particles from anything that wasn't there last time around. Who knows? 250,000 years ago.
Oh,
The
yeah.
last time we went through this area was a long time ago.
Yes, yes.
So we celebrated with that 2012 Mayan calendar thing, right? So it's just like, if that was real, the Mayan or Aztec 2012 calendar, then maybe that was the mark. They said, oh, sometime around that time we hit some weird stuff in the galaxy, and they were giving us a heads up. But now it's been 12 years later, 13 years, that we're like, hey, we forgot about it. We're not really worried about it. Y'all were 13 years off,
Oh, yeah, to give or take, the system is pretty big and it keep moving.
Yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're talking about 260,000 years some cycle.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, the Earth tilt is every 27,000 year cycle that it tilt from 23 to 27 degrees, something like that.
Yeah, I like how the Egyptian hats and all their sculptures and their reliefs are at 23.5 degrees, which is equal to our pole axis.
Yes.
The pharaoh's hat is the same as the axis of the earth. And I'm like, what? How did they figure out that?
I think they just tried to keep the knowledge that they had. And
before the Ice Age. That's why I think that people were pretty smart before the last Ice Age, and it really effed us up.
Yeah, oh yeah, big time. But the Ice Age or the melting of the ice that created the flood too.
Something really messed us up beyond 9,000 years ago, because I bet you we had simple steam stuff at least, and hot air balloons.
Oh yeah, we had air balloons since the 1300. 13 to 1700, and after that,
that's before radio and telegraph. So to me, there's no reason to think that we couldn't have, had skin and made things to put hot air in to float around.
Or lift rocks,
and then steam engines are really easy once you make basic tools and pipes.
Yep. No, it's pretty simple stuff. Yeah. Thermal. Yeah, hydromechanic.
So, but we haven't found Egyptian stuff besides the Baghdad battery, and then some stuff that maybe looks like they used water pressure with Egypt. We haven't found real electricity. We found the reliefs that look like electricity, but we haven't figured out if they used those obelisks for something that was communication or actually sending, like, wireless energy or something.
Well, I think they find something, but they kept it hidden to the masses. Because if you find a technology, you're gonna try to reverse engineering, and as soon as you can utilize the technology, then you're gonna
You're a
use it as
step
your
ahead
own.
of everyone else if you don't
Yeah,
tell them.
oh yeah, you don't tell nobody. You just do it. That's our like cult. Not cult. That's a bad word. That's how like people get inside of a group and not infected. That's a bad word. But like like the church, like the Illuminati went inside of it and they changed it for this purpose or that purpose. Fuck, there's so many words, man.
Right. I think if secret societies had information that they're holding back, most of it is space weather.
What about the stuff that was in the pyramid that they took out?
Right. What was in that empty box? I think it was books.
But that was the box, but that was the shafts that rise the king's chamber. But they were like column there. They were socket. There was like a resonator that was there. Right?
I still think writing stuff down, though, is the best knowledge. So I think it was a book, and the book explained the real use of the pyramid and the math and how it relates to stuff. And here we are with just the pyramid trying to figure it out. It's like someone giving you a T-square without the marks on it, So it's just like we're still working on it.
Oh yeah, we're not smart people.
I think the pyramid explains a lot of world geometry before we supposedly invented geometry.
Yeah, in a way, yeah, because like we lost the knowledge, and then somebody else brought it back, and that was the Greek and the Indian.
In our own lifetimes, our own history is all it is. Each time is a bringing back of what the Greeks taught. That's what I've noticed with 300 to 600 year cycles. So it's just like we had the fall of Troy, we had Homer, and then eventually we had Alexander the Great, and then we had Caesar and Jesus, and then we fell backwards. We had the Dark Ages before we had the Renaissance. And the Renaissance was bringing back Socrates and Greek idealism.
Yeah, there's that. But there was like, you know anything about the Tartarian?
Not really. That's it. I saw a map the other day, and people were arguing that's uncharted Siberia 500 years ago.
Yeah, it's what was that was there, but that was happened before the flood.
I'll be right back.
There's more than one flood, but something happened. But anyway, those people has some cool technology, and then and it's the same thing with the wall of China. Like I don't think it's the wall of China. I think the Chinese were the evil people, and then they built a wall to protect against them, because that zone, Mongolia, is Genghis Khan. And when Genghis Khan invaded the world, he went towards Persia, and he used the Persian to keep pushing. And the Persian went all the way to Africa and all the way to the island of Canary Island. So,
is D Prophet back yet? He's there, but he's not there. He's muted.
He has to go in your stream on the other side and click on mute.
I don't know.
Maybe shy.
Right. Chickpea, what's going on? Where's your head at?
I wanted to know about her box, the 17 by 7 foot spaceship thing. I was hoping it had something to do with, Osiris or Horus or the maybe set.
Not something.
Yeah, and I think that was Divine, brother. She left. She dropped out, but hopefully she can come back.
At the moment,
having said that, Chickpea has seen UFOs apparently.
No, I haven't. No. Oh yes, sorry. The Triangle in London back in when was that? I saw that 2000, something like that. In the 1990s. Yeah, that strange triangle. Other people have seen it. I googled it, and I wasn't the only one that saw that particular triangle. Strange triangle just resting in the sky. It's quite common, actually. Why are you laughing?
There's nobody laughing.
Coughing.
What?
Coughing.
I'm coughing.
Yeah, there was a strange triangle early hours of the morning.
No, they weren't laughing, Chickpea. They were coughing.
I googled it, and I'm not the only one that saw it. Other people do see it.
Fair enough.
I'm having a terrible battle with fleas at the moment. Honestly, there's cats of mine. They're all living outside. They come home, bring the fleas home. Lots of fleas everywhere. And I can see it has to do with it all.
Right. Have they bit you yet?
Yes.
Oh,
I have
dear.
been bitten.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Lyme disease?
What? I don't know why they was.
You can't get Lyme disease from fleas, right? You can only get it from ticks, right?
Oh yeah, ticks. Yeah.
Is it?
But hey, Retro, you were talking earlier. You said you've had a few experiences now. Have you had any other weird paranormal experiences, or would you like to talk about some of those synchronicities that you had? Mind-blowing synchronicities.
I probably don't have it all together right now in my head, for the synchronicity thing. But I mean, it was
no problem.
Pretty profound, and I'm trying to do a show basically on just that with a friend of mine that has similar things happen. And we were trying to go in it together sometime. Maybe we can both go on your show sometime, but we were supposed to have lunch or coffee soon before we do it.
No, cool. That'd be great. Yeah, I'd love to hear your stories in that regard, So I really am interested in synchronicities because I've had a few myself.
What have you had?
I've had numerous synchronicities. I mean, I'll give you one weird example. This is a weird example, but I was in bed asleep. This is probably about 2015 and 2014, I'd say maybe. And every morning before I went to work, I used to check the news, at my desktop. Before I, after getting out of bed, I'd sit there drinking my tea and I'd check the news.
Yeah.
And basically, before I woke up, I was having a dream. And in the dream, I was walking along in an industrial estate, on the edge of town somewhere, right?
Yeah.
And it was nighttime, and it was a dimly lit. It was there were street lights.
Yeah.
And as I was walking along, in my mind, I decided, you know what? I'm going to turn back the other way and walk back to where I came from, right? Mm-hmm. This was in the dream. Yeah. And just as I did so, the lights went off, the street lights. And basically, I remember thinking in my dream, it's probably nothing to worry about. It's probably just the local authority trying to save money because there's no one around at this time, Mm-hmm. Anyway, I woke up, I went to my desktop, and in fairness, it was the second news story I came to, right?
Yeah.
And it was local authorities trying to save money by switching off streetlights at nighttime.
All right.
Now that is weird, right? Now it did actually have some later significance because I did actually move to a place where I could see an industrial estate. Well, it wasn't. It was like it wasn't a really harsh industry. It wasn't a hard industry, but it was an industrial estate from outside my window of the place I lived in, and I feel that place perhaps was a turning point in my life as well. It has turned out that way,
Why is that?
Well, it just maybe it was a place I kind of lived that I would say has made me think about, for example, Gnosticism, has made me think about spirituality. It was a place where I started thinking about all these things, you know.
All right.
So and also it was a place where I started questioning reality more and more,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, the RA's done that to me.
And
Yeah.
so yeah, there was some significance there. Weird. Another one I had was I was having a dream, and this lady's name was mentioned in the dream. And when I woke up, and a rather important letter had come, and it was signed by the first name that had been mentioned in my dream.
All right.
Her name was Ruth. Now I don't know any Ruth. I didn't know the lady who signed the letter,
Yeah.
but the name Ruth was mentioned in my dream multiple times. So very strange indeed. I want to welcome Noodles. What did you think of that, Retro? Sorry, Noodles, before you say anything. What do you think of those two examples?
Those are awesome. I have a similar one that I guess wouldn't spoil my other story, so it's a more simple one than the ones I care to discuss right now. But yeah, I was used to research lots of stuff on the original television and how it was invented. And one night I'd stayed up late looking at old TV videos, and there was one particular video I had watched that was about, I guess, RCA's involvement with the old German stuff and how they were setting the Hertz frequency and using it, for mind control. And it was a very dated video that seemed very authentic, pre-AI days for sure. This was 10, 12 years ago or more. And I was like, I basically watched the video, maybe even saved it. And I also watched a video that night on that everything is a holographic projection, the holographic theory, the universe is a hologram. So I watched that. And those are the only two videos of significance I watched that night before going to sleep. And during my dream, Tom Cruise came to me in my dream and wanted me to join Scientology. And I was like, why is Tom Cruise in my dream? I woke up. And I think the holographic universe theory was put out by them. I would just say that right there. And the other video was gone. It didn't exist. The one about RCA and the Reich creating televisions to be a subliminal message machine. The video was completely wiped off the internet. It might have just been in my dream. But that was all. That was a small one.
Sorry, I was muted. I was saying that is bizarre and a real mindfuck as well. If you don't mind me saying, in terms of like, did that really happen? You can't tell, can you? But it's really unusual.
Because I searched for that video and didn't know if it was deleted, and it was like my favorite video I had found on classic television, being a mind control device. You can find videos on it, but I can't find the one that I swore I watched. Was disappeared the next day. And then another issue, I guess, close to it is the Mandela effect, meaning I'm not a strong believer in that, but I thought Bears was Berenstein, not Stain, I will say. But, being really young and having the book read to you versus spelling it yourself, so I mean, that one does bother me a little bit, but that's like the generic one, right? So for me, I was... in my late 20s, interested in cool cars. And there was a car I couldn't afford, when I was in my mid 20s. And it gets cheaper, right? As you get older and you find it on, a used car site. And I had marked the car and was maybe going to call the guy about this car. And the car was like a 2001 300ZX. So... I marked it down, and I was like, I might be able to afford this car. He's hopped it up a little bit. He has an aftermarket hood on it. I can talk him down because he probably abused the car, So I was like, it's actually in my price range, and it's got miles on it. And I was like, I always wanted to own that car. So I, saved it on the car market. And again, I woke up the next day to contact the guy about the car, and the car didn't exist. And not that he sold it and it didn't exist. There's no such thing as a 2001 300ZX. They were called the 350Z, after that. The ad was gone, and I didn't know if this was an effect of the Mandela effect, that they had the same 300ZX from 1991 to 1996 where they stopped selling it in the United States. In 97 on, they only had an import version with the right-hand drive, and you basically couldn't get a new 300ZX in the United States after 1997. And this is all information I didn't know until I looked it up, wondering what happened to the car I was about to buy.
And it very, very bizarre. It
doesn't exist. So there's no such thing as a 2001 300ZX in the United States, but it's called the 350Z after that, and it's a different car.
Shit, we lost Noodles. I don't know where he went. Hopefully he'll come back. But yeah, that was a very bizarre experience. Indeed. Have you had any kind of ghostly apparitions or anything like that?
I have a very strong memory of things, so that's my gift, is my memory. So the thing is, like, when something disappears, I really notice, and I'm like wondering if it's a strong dream that just felt so real that I find these things, like the video and like the car, and I couldn't separate it from reality in my brain, and it made me, think something else was going on because it, quote unquote, doesn't exist in my waking life. And yeah, but as far as ghosts, I have one ghost encounter. There's a old property near where I used to grow up, and it was the original largest mansion in the United States that was built by the settlers. And it's like out in the woods out here. And I used to go visit the spot, on and off, just like kind of as a dare, and break into it at night, climb this fence or not, or whatever. And it was like a place that, if you're older than a teenager, you might have the balls to go to and hang out with some friends, until they started putting surveillance cameras up. So I used to visit this old ruins. It was called the Roswell Mansion, and it was owned by a family called the Page family, who took the roof off and melted it into musket balls for the Revolutionary War. And I just used to love this spot, and I had never seen a ghost there, but people were afraid to go there after dark. And I had some friends from out of town, a girlfriend and a guy friend, visit me. And the girlfriend was my girlfriend. And then the guy came to visit, and he spent 2 days with me and wanted to know things to do in the area. So we drank a small mini keg of beer, and then we took off for this haunted house in the middle of the night, because he wanted to know what was going on in my area. Cool. So I took him there. And we brought a camera that had, what do you call that? The low light, so like, I guess thermal vision, or whatever you call it, night vision. I brought a video camera that had night vision. And so I took my girlfriend out there and him out there. We got in, and we're just wandering around the place. And he was into witchcraft, in his own way. And he liked the Necronomicon and the dark stuff. And he brought his book of Necronomicon, and he had me, help him decorate this wooden bowl and put symbols on it. And he took it into the basement of this abandoned, ruined house, and we tried to light the bowl on fire so he could do his chant. It was like a wine cellar in this abandoned mansion. That's all that's left is these front steps, the chimneys, and the wine cellar is intact in the grounds. So we get inside the wine cellar, and my girlfriend wouldn't approach and go in the wine cellar because it's pitch black in there. And I'd been in there a bunch, and I wasn't afraid of anything. So I go in there, and she's at the mouth of the cave kind of stuff, looking down at us, and we couldn't get it lit. And we had put like lighter fluid on it, gasoline, you name it. We had put everything that would light onto his bowl with grass or, flammable elements on it. It would not light.
Wow,
and
that's creepy.
As soon as we had like given up lighting, all our flashlights went out. The only thing that worked was the camera. So I'm sitting there with a night vision camera. My friend's trying to do some dark magic ritual, and I wanted to film it.
Whoa.
And we have no light now, and we're here at this really supposedly haunted mansion. And, we walk out or leave the cellar, and I'm having a conversation with the girlfriend. I'm having a conversation with him, and he seems disappointed he couldn't get the thing to light. We go to the front steps of the house, and to sit on them, to take a break kind of thing. And there's this large, old, probably 200-300-year-old tree that's very wide, big, giant tree sitting there, and I'm just like, I point the camera to the tree. And the camera, remember, has night vision. And then the camera showed this very large entity rise up and make its way toward us. All my hair stood on end. I said, we have to leave. And they said, why? And I said, I'll tell you when we get out of here. And it's just like the Blair Witch, nothing but sticks snapping all around us, like the sound of twigs snap, snap, snap,
Right.
snap, snap happening. My hair's standing on end. I said, let's get to the car. It felt like something was physically chasing us to the car.
Jesus.
And they started getting scared because of the way I was acting. And then I ended up making a copy of the videotape, which he shared, but I don't even know where the original copy is. But it was something, you know, at least human size, that moved very slowly toward us and was full lit on the night vision. So it was, I had never had a ghost experience. I felt weird about wearing the jewelry.
Tanel asked, did you get to review the footage? Yeah. Did you get to record it?
Yeah, I recorded it. Like I said, this was many years ago, so it was on an 8mm tape, and I made a copy for him, and I don't know if he showed it to any ghost shows or not, but I think I made 1 or 2 copies, but I don't even know where the original is anymore. It just says like ghost tape or something. So I don't know, Roswell or ghost tape. And this is the Page Manor is what it's called, and it's called the Roswell Mansion. Page Manor is different names for it, and it's a Revolutionary War mansion built by settlers in the very earliest times of America. And it's got like a like a cellar in the bottom. And if you walk, you know, I guess a quarter mile out behind the house, there's like an ice house built into the ground. But besides that, there's no signs of life out there, except there's a field and it's in the woods.
Tanel asked, was it an 8mm videotape?
Yeah, like the little cassette 8mm. Yeah,
Okay.
it was strange.
That is strange. You
I
reminded
felt
me.
odd about wearing the jewelry I was wearing that night, thinking like the thing could have followed me home on something, and that was what bothered me, because it felt like it wanted us to leave. And you know, I don't like that feeling, if you know what I mean, like something urging you to go. Indeed. Yeah, and we actually came back the next night, and it was nothing but bugs. Like, it was buggy. There was no bugs that night, none. The first night, and the next nothing but bugs. We were sweating our asses off. We left early and didn't stick around.
Right. And
the bugs were eating us alive.
Retro, have you had any other experiences?
I want to say the date of that experience. So that was July 3rd, the night before the revolution. So we were celebrating July 4th, and my friend came to spend the night. So we went there the night of July 3rd, which was weird because, again, they melted the roof off this house into musket balls for the revolution.
Wow. So do you think it was potentially July the 4th when it happened? Like, was it after midnight?
It could have been. I don't recall that, but I just we left the house probably at 10 at the night or later to go to this place in the middle of the night illegally to get in. Right.
They didn't welcome you, obviously. Do you know what side in the revolution your folks were on back in the day?
I mean, my family didn't come here. My personal family didn't come here till way after on both sides, but those people were definitely on the American side of the revolution. Was the John Page family.
A very
so
strange
I'm Scotland on my dad's side, and then Prussian and German on mom's.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So what about any other strange experiences? Seeing as you're new here, you seem to be full of them. It's great. This is what people like to hear here, you know.
Strange experiences. I guess the rest would all be UFO encounters. I as a person, I don't really believe, and I mean, people can believe what they want, but I've never met a smart alien thing. I don't have proof any smart aliens drive vehicles. It seems more like some kind of experimentation or weird stuff going on. But I used to hang out in my yard a lot, again, with friends, and we knew to look at stuff, you know, because I was highly interested in UFOs, and I used to try to film them or take pictures of them. And my friends knew it if they were over. And I said, if you see anything strange in the sky, you know, let me know, was like a general thing. Because in my neighborhood, for some reason, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, there would be 50% chance or more something strange would happen. I'll tell you a different show why, but Tuesdays and Thursdays became the day to come over to my house after 9 or 10 and watch the sky. And so Tuesdays and Thursdays, I was always interested in what was going on outside. And it wasn't long after sundown, and I was inside my cozy shed, and my friend had just stepped into the door frame of my shed, and we were having a conversation, and he's like, "Hey, what's that?" And I like shoved him out of the way because I knew he was seeing something in the sky. So I pushed him out of the way, meaning like he's not going to move fast enough as he's seeing something that's startling him. So I pushed him out of the way, and now we're both staring at it. And then I started running to the edge of my property to make sure I get a better view from the water's edge. So as I'm running, he's running with me. We look over the water, and what we see is a trail of sparks. So I would describe it as a slow moving shooting star or something like that. But when I say slow moving, this thing was barely moving 50 or 60 miles an hour if it was miles an hour. So it couldn't have been a shooting star. It was moving completely parallel to the river, and we were watching it, and it was just a trail of sparks. So it was like white hot, trailing sparks. You couldn't see a plane or anything. And then when it passed my property, maybe, less than a quarter mile, because the river is about 3 miles wide. Like I said, just under 3 miles wide. The thing was out, looked like it was over the river, meaning it wasn't out in outer space either. And it was a trail of sparks. And as it passed the property, less than a quarter mile after it went past the property, it exploded. When it exploded, this wasn't a normal explosion. It turned into like a graphic cursor that moved in vectors. So it looked like a cloaking machine was malfunctioning on something. And what we were seeing was the heat signature of the part they couldn't cloak. And then when the cloaking system was either turned back on or they adjusted something, it looked like it exploded by sending polygonal like vectors all around the actual object.
Wow.
And the thing looked big, like a minimum of 200 or 300 feet. And because it just looked like a trail of sparks initially, that weird is slow moving trail of sparks. And so I would say not
for you,
more
Retro. Sorry to change the subject slightly. Chickpea's interested in this, and I know Yvonne is as well. Have you heard of the soul trap theory? The fact that some people believe we're trapped here, and it's about trying to get out of here, trying not to be reincarnated here.
I would say I believe in what they're talking about, but I'm against that theory. Like, don't go towards the light and soul trap stuff. I think in its own, it's just a negative version of spirituality. But I understand what they mean, because in the Buddhist, supposedly the highest form of Buddhism, you get to choose if you want to come back or if you want to join the universal elite, off planet and without this terrible body of suffering. So, I think it has its base in spiritual reality. I just think it's an anti-spiritual belief for me. So I don't really believe in the soul trap as per se, but I believe in the karmic cycle of, the Brahmic stuff and how things go around and how this is suffering. But we're here, to me, it's exegesis and exegesis. I don't know if you're familiar with those terms.
Exogenesis. Can you? I've heard it before, but I can't offhand.
It means that the holy war was lost by the angels. We were defeathered, and we're sent here until we can bring every last MFer with us. We can't leave one behind, or we won't change.
Yeah. I mean, that's a kind of Gnostic idea in a way as well. It's like, in a way, it's good news because it's universalism, isn't it? It's like everybody gets saved, eventually.
Well, I think it's so exegesis isn't, or exegesis isn't Kali Yugi, but I think in that way they relate. So to get to the next yuga, we got to bring everyone with us. And that's what's holding up the cycle, is our distraction from ourselves. So people don't know themselves, and they do worship idols, and they do go to Burning Man and not look inward. They look outward on psychedelics when you should be looking inward instead of at a spectacle.
Okay. Chickpea, what do you think? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yes.
What do you think of what Retro's saying about forget about the soul trap theory, forget about wondering whether he's saying walk towards the white light, basically.
No,
if you could just keep that, I'm going to get a drink. I'll be right back, but just keep talking about that.
No, I'm the total opposite because I go along with people have come back from the white light. You know that tunnel that we're supposed to go down. People have come back. Now, no one's ever come back from the dark.
Have
So
you had a near NDE?
Have I had an NDE? I've had a bit of a weird time. I've tried. I should be dead, but something's keeping me here. So I don't know what that you would class that as being. But I have tried to leave, and I took a huge overdose. But the doctor said you shouldn't have survived that. But I did. I'm trapped here somehow. I hate the place.
To me, I've had 2 NDEs, and neither one of them did I have a negative white light experience. But I'm not sure. I mean, they could have. One of them could have been sleep paralysis or something else. But to me, I had 2 NDEs, and it did teach me things, but it wasn't about my travel afterwards. It was more about what I haven't completed here.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I discovered via hypnosis that there actually existed another dimension before being born into this one. That I was in a blue dimension. I watched my conception. I saw my fetus growing. Something happened to make the forehead collapse. So I put my hand out, this weird hand I had, and put a big V on it. But I was born with a huge big red V in my forehead. So my mother verified it. And there's something weird here because I should have died in a fire when I was in my early 20s, and I didn't. The outside was something happened from another dimension, woke me up, blah, blah. My unplugged phone rang. So I don't know what's going on, but I don't want another life. I hate it here. I hate this whole dimension. I hate the place. I know that I think it's a right bloodbath. I haven't got a good word to say. And as for sitting around waiting for everyone to do whatever, well, we're a nasty, cruel, bloodthirsty lot. And we are. And I believe that if you pay someone to carry out your dirty acts on your behalf, that is tantamount to doing them yourself. That's what I believe. So I just think I'm very much into animal rights and veganism. And I look at what we do to the animal kingdom. Quite frankly, I think we're a nasty, bloodthirsty lot. I don't have a good word to say for us. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't go around doing horrible things. In fact, I'm less likely to strike out than most nice people are. But I think we're a very, very cruel species. And what we do to animals just breaks my heart. And my whole life's thingied with that. It's just where I am.
Yeah, I mean, my heart might have stopped twice. One of them might have been a sleep paralysis, but the other one I was awake for. And then I was in a very bad car accident.
Yeah.
The different things that happened to me, like the car accident I was conscious for, but I lost lots and lots of blood. So I think different things contributed with my worldview at different points, and that worldview became spiritual at some point. And there was some kind of either collective consciousness or something else going on that I was witness to. So it made me believe in more, and my purpose was stronger. And I think that was the beginning of a show as well, our purpose. So it's like my purpose is different things, but one, I saw that thing when I was 18, and then another, I was in an accident and I had I think my heart stopped twice, and things happened to me when that happened. And I didn't recover, meaning I didn't go to the hospital, but I didn't recover for a couple weeks from the incidences, so it's just like, I was seeing golems and stuff like that, crouching giant figures for a week or two and not telling people after the NDEs.
Yeah. No, I should have died in a fire in Berlin when I was in my early 20s. But yes, the phone rang telling me to go to the kitchen, blah, blah. And if I hadn't woken up, got to the kitchen, the place would have been in flames. And I'm very unhappy about it. I'm not remotely happy about it, but it happened. And I took, it's but I'm not here to do anything. I don't serve a purpose. I'm completely useless. And I look after lots of cats and animals and things, but I'm useless and I don't care. I'm quite happy to be useless. I'm a complete waste of time. Hello?
Whoa.
Aren't you going to say anything to me saying that about myself? Silence. Hello?
We don't think you are.
Hello.
I'm meant to be.
Oh, look who's here. Look who's here. Perpetual pleasurist, get on here, sir. He says, perpetual pleasure is your purpose. And he says, that's why we're here, to find perpetual pleasure.
All right, okay. Yeah, good luck with that. I suppose if you're drunk all the time, we'll take drugs, I suppose.
Nice one, PP. PP, come on here, brother.
The thing's me, I don't take drugs, and I don't take drugs or drink or anything. So what would give me pleasure? I'm also celibate, of course.
Well, breathing gives you pleasure. The oxygen is the drug.
I wish.
The oxygen is a drug, like helium and any other gases.
Well, it doesn't make me high, I'm afraid. It doesn't.
Not you,
No, I'm
but
afraid
the stuff inside of you. The
Well,
stuff that live inside of you
Yeah,
may
but
hallucinate.
but my body's a trap. The meat bag is a prison. It's just a meat bag prison.
It's temporary, and it's a good like we're free in it to do a lot of things. So having a body, we can do other things with that body. I feel like some plants and some gods don't even have a body.
I would far rather not have a body and be free to just fly around without the body. And
You can get one of those too.
What?
You can get one of those too, or in the next one, you'll have a body to fly around in, astral travel and stuff like that, and be a butterfly or a bird in your next life, or be a swarm of insects.
I don't want to come back here. I don't want to come back. I think this planet is an absolute bloodbath. Absolute bloodbath.
Then don't go towards the light.
I'm not going towards the light. I've already said I'm going to the dark. I've already said it. I'm going towards the dark. I have to keep,
But you have 7 levels to pass before you can exit. Because you have 7 levels to pass before you can exit this.
If you go, that's if you go into the
Dante's
light.
Inferno.
Yes, yep. I know. It's a horror story, in my opinion, and I believe it. It's an absolute horror story, and it makes me sick. I mean, we're born on this planet with
it's all delusion.
Nasty hierarchical shit, and then when you leave here, you've got that to put up with. That when you die, apparently you're going through a checkpoint to the next bloody place.
Well, hold on. There's only one person here who's had a near-death experience, right? So, what happened? Retro?
I mean, I have only had, I guess, one that I think was a legit one. I'm saying I don't know what makes them legit, but one time I woke up and I couldn't breathe, and I thought my heart had stopped, and my eyes bulged out of my head almost until I could breathe again. And I don't know if that was a sleep paralysis moment or not. But the other one was different, and it was, I was awake, and I believe my heart stopped, and it was like time froze when my heart stopped, and it was like, those, I guess, movies or effects where the floors are all coming at you.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it was kind of like that, but it was an extra thing going on. There was these, I guess, creatures that were cascading out of folds and space in front of me. So there was like, I could see the room, but it was like there was leaks in the room, and the room was leaking like a geometric pattern, flooding these small creatures into my space. And these creatures are very hungry, and I would just call them like small rabid langoliers or something. So these things were actually eating time. And I was, part of that time, and I felt them heading towards me, like the goal
That is weird.
was going to be to bite my heart, because I couldn't feel it, and I was having a problem breathing, and I wasn't panicking, but instead of panicking, this is what happened, meaning time stopped. These things were pouring out of like geometric cracks. So it's just like, empty space was unfolding into these things, kind of like if you poured water on steps these things were kind of flowing at me, and they looked like creatures, and I would say creatures that looked like small alligators eating everything.
Whoa.
And they were albino and cyclops, one-eyed little alligator things, and they were scaring me. Like I said, I couldn't speak, and they were getting closer and closer to me. And as they got closer, that's when my chest felt very sharp. And eventually I snapped out of it. But I was, this was the event where afterwards I was seeing golems crouching for like 2 weeks, meaning large things out of the corners of my eye were crouching. Like it would look like big golems were on the corners of buildings and where cars were parked and stuff. And it seemed like things were watching me a lot.
And
how
long ago was this, Retro?
I was about 30.
Okay.
So it was 20 years ago.
Right.
And so this thing that happened to me with all that, it also led me somewhere. So when I had the feeling, and for 2 weeks I was feeling odd about it. I mean, I actually went to a doctor several weeks later, and they said my problem was I had run out of adrenal gland, but that could have been a sign to me that the heart was having a problem, meaning because your last ditch effort for your heart is the adrenaline. So for some reason I'd used it up. And when I used it up and the heart skipped a beat, this is what happened until it could kickstart itself. And after that, I had a strong memory, and it was of childhood. And the memory was that people were always taking things out of my left hand. And I was raised right-handed, and I was still working. I was working 2 jobs at the time, and I couldn't stop. So I go to work, and I pick up a pen and a colored pencil and a piece of mat board at the custom frame shop I worked at. And I started drawing effortlessly with both hands simultaneously, and realized I was always either left-handed or ambidextrous, and I had blocked it out for most of my life.
Maybe your parents or teachers had taught you to use your right hand, because that's what they did with left-handed people back. I know you're not that old, but I know that they used to do that. Like,
yeah, they did it to me.
Did they do it to you? Are you left-handed?
Right, they always took things out of my left hand in school and growing up. Right, they said use your right hand, use your right hand.
Wow.
And they would say turn right. That's the hand you write with. Is how they taught us. I went to a private school that was almost military, and everything was right hand, right hand. Learn to write with your right hand. And like I said, the recessed memory came back during that time after my NDE. And actually what got me into the art world was being ambidextrous and, doing 40 drawings a day until I got an art show. And it did change my life.
Really? And you became a professional artist, right? From that?
Right.
At some point? Wow. That's an amazing story, brother. Those creatures, I mean, they sound like loosh monsters, like coming to eat the suffering.
Okay, what is that from? What religion?
You've heard of loosh, right?
Maybe I don't know how it's spelled. So
Loosh. It's quite a common. It's quite a common term in the kind of alternative beliefs
not aware of it.
or alternative speculation. So basically, some people theorize that we are living in what is termed a loosh farm, and there are entities out there that we can't see, right, beyond our perception, that are basically farming us to feed off suffering. Okay, for some reason, our suffering energizes them. That is a belief some people have, and some people have said they've seen these entities, and they are basically not our friends, as it were. And they want to keep us here because they're living off us, basically.
Yeah. In fact,
well, I've painted and drawn the things I've seen, so I don't know where they are now, but I've made some old paintings of the stuff I was seeing.
I mean, I'm not saying I believe that, but I'm just saying that is a thing people talk about. You've watched a lot of NDE stuff online. Has anyone ever spoken about seeing creatures similar to the ones you've seen? Are you there? Are you there, Retro? We lost you, Retro.
Oh, sorry. They're eating each other, and they were like the size of small frogs, but they were very rabid.
Sorry. Can you start again? Because we lost you from the. I said to you, have you heard anything similar from your research on NDEs?
No.
Okay, and then what did you go on to say? Sorry, because we didn't hear you for quite some time.
They're about the size of small frogs. They looked albino, but they had very sharp teeth and pointed heads.
We lost you again. We're being attacked.
Okay. Can you hear me?
So they're about the size of small frogs. Yeah, I can hear you. They're about the size of small frogs, and they look like alligators, white alligators with a cyclops eye. Is that right?
Yeah, and their skin was, and you could see through their skin, like you could see veins underneath.
Translucent. Okay. Interesting.
And they were eating each other as well as kind of spilling into everything else. They were eating each other.
Sound a bit like
It does sound terrifying, brother. You should try and do it as a prompt. You know, you can make AI videos now. You should try and make an AI video of it for us or something.
I haven't typed that in yet, but I did type the sheepdog insect thing in there.
Yeah, that'd be cool. If you drew them perhaps and then got the AI video or something version of it as well, that'd be cool. We could maybe see what it looked like. Sorry, Chickpea, what were you saying?
I said they're a bit like us lot, you know. Well, you know, we eat the farm. We eat the animals of this world, and we eat their flesh in order to keep going, and they're eating us. So really,
right, it is a bit like it's a bit like it is life, I suppose. Yeah,
it's like those shit, isn't it?
I mean, honestly, the closest thing I've ever seen to what it is without trying to describe it as an animal is, have y'all ever looked at the super like electromagnet stuff of like the smallest, I guess, DNA when it replicates itself?
No, go ahead. Can you say that again? Sorry,
when DNA replicates itself, if you've ever seen like electron microscope variations or animations of it, that's the closest thing I've ever seen to what I was looking at.
That's really weird.
DNA is very strange when it self-replicates.
I've looked at the weird kind of like it looks like robotics going on when you zoom into DNA, and like you look at like also when you zoom into cells and stuff, and you see these things moving around that look like fucking robots. I mean, it's insane.
It's like a corkscrew floral pattern, but some of them have little eyeballs. Like they don't look exactly like albino frogs, but it looks like a generic version without the detail. So that I'd never seen that before. When I saw a video of replicating DNA things, that was the closest I've ever seen to what was in, what I was witnessing, except it looked more like something, you could, touch and feel, or it looks odd. But again, I couldn't move. I was paralyzed for this moment that was happening.
Wow.
But awake and not asleep.
Yeah.
But after that event, that's what gave me repressed memory, and I didn't fully describe the repressed memory. So I watched. There's a movie, and it's called Iron Monkey, and I had watched it maybe a week or two prior to all that happening. And in Iron Monkey, there's a doctor that's in it in the Kung Fu movie who writes with both hands simultaneously to write a prescription in Chinese lettering. And I also, besides having the repressed memory of people taking things out of my left hand, I wondered if they had really done that, or if that was an actor and an extra hand thrown into the scene. And that's one of the reasons it sparked me to try it myself, just to see if it was possible. And I can write forwards or backwards, upside down, left or right with either hand simultaneously while the other one writes the other direction. And I didn't know that was possible until this happened, and I had seen that movie and asked myself question, is that real? Besides having the repressed memory of things.
That's quite the skill you have there. You can write either hand, you can write upside down, backwards and forwards.
Yes.
Wow.
We all can do it.
Mirror writing or left and
Divine,
right.
what did you say, Divine?
We all can do it.
Actually,
Divine can do it too, apparently.
I can't. But I've noticed about Arabic writing.
Yes, you can.
The girl Dido, the musician, she went on a show and did it. This was
The
after I'd been
situation that
doing.
we're having here is that we don't realize that we are multidimensional beings, not here from Earth. Okay, now I'm going to start connecting in with everything that I forgot earlier, and I had to shut my phone down because it needed battery charging. Okay, so what a lot of people are seeing with this so-called comet or rock coming into the atmosphere is actually a ship from Sirian Galactic Center, and it's coming to Sirius B. This ship is 7 miles by 15 miles long. And what it's going to do is it's going to shift to a higher frequency band than what we've been holding up to this point. It travels 130,000 miles an hour, and that's on cruise control. It looks like a huge battle cruiser or transport ship from the sixth dimension, and the last time that this happened was 4,000 years ago. In physical, we are seeing a rock inbound, but no one is from Earth. We have been here a couple 100,000 years, and there's something about us that we inherently know. But the planet tries so diligently to a lot of us using a lot of money behind it, keeping a lot of people unconscious. This creates division and separation with the end goal, keeping as many frequencies as beings down as low as they possibly can so they don't graduate. I wrote this down a week ago. It's coming from the outside of our solar system. Guides told us to call this thing the bridge. It is an interdimensional transport from the galactic center, Sirius B. There was a Stargate opened in Florida earlier this year. That Stargate was also for Sirius B. It came in right by Mars. It ferries souls from the galactic center from the outside of this place, and it points directly at our sun as it gets closer to Venus, and it does this bend on the 16th. So people who are leaving will be on that starship, and the souls needing to be dropped off here will be transported in by that ship. This ship is emitting colors, 23 different colors, spectrum. The colors look like a band of DNA. There is a telescope out of Hawaii that took this site of it, not Hubble. Only 4 were red. The rest of the bands of the colors were upper dimensional, higher color spheres. The DNA band of colors is the key. This is also a DNA activation, not only for this planet, but it's going to affect the multiverse of planets, planet Earth and the surrounding planets around it. You have to remember that the human eye can only see a limited band of width of light that it can perceive. A lot are unperceivable by the third eye and are visible with the pineal gland activation. Activating the DNA is all energy and frequency, vibration and sound. Guides said to imagine as you get into our solar system that it's like a big lake. What happens when you come with any object that's older than our solar system? Now, as soon as that energy signature touches our bandwidth, it's like putting one drop of activation in the sea. Water remembers and transmutes very fast, as above, so below. That's another story. Imagine frequency that is ancient and compressed with knowledge and data from the galactic center. When this key comes around, it will unlock the sphere of influence and the dome or shield over the atmosphere of Earth. This is a light key that will unlock the Earth and the solar system, 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensionals and higher. Okay. The mothership is also going to be involved in it, which holds a frequency. You have to tune into these higher frequencies. That's why the veil must be lifted to see what's been hidden from us. A lot of people do not understand what a multidimensional self is. May reactivating of the DNA to get them to understand. Light codes activate to reactivate the brain in order for us to understand that we are multidimensional beings, not from this earth.
You heard it here first. Where did you get that from, Divine?
My guidance system and
Thank you.
So what preparation work are you going to do? Do you have to do any groundwork for this, or you just let it happen?
No, if you remember when I first came on the show, I told you I've been on the mothership. This is connected to that.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, you poo-pooed me off before, but you know what? My light is still got to shine, baby. Everywhere I go, I've got to tell people. I've got to tell them.
I don't tell
Okay.
you not to talk your truth. You know, it's your truth, and it's up to you to
Okay.
declare it if that's what you want to do, darling.
Yeah, I wanted to hear more of your story, and then you were not on, so I've been waiting to hear more of it.
Yeah.
Well, I had to click off because my phone was getting extremely hot. They've been monitoring me like crazy lately, and my phone's getting really hot. I can't even touch it. So I had to get off in order to plug it back in order to get some more battery in order to be part of this whole thing. But
Yeah,
they seem to
StreamYard
be
always makes my phone heat up when I use it. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard, but it heats
they
up my
seem to
phone
be
too.
very interested in what I say and do lately, and it doesn't faze me in the least. I don't care. I've got protection and I'm not worried about it, but you know, it's still exasperating and causes inconveniences to us people here on Earth. So anyways, ask your questions. I'll try to answer them.
The host or anyone?
Yeah,
Anyone.
no, she was talking to you, Retro.
Okay. Oh, talking to me. So you said that we all can. So what's the difference in not being able to be ambidextrous or writing forwards and backwards?
It's all in the head. What you think you can do, you can. Whatever you think you can't, you can't. And it's just that
So if
simple.
you make it a belief, it becomes real.
Correct.
So my brain changed, even if the memory was real or not. My brain changed to make me realize
you're asking a question that only you know. In other words,
well,
every time someone asks a question like that,
memory.
the answer is always yes. Okay? As above, so below, every answer is always yes. I don't know what they're calling that noise that's coming through, but I didn't hear you.
Like my after I watched that movie, I'm saying it's called Iron Monkey. That guy wrote with both hands. I didn't really think about it that much that day, but after what happened to me when I felt like my heart stopped, and when I got out, I feel like I had less time on Earth, and then I had the repressed memory, you know, so the repressed memory was using my left hand. So I wouldn't think everybody had the same repressed memory to activate it. That's all I was saying.
Oh, okay. I have to start out with the fact that I do not watch movies at all.
You love Iron Monkey.
As far as the ambidextrous things go, is everyone has that gift. They just don't realize they have that gift. That's all it is.
Right. When it happened to me, I
developed the gift of doing that back when I had sons. I had one son that was left-handed and one son that was right-handed, and I says, God damn it, I'm going to be both. And ever since then, I've been both. But then it has a lot to do with how you have to balance your left and right hemisphere of your brain. The more balanced your left and right hemisphere is, the more you work with both simultaneously, which brings you to a higher state of consciousness anyways, and makes you more balanced in your physical body with a direct connection to the divine of all that is. And when you're in that space, everything and anything you can possibly conceive can happen.
So, Divine, can you actually write with both your hands?
Yes.
I can.
All right, okay. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think also it's all to do with your childhood conditioning. If you're conditioned from the minute you're bloody born, you can't do this, you can't do that, they're going to believe it. Because I've noticed that for myself.
There's a video or two on my page on the shorts that there might be like a thing on my, main page that says, check this out. And it's, I do some drawings on there with both hands and writing. Right. Writing videos are a little older, but they're not they're barely a year old maybe.
Yeah.
And I've been painting for a while. So my oldest video on YouTube is I'm painting, a wall or glass or something, and it is ambidextrous, and it's from like 2010 or something.
What I find interesting about the whole left-handed, right-handed thing is that the Arabians must, at a time, have been left-handed by simple virtue of the fact that they write from right to left. Because if I was left my own devices, I'd write from the right to left. I'm left-handed totally.
The Hebrews read the opposite way as the original ones too.
Oh yeah, same. Yeah, so they do it too. Yes. Because they killed all the left-handers off. Even the Brits did it. In the last century, they were still killing us, left-handed people. Because
Yes, I remember the nuns used to slap us on the hand if we wrote with a left hand.
Yeah, I used to get.
Yeah, that conditioning is
so-
still around.
Yeah, I used to get hit.
That type of stuff happened to me in public school. Freaking kindergarten, I was being
Hey,
taught,
darling.
don't use the left hand, man. That's the demon's hand. You got to use the right
Yeah,
hand.
I used to get that. I used to get hit. Yeah.
Is there a place where I can share a quick link of what?
Yes, you can
Is there
share
a
it. Yeah, you can share it on the Steam on the other side where you register to talk.
The chat? Can I do it in their chat? In the chat?
Yeah, you can do it in the chat or in the YouTube chat.
Why not?
If you write in chat on YouTube now, Retro, what I'll do is I'll make you a moderator, and then you can share whatever you want.
Okay.
Just say hello, and I'll make you a moderator.
I have to go back.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So, Divine, you got any tips for getting rid of fleas?
Yes.
What? What's your tip? Divine. Have you got any tips for getting rid of fleas? Cat fleas.
I think she's asking for help on
Fleas?
tips on getting rid of fleas.
You got any herbal tips for getting rid of fleas?
You know what? Just as you asked, it went out my brain.
I heard
Just a
essential
second,
oils
let me
are really good for
Let me
getting rid
get
of
back
ticks.
grounded here.
Naughty cats are all outside picking up fleas. Bring them home to mommy.
What's that earth that you can get? It's like really dry earth, and it takes the moisture out of things. I heard that does it, right?
Well, I don't have carpets in my flat, so my flat's very, very, because I've got so many cats, it's very, very boxy. I don't have carpets, don't have mats, nothing, because I've got all these cats. Bloody fleas everywhere. Bloody jumping at me, and oh God, sounds disgusting, doesn't it? It is disgusting.
If Retro is still there, he can comment in StreamYard, and I'll make him a moderator on YouTube, and then he can also comment the link in StreamYard, so we can do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Divine, have you ever grown comfrey?
Oh, I love comfrey.
Oh, I've started growing it. Yes, good stuff, isn't it? Isn't it fabulous?
It's excellent. I'm just going to crack open a bottle that's probably like 20 years old.
Wow. What? Do you turn it into wine or something?
No, I just put it up probably about 20 years ago and put it in a bottle and completely forgot it was there. And then all of a sudden I just found it and it's like, oh, cool.
Yeah, I've got a whole load growing. I'm going to start making my own comfrey ointment. Because I've noticed it's very, very good for skin. It's very good for skin, isn't it? And things.
So is there anything else?
Something very strange is happening here. I've noticed Gaia is left-handed, right?
Yeah, no, I was left-handed.
Chickpea.
I'm ambidextrous
we
now.
think differently.
All right, well, you're ambidextrous. Chickpea. Divine is ambidextrous. Retro is ambidextrous. And Tanel in the chat is left-handed. We've got some very different stuff going on here.
Yeah, our brains
I am right-handed myself, but I don't know. What are you, Yvonne?
I'm right-handed.
Okay, yeah.
I try to practice with the left one.
Yvonne is the brains of the outfit. That's why.
Yes. I'm more grounded to her than everybody else, I think. Because everybody got stories and see stuff, but there is nothing. I try. I want to.
Chickpea.
I want to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Try dichometrious earth and apple cider vinegar.
Apple cider vinegar, right.
Yeah, that's the earth I was going on about, the really dry stuff.
I must write that down. Dichometrious earth. I'll put that to
What's
my
it called
bed.
again?
Dichometrious earth.
I don't know where Retro's gone.
Dichometrious earth.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down.
He's gone to put that thing in the chat.
Hopefully.
What that do today, Flea?
I'm in my bed, which is really lovely. I've got fleas in my bed. It could only happen to
Oh,
me.
so lovely. Fleas.
What?
You said so lovely. I got fleas in my bed.
What else can I say?
Okay, and if you want to use essential oils. Put some lavender, peppermint, eucalyptus in a spray bottle with water. Spray that all over the place. That'll get rid of them too. I don't remember. You
And
can
put
do
oil
like
in
just
it.
lemon water spray all over the place because they don't like citrus either.
All right. Okay. So let me just get it on the pen. Yeah.
Orange oil extract. That's what I was
Salt
about to say.
water.
Or just oil. It's good by itself.
Because these fleas, they're really hardy fleas as well, you know, because I've been spraying flea spray on them all over my bed. It doesn't kill them.
Are you sure they're not dead bug?
What?
And you have to vacuum.
Oh, I have been. They're really, really hardy fleas, I tell you. Very hardy indeed. Yes, it's yes, it would only happen to me. Well, I am yes. So right. I'm surprised.
I got to come back down to earth.
I've got what's a very, very high ESR. So I'm surprised the fleas are interested in me. Because mosquitoes aren't remotely interested in me. Most insects are, but the fleas still like me. And they like to suck up my blood. And you know when you pop them, all your blood spurts everywhere. It's really lovely. Well, I can't help it.
If they're in your bed, they could just be bed bugs.
No, they're fleas. No, they're from
Okay.
cats. Because my cats, when they come in from outside, they jump straight to my bed and they leave all the little fleas there. No, they're fleas. No, they're fleas.
Gaia, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah. I've just been sitting around watching around the twist lately.
Oh, lovely. You enjoying it?
Yeah, no, it was good. I got fucking butt hurt though at the end of season 1. I'm like, they changed almost all the cast. Fuck.
All right. To be honest with you, I can't remember them changing the cast, but yeah, I just remember the original one. Okay.
Yep.
But I don't know where Retro is. I hope you're all right, Retro, if you're listening. It was great to have you on. Hopefully you can join again in the next little while. But Gaia, what I'm going to do is I'm going to retire and leave you in charge of letting people in and out. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I got it.
I will listen for a bit, but I'm a bit tired now, obviously. But yeah.
For sure. Do what you got to do.
All right, guys. It was lovely being here. Thank you.
Bye,
I love you, DNW.
Bye, Grumpy Cats.
Oh, he's a doll.
Yes, he is cute, isn't he? Yeah.
He is, because, I mean, look at him. I mean, all of us misfits, all at this one community, all of us doing our own thing, all little, been treated all like pile of crap all our lives, and we all landed in the same boat. That's interesting.
Yes.
This the boat that DNW created. This is beautiful.
Meanwhile, my metaphor went the opposite direction. I'm like, yep, here we are at that outhouse.
Jeepers. I don't think it feels shitty at all.
Actually, I'm sitting getting sozzled on stinging nettle tincture.
I just dropped those links. I don't know if they ever made it or not.
Yeah, they're in there.
Yeah, it booted me out while I was trying. It closed StreamYard, so I had to reopen it.
What's the link about?
Oh, it's just drawing with both hands. I don't know. I tried to put 2 of them out there, but one of them is in the comments here in StreamYard, and then I tried to put 2 on the other thing, but I don't know if they appeared or not.
Doesn't using your right hand make
They're in the background chat.
Sorry.
The link is in the background chat. Sorry.
Yeah, there is one in there. Yeah. But those are from, I guess, this year. But I started doing this in 2003 on Good Friday. So I can remember the exact day I started using ambidextrous stuff. It was 2003 on Good Friday. And then I did it until I was steady painting by 2007. And then I probably had like 35 art shows. But, I do my own thing now, and I'm not worried about art shows. I'm trying to do, cartoons, and technology has gotten so good. So it's much easier now, even though it still takes, 3 hours a minute. But still, it's a labor of love.
But doesn't using your right hand make you aggressive? When I use my right hand, I become really wound up and aggressive.
I wouldn't know the difference. Would I know?
Huh.
I don't.
What?
I don't know
Interesting.
if I would
Yeah,
notice
I
the
do.
difference. I
Yeah,
work out a lot,
if
so
I
it's
use my
like
right hand,
I am aggressive.
that's what I'm saying. If I don't use my right hand, I have a hissy fit.
I
Yeah.
work out constantly, so I try to get all that out with
Oh, right.
throwing stuff,
Yes, that's a good
throwing
idea.
heavy
Yes.
things.
That's a good
Chickpea, what
idea.
you need is a case of peace and calming. And that's an essential oil that Young Living Essential Oil creates. It's one
Yeah,
of the best oils they've ever created. And I think that if you had a couple hundred bottles of that, you'd really enjoy it.
peace and calming.
Yes.
Okay, I'll have
Couple
to-
100 bottles of it.
Couple
Yes, sir.
Oh
hundred.
my
I mean, look at
goodness.
her. I mean, it's going to take more than one.
I use geranium oil a lot. No, the thing is, when I come on here,
No
you just
kidding.
hear. When I come here, you just hear the real me. I would never.
Right.
Oh, I
Well,
like
we're just trying to help you, the real you. That's all.
I don't behave like this in the outside world.
Every
Nobody-
one of us love you intensely. You know that, right? Okay. Because I mean, you're just a wonderful person, and you love
thank
cats,
you.
and
I love
anybody
cats.
who loves cats, I love. So
Yes.
we're on
Yes,
it.
I love cat lovers. I must admit. I love animal lovers. You know, I think someone likes animals. I forgive all their sins so long as they love animals.
I have just wild animals around me now. I don't have any
You're lucky.
domestics. I
Yeah.
have deer and raccoons
Yes, you
and
lucky thing.
eagles and all kinds of other goofy things like that. And I feed wild animals and birds.
You lucky thing. I envy
So
you.
that's
I really
my
envy you.
gig this time around.
Yeah, to have a deer come to your home, eagles.
Actually, there's more than one. The little
They
stinkers,
lucky thing.
they land in. I have like this really wonderful wide leaf plant that's out there. I don't even remember the name of it. And anyways, they like to sleep in that, so they squished all of that flat. So I've got probably like 20 feet of that stuff, and it's all flat from where they lay there at night.
Oh, wow.
And they lay there at night, so they watch me. They flattened all of my flowers, all of my little bushes. I don't care. I don't
Yeah.
care as long as they're around me, and
Yes.
they're kind of like protecting me. I like that.
Yes.
I like that a lot.
Yes.
So
I agree with
that
you
keeps
100%.
anybody else away.
Yes. But having deer around, because I love deer so much. I think there's no one in the world as gorgeous as deer. Especially the females. They are just the most adorable creatures. I mean, they're just unbelievably pretty. It amazes
I
me
used
that
to have all kinds of different birds that would land in the pond, but we're having a weather-related drought because of the assholes who are doing the weather. And of course, I'm being very graphic about that because the bastards are listening right now.
Yes,
Stop
I
fucking
know.
with the weather kind of shit,
Yes. Yes, I
So
know.
if they would stop messing with the weather, I'd have all the animals in the pond. But the animals have temporarily left the pond because of the weather
Yes.
manipulation.
I know what
Yes,
you're
that's
talking
more
about with that
believe
weather
it.
manipulation, though, because all of northern Nevada is turning into such a fucking bougie place. It's like Tahoe. Like, we're getting rain all the fucking time now and shit. And it's like, we just get so much more moisture and humidity, and there's actually plants growing and greenery. And it's like,
Yeah.
Oh, you
okay,
little shit! You've got our weather and we've got yours.
oh, exactly. No, you go down to you go down south in Nevada though, and it just turns into nothing but desert, just no greenery,
Shocking,
nothing.
isn't it?
Well, this
That's
used to
like
be
they
the most
lied about
green
the sea
planet.
level. It's not the sea level that rises; it's the clouds getting bigger and the rain's getting deeper when it hits.
Right? No, that's exactly what it is for sure. And
Do you watch geoengineering?
there's doing some engineering as well, but there's also just some fucking climate change as well. So it's a mixture of everything.
There's a guy called
No,
Dave
there is
Rickerton.
no climate change. They're messing with the weather, dude.
Yeah, they're messing around with something.
What you're saying?
It's
The
not-
Earth doesn't breathe; it doesn't inhale, exhale, ebb, and flow.
No. Don't you lot watch Dave
It doesn't
Wigington?
make that much of a change when it does that. I'm telling you, they're
Yeah, that's
manipulating the
true.
weather
No,
severely.
that's true. I'm just saying it's not like we're the fucking moon.
We
We're
have to
not some
start
like
being
static rock.
realistic. We need to start being realistic and realize what they're doing and stop putting our heads in the sand and look around and realize we are multidimensional beings, and they're trying to hide that. Now, if you want to participate, then maybe jump off the planet. Either that or figure it out.
Yeah. Now, I'll ask again. Don't you lot watch Jane Wigington
Who?
on YouTube? The guy that does the geoengineering thing. He's an American guy. He lives in that place in America. I've forgotten the name of the place where he lives in. He every Saturday night he does an hour show on geoengineering, blah blah blah, in America. I watch him every week. Dane Whittington he's called. Dane Wigington. American guy.
Never heard of him.
Haven't you? Oh, Hazel. But he talks about geoengineering and chemtrails and all the other shit they're up to. You know, in London, you know that I don't know if you know about.
It's not getting any of my energy. I've got more than my share of stuff that's giving my energy. I don't need to spread it out that thin.
Yeah,
chemtrails, that's one I'm more critical of.
Yeah, well, that's what he talks about.
I'm like, if chemtrails were really a thing, I think they would have fucking used the COVID vaccine and aerosolized that, and it wouldn't have been such a fucking political bullshit with everybody fucking yelling at each other.
Yeah. Anyway,
I saw a lady today with a freaking mask on. She was going like 10 miles an hour under the speed limit on the main drag, trying to slow up everybody behind her because she couldn't see past her fucking mask.
You know
what I told her to do? I rolled my window down and I looked over at her. I says, "Put the mask over your eyes. You might see better."
You know what makes me die is viruses can only be seen in the electron microscopes. I'm not quite sure why they think this cloth is going to help. It's a mystery to me. But in London, they've been they're blocking the sun over London, and you can actually literally feel it's like being under a dome at the moment. It's very, very hot, but it's big.
Isaac is here. Let's welcome him up to the stage.
Huh?
Sure.
Isaac is here.
Greetings.
How you doing, Isaac?
Doing well.
That's good.
Hello, Isaac.
That's good.
Howdy.
We have gathered here to greet the spaceship.
Coolness.
I've been in the spaceship in a coma. I was there. I'm not even kidding.
Snap, you too?
I believe you. Fuck.
You and
I'm
Divine,
not joking.
man. You both had
I believe you because it's happened to me, but no one else on the show believes us, so
Hey,
we're the minority.
I'm gonna grab a drink.
Oh man.
But I'll elaborate even. I believe it fully. I'll tell you what happened in the coma. It was crazy. I'll be right back.
Oh no, please do. You make me laugh.
I gotta roll a joint, so
Yvonne, you've never been off planet in this lifetime?
No. It's not.
Is it because is it because you're resistant to it, or because you don't think
you're grounded?
I don't live in delusion. Like, I don't
OMG.
Wait, you think astral projection's fake or what?
No, it's not. But I don't live in my head. I'm not one of those.
Oh, I do.
Like Divine say, I'm grounded. I got my 2 feet on earth, and that's that. Everything else, it's not my power.
You can still go on a spaceship and still be grounded.
I don't want to go.
You don't
then you don't have to. Well, nah, stay here then.
Fuck, I want an experience. I want to go up.
You have to be grounded. Then you can fly.
I'm always open for new experiences.
Yeah. Well, I did DMT for an hour and a half straight once, and it felt kind of like going into a coma. I'm not gonna lie.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, that's how it happened.
Hell yeah, brother.
See, I've never done any drugs or drank or all that stuff. I'm a square. So that was not my experience at all. I just came from
not a black cube. Ooh.
Yeah. Did I send you that information?
Got to be careful of those black cubes.
Did someone
Did I send you that information?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. So if you have access to it, which I don't in this moment because my phone's getting too hot, you can share it with a group if you want.
Oh man,
that stuff is awesome.
Isaac is busting out the fucking hypercube.
Oh yeah, hyperdimensional tesseract, right?
Right?
Oh, wow.
For reals. Tesseracts
I think
are
it's
where
one of
it's
my
at.
favorite people I've ever met, and I haven't met him yet.
Ooh.
I remember your icon. I think I met you on panel before.
Yes, last time we were on this on DNW's channel,
Shroomed
and
out
I
of my
met you
mind.
before that too. But you know, you were telling your stories, and everybody was like listening because you have really good stories.
Dude, it's so weird how the experiences I've been through feel like a movie. Yeah,
You ought to write a book, dude.
I know.
I know what you're saying, man. It's all the fucking Russian nesting dolls of the fucking dream verses, the dream realms. It's all, this is a dream. This is a waking dream. This is a dream that's more of a dream or more real than a dream. Like, that hyper reality shit is a trip, man.
Yeah,
I can't wait till all of you guys go and you finally realize that it's all truth. It's not a dream. It's you are doing this.
Oh no, it's definitely true. And go to the fucking waiting rooms, man. Like everybody in the DMT fucking culture knows about the waiting rooms. You know, fuck.
I've
They
never
either
been in a
let you
waiting
in or
room.
they don't, or
I
like.
just got my corners a little burnt when I came out of the DARPA waffle iron thing.
A what? A dark corner?
The DARPA waffle iron.
Was that?
DARPA waffle iron. What is that?
He's high tonight. Don't worry.
It's a metaphor from my life. Yeah, I took some honey tonight. Have y'all ever tried that honey? The mad honey?
Oh,
I
that's
told
no, I
you he
haven't tried
was.
much
I
of
No
was
one
that.
afraid to talk on this show, so I was like, I'm gonna drink some mad honey and then turn on the damn microphone.
Okay. I have a lot of questions.
Sure.
What is it like? Yeah, what I've always been.
It's more like alcohol than it is a psychedelic, just to be honest. I don't really drink, so it's to me a couture version of having alcohol is having mad honey.
Well, that's
So
the thing
this
with
is
mad
it's
honey
a
is all the
flower.
stuff.
It's stronger with hot water, and it's from the bees that are on the mountain in Nepal that they only eat the certain flower that puts the chemical in it, makes it poisonous until it goes through the bee to turn to honey. Then it's only partially poisonous to the human. So we can get a slight buzz off of it. If you drink too much, it's like I think a strong, very strong sedative, and you might be awake, but you ain't gonna be going nowhere.
Actually, it makes you ultra awake.
Yeah, I don't do
For like
much. I do like a couple
hours.
Sorry.
We have
So it sounds a little bit like Amanita.
we have what 6 or 8 or 8 or 10 hives, and so
Nice.
I have to go to the doctor's on Thursday to make sure I have an EpiPen just in case someone comes onto the property and gets accidentally stung, and we can save them if they have a shock. So yeah, that's what my plan is. Well,
That's wise. I've never been stung, so I actually don't know yet if I'm
I think
allergic
it's
or
a
not.
rhododendron flower. I can't look it up while I'm here, but I think it's a rhododendron. But on the package it says wild bee Colories apis laberosia found in the cliffs of the Himalayan mountains.
Yep.
Expires next year.
Honey
It's really
doesn't
good.
expire, by the way. Honey could live for 2,000
no,
years. You can eat
all the
it.
Well, the
good stuff
honey will
never
last, but the
expires.
toxins inside of the honey that cause the
This is
mind
my third or
alteration, those
fourth
could
jar in my
degrade.
Oh, they
lifetime.
might decay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you can get it on Amazon. This is I think my fourth jar in my lifetime, and I only
Oh
found
wow.
it 2 years ago. But like I used to share it. I used to go to the bar and like kind of wink at people. Yo, have you ever tried this? And then pour little shots for people, and we had a good time. But I don't go out as much anymore.
Perfectly legal too.
Yeah, it's
What's
just honey.
crazy is they actually just discovered like 2 other forms of mad honey in other locations as well.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, that's where
There has
it's
to be
getting me
like
excited.
salvia.
Why do you think they're
honey.
trying to kill the bees, guys?
I know it makes me feel guilty, but I feel like it's a positive thing in my life otherwise. So I feel good, and it's very like low key. Like it's not, I'm not falling all over the place or anything. And I feel like I just feel more at ease.
Subtleties. Yeah.
One of my icons is bees. The reason why is because ever since I was about 5 or 6 years old. I used to play with bees all the time. They used to land in my hand. I used to talk to them. One of them was my guide at that point in time. And then he eventually later turned into a tiger. And then he became my guide for quite a while until I got up past high school, I guess. And then I kind of forgot about him. And then one day I'm traveling down the road and Spirit says, stop the car. So I did. And there was this thing on the side of the road. Go pick that up. And I went, okay. So I picked it up, threw it in the car, and never thought anything about it until I got home. And I went, ugh, I don't want that creepy thing in the car because it's been sitting on the side of the road. When I opened it up, it was this very high quality blanket that had the face of a tiger on it. So I brought it to the laundromat, washed it, dried it, brought it back to the house, and now it's just like a drape over a bed. It's gorgeous, absolutely stunning, gorgeous.
I'm in my room with the AC, so I'm gonna keep turning my mic off to not have this AC taken.
Is it very hot where you lot are then? Is it very hot in America?
It's 94 here right now.
It's humid where I'm in the south, kind of, and it's very humid here. So it's like tropical almost. Where
that makes it hotter.
And the air feels thick. I actually I've spent some time in Nevada, and the air was much drier. Like I barely sweated, and I didn't feel sticky. I feel sticky almost anything above 68 over here in the south.
Yeah, I'm really suffering.
Yeah, I'm here in Maine.
Sweating
and in Maine, it's very humid.
Yeah.
Man, I love that humid heat. Everybody complains about it and how you like you said, you
get
sticky.
Lucky you. You won't like it when you get old.
It hurts your bones and it makes your allergies
Nevada,
worse.
Man, it's fucking crazy ass dry.
Yeah, it doesn't bother my allergies in Nevada. I like that, and I don't have to wash my face constantly. I'm not. It's just so it's like sticky here.
Dog,
like you're in a cloud.
Cracky, ashy skin after fucking so much as a shower or a rainstorm, man. You just fucking have to bathe in lotion over here instead.
It's horrible because London's very, very
Our
humid.
water's probably got just as much sulfur or more over here. Who knows?
Awful. And all my veins are sticking up because I'm inflamed.
You're inflamed.
Yeah, I'm very, very inflamed at the moment. I tend to suffer with inflammation anyway, but I'm really inflamed. It's terrifying.
Do you ever
try CBD?
Wow.
Or like THC maybe even.
What's that? What's that?
Well, that's the active chemical in cannabis.
Oh, you know what the UK's like. If someone like me would take a bit of cannabis, they'd have the police on the bloody door.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Okay.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah, they acting like they're fucking Japan over in England right now. They're fucking crazy.
Like me,
it's just a freaking plant that is amazing.
All the kids all smoke it. They know a guy.
Yeah,
they know a guy.
It's like the 90s over there. You have to fucking buy like soap bar hash and shit, man.
It's really sickening because I would grow my own if I could because it's very it's England's terrible.
Oh, I know. They use thermal cameras in England and look at the fucking roofs to see who's growing pot. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
We can grow weed in Canada.
Yeah, you can.
We can have 6 plants here in Maine.
Yeah, lucky you.
6 plants in
Cali. Yeah, the Queen of England, her banker runs that industry, in Europe. He runs the cannabinoid. It's a pharmaceutical.
It is illegal to carry a pair of scissors.
A screwdriver.
Illegal to
carry what?
Consider it it's probably part of their anti-knife laws.
Yeah, it's part of the anti-knife laws. You cannot carry a pair of scissors.
Yep.
You can't carry scissors?
No, it's not allowed. It's classed.
You could probably carry safety scissors, but no kitchen scissors.
No,
oh my jeepers.
How do you get your scissors home from the store?
What?
Yeah, what? How do you bring your scissors home from the store if you can't carry them?
With a receipt.
They have to stay in the package. You can't like take them out of the package and stuff.
You also
that's ridiculous.
Or anything like that. And I'll tell you, what pisses me most about this bloody country now? It's okay for men to cycle on the pavements and to spit at women. That's okay. I mustn't carry a pair of scissors. True.
That's weird. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's getting really bad here. Very, very bad.
People are crazy. They bring too many people from other country, and then the weed grows, and then it take over the local fauna.
Yeah, it's getting London's been destroyed. London used to be so safe.
Well, the baby boom after World War II, and then corporations
all
and
about the
industry
invasive
wanted more
species.
people because you
Bring 'em
can't be
on.
billionaires without billions of people. You got to sell billions of people something that costs $5, $10, $20 to become a billionaire. You couldn't have done it with 100 million people.
Precisely.
Yeah, and all those people are willing to move and work for that dollar.
Yeah. Or they get
So
it
that's
given
what
to
gives it
front
value.
states. Most of them on the dole anyway, or on benefits. But yes, not allowed to carry pair of scissors. That's why I envy what's her name, Divine, so much, because she's got weapons. You can actually go to sleep with a weapon. I wish I could do that.
Just buy
I
some fucking
I have one right here sitting beside me, actually.
Yeah. I tell you, Divine, if I was in your situation,
just an arm's length away, I can actually put my hand on it right now.
Yeah, I would take it to bed with me, and I would. I would sleep right next to it, and I would, along with cats. We'd all snuggle up together.
Yeah, my cousin used to sleep with a pistol in his hand under his pillow. I'm like, damn.
Wow.
That's fucking sketchy as fuck.
Yeah, that's what I told
Yeah,
him.
a friend of mine sleeps with a 38
Dude,
special
somebody
under her
has a
pillow.
fucking nightmare and shit, and
for
suddenly
them.
they unalive themselves. That's fucking sketchy.
Yeah.
Good for them.
That's what I told him. I said, you might pull the trigger on accident or something. It's
For
like, it's
reals.
not cocked.
It usually involves who you don't date anymore. Why you have to fuck up?
But I don't know. He was into some bad territory, I think, in around high school and stuff, and that's why he did it.
Yeah.
I just think it's mad when you see some of these Americans and they have 20, 30 guns. It's like, fuck, that gets overkill. They're like live streaming their
20 or
collections
30.
online and shit. It's
Didn't you know the
crazy.
man with the most guns wins?
Yeah.
No, it's the
Yeah,
man
there's
with the
these
most
kids that
bullets
play
wins.
Grand Theft Auto and then they need
Have all
an
the guns you want.
AR-15.
If
It's
you don't
kind
have
of
any
like
ammo,
a
they're
rite
worthless.
of passage in the South. Is you become of age, you get an AR-15 in a certain collective down here.
I truly do, because I tell you something, here in the UK it's becoming really nasty and it's scary. You can't defend yourself.
So when are you moving?
Well, I'm unfortunately, I don't know what to. I am leaving London. I'm looking to move, but it's very, very hard to find property in the UK. Even if you buy, we're allowed to have pets, and I'm not leaving the cats behind. I'm not doing
No, don't do that. Your whole life would change too much drastically too soon.
No, I will.
You wouldn't be able to deal with that.
I will care for them till they don't need me anymore. And it's very, very hard to find a property, even when you buy it, because we have this whole leasehold thing in the UK, where you're allowed to have cats. And until I can find something where I can take my cats, I'm not moving. That's as simple as that.
Yeah, I have a cat
Put
too.
it out there. Put it out there energetically that that's what you desire, and whatever it is you desire, you'll receive.
Yes,
especially if all of us actually put our thoughts together and help her create this space. Why do you think we come together to help each other? If each one of us gave each other the idea that we want to help manifest and correct and collectively, manifest it, that's what we do. That's why groups like this come together to help other people manifest their dreams. So if all of us could just do a little bit of our part to help Chickpea find a place to live where they'll accept all 7 of her cats, every one of us will not only be helping her, but we'll also be helping ourselves.
Yeah.
We can do this.
I'm not leaving them behind. So yeah, that's the problem at the moment, because I want to move to the coast. And
have you named that coast?
What
has closed?
Sorry,
we're losing you.
Can't hear you, Divine.
Or people
You're getting lost in the Matrix, Divine.
It's got you going, Divine. Can't hear you.
I can hear some words, but there's some kind of feedback.
Okay.
Check outside what's flying over your house right now. Could be one of those saucer plane thingies.
Make sure you're not in a Faraday cage.
So
some parts of your homes are like Faraday cages.
Let me take off my spacesuit. Improve my signal.
Yeah, but low barometric pressure can cause sound waves to disperse.
I get lots of air traffic. It really messes up my signal, to be honest with you. The air traffic over the house messes up.
I could easily believe that.
Yeah. So you're using your phones?
Yep. That's what
Oh,
I'm
I
doing.
do mine on my Chromebook, must admit.
I'm transitioning to doing it on my PC relatively soon. I just need to pick up myself a webcam.
Yeah.
Because these fucking phones suck. My goodness. It is
It
stuck
drives
at
you mad. I can't bear
83%.
it.
I have it plugged in. It's stuck at 83%. It won't go up and it won't go down.
I
And the
hate
phone
them.
is just hot as hell.
Yeah.
It's like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I hate mobile phones because, well, I'm very left-handed, so of course
They make the phone our life now. It's our
I just hate how
lifeline.
dumb smartphones are. I
Yeah,
mean,
so
come
tell
on, you
me
got a
about
smart
it.
battery, you're plugged in, all you are is connected online through this fucking
Yes.
software and shit. I'm not
Yes.
using GPS. It's not, like all this random crap's not on.
Yeah.
It shouldn't fucking be draining the battery like that.
Terrifying. I loathe my phone. I absolutely loathe it. I keep it switched off most of the day. Then when I feel like answering my calls, I just switch it on for a while.
The first thing I do with every phone is remove Facebook as an option.
Because mobile phones are very, very right-handed, which is why us left-handers hate them.
They're no-handed. They're all squared,
No,
and they're not designed for the human hand at all.
No,
they're no-handed.
They are right-handed. You're supposed to use your right thumb for most of the stuff on there.
I go mad when I use it. I get so bad.
Oh, you're talking about the user interface is right-handed.
No, the little digits you have to, the screen, you press on the screen, blah, blah, blah. It's all right-handed.
Yeah, that's the user interface, the way they style, where you press and stuff.
Work properly.
Yeah.
That's how bad it all is now.
My battery is dying, guys. I do have to plug in, so I'm going to just watch off air. It was great. Had a good time. Thank you. And thank you, Gnosis, for having me on.
Bye.
Yep.
Bye.
Have a good time.
Yeah, have a good one.
God. Oh, dear.
Well, the funny thing I think is funny about the self-defense type laws in England is that they have that product anti-climbing paint.
Oh, yes.
Like that stuff would be so illegal in America. People would be getting sued left and right. You booby trapped me. You're trying to kill us.
Yes.
I find that such a uniquely, English product.
Yes. Yes.
And oh my God, I saw this video a while ago that gave me a crack up because there were actually some English parkour artists, those people that go jumping on the buildings and all that crazy stuff, all the acrobatics. And they made a video where they actually put anti-climbing paint on all the fucking surfaces they were doing their stuff on. And it was crazy because half the time you're like, oh my God, I feel like I'm about to see someone land themselves in the hospital. Other half the time you're like, holy shit, man, they got so much skill. They should literally be in the Olympics because this is impressive.
Yeah. Yes. Should I tell you something else about the UK? This really pissed me off about this country. Until a few years back, suicide was deemed to be a criminal offence in this country. Don't know if you know that or not. Because we are subjects of the Queen. So you cannot kill yourself because you are a subject of another human being.
Oh, no, I was just deep diving into that in the U.S. because apparently, like, even if you have a DNR and you have a religious beliefs that say, don't take me to the hospital in a life-threatening situation, they're allowed to just fucking go willy-nilly and take you to the hospital anyway. And I'm like, that boggles my fucking mind. I'm like, this whole fucking country rabbles on about freedom of religion and how that in any situation you can use your freedom of religion and constitutional rights to, find the nuances in life and be able to use that nuance to your, self-determination. And it's like, oh, sorry, no, we're going to either label you crazy because, we just don't agree with your religious beliefs. And we think that, our religious beliefs as secular medical professionals, with no biases, it's just bullshit. It's just fucked up.
You know what else pisses me off as well? Here, if you go to Dignitas in Switzerland and you take a person with you to give you some support, that person can be charged with manslaughter.
Yep.
They can actually.
No, I know what you're saying
with
because I've been following the
manslaughter.
Right to Die movement and the assisted suicide and stuff, and I'm seeing some of these doctors where it's like they're pretty much sicking Interpol on them. It's like literally all these governments around the world are like, yeah, we say we have different religious beliefs, but in reality we have the same fucking like religious biases, and we're all like helping each other, and it's fucked up.
And you know what else gets me? Though? Donald Trump. So anti-abortion. Bloody nasty capitalist pig. Because I hate Donald Trump. Oh, God.
Oh my God. Keep it up. Keep it up. We need more of that Trump hatred. I swear it's fucking died down. The first roundabout, everybody was going, you got Trump derangement syndrome. And now nobody's fucking talking about the bastard. And I'm like, fuck, they fucking won, man. They manipulated you fucking bastards. Like, you're shutting up, man. This is pathetic.
Yeah, I loathe him. And he talks to being anti-abortion, nasty little capitalist. You know, he is an example of capitalism at its worst. And he, it sickens me that.
Oh, 100%. Oh yeah, he would give this entire country over to fucking BlackRock and all the fucking private military corporations and fucking he would give it over in a heartbeat, you know?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, World Bank and the private mercenaries and shit, you can own our fucking country. He would fucking sell our country in a fucking snap of the fingers if he could.
Yes.
And he probably can because he's crazy as fuck and everybody just goes along with his shit.
I just don't understand it. And
I just don't get why people go along with this crazy shit. When you see a crazy asshole fucking throwing shit at your fucking home, you don't just fucking stay in your home. You fucking deal with it.
Yeah, I just don't attack. America's got so many lovely men. No, let's have Trump. Jesus wept. You know, why can't they have, well, I'm a socialist anyway, so, you know, this country's no better when it comes to politicians, though, have to be said.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Who is that fucking that fucking joker they had a little bit ago? He still might be in charge. Boris is a
Johnson,
fucking buffoon.
Yeah. Oh dear, yeah.
Like what a fucking buffoon.
Yeah.
Sure.
He really was an example of manhood. What a man. Just what you want to see knocking on your door.
Well, it makes me laugh because my dad's a narcissist with a missing testicle, and I keep thinking, I wonder how many of them are missing a ball, you know? Because I think that there's something going wrong with them.
But I ought to see what we've got now. No better.
I'm like, fuck, the second a man loses one testicle, they like turn into some insecure fucking, you know, oh my God, I have to show off my bravado. I have to be extra manly to just be a man. And it's like, holy shit, you can see it in the way they express themselves. It's not authentic. It is full of insecurities.
Yeah, horrible. It is awful. These people are running a country. Mind you, look at our king. Jesus wept.
That's where I'm laughing my ass off. I'm like, okay, Trump is like fucking attacking transgender people. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't have any balls. Maybe he had them removed. He had cancer or some shit.
Actually,
you know?
I'll agree with someone. You know, he wears a nappy nowadays.
It's like, dude, you're a eunuch and you're fucking complaining about how only men and women exist. Like, you're literally not either. You're missing everything.
You know, Trump wears a nappy nowadays. Did you know that?
Oh, it would not surprise me in the least.
No, it does.
That's the thing that boggles my mind is that this election cycle, I was like, this isn't a you know, right-wing versus left-wing politics. What this really is it's, you know, the fucking country, you know, the corporation picking the two disabled, dementia-riddled, fucking old, crusty, decaying men versus actual people Americans wanted, you know? It's like all of America wanted younger people this election cycle, but we didn't get that. You know, you got dementia or dementia. You choose.
A man wearing a nappy.
And it's like, I'm sorry, I don't want the person in charge of my fucking country having dementia. Like, I'm not trying to hate on old people or people with dementia. It's just, this is a position that affects everybody's lives. And maybe you shouldn't have people that don't have their shit together running this stuff.
No.
For real.
It's insane. Absolutely mad. It's getting madder and madder and madder. You know?
Yeah.
Absolutely crackers. Yes. It's terrifying. Oh dear. So hot in London tonight. It is awful.
How hot is it over there right now?
I don't know. I don't know what the temperature is, but it's very
Oh,
hot.
of course, and you run off the Celsius, so I probably wouldn't have a fucking
I
clue
don't know
anyway.
I do so. It's been in 30s today, 34, something 35. This is London, of course.
That's I think in the 90s in the Fahrenheit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So dang, it's about as hot over there than it is as over here. That's crazy.
Yeah, very. And it's not meant to be like, because I can remember when I was young, London could be quite a cold city. And I can remember it quite well.
Oh yeah.
You know,
oh, historically, you know, it's like Victorian London and how everyone was, you know, choking to death on all the fucking coal smoke.
Yes, and you know what? We haven't seen ice in London for the past 20 years. Not a
Wow.
No, I haven't seen any.
Meanwhile, a few weeks ago, it was 107 and it was hailing.
Yeah,
I'm like, how the fuck is there frozen ice hitting the ground and like not melting in the fucking sky when it's 107?
I don't know.
Like,
I don't know what's
I
going
get
on.
that it's colder up the higher you go, but rain clouds aren't super high in the fucking atmosphere anyway, and it just makes no sense to me. I'm like, how is it 107 and there's actually like I can see salt ice crystals piling up on the ground?
Yeah, I know. Actually, last spring, was it last spring? Yeah, there was this spring. There was hailstones around about April, May time in London, only for a few minutes. But yeah, hailstones in May. Couldn't make it up. I love hail. I love hail. I
do too.
Love it. Absolutely love hail.
As long as it's not hitting you. When it's hitting the roofs and the homes, that's fun. But when it's actually hitting you, not so much fun.
No, I know, but it's still beautiful.
The thing that I'm always like, I'm so glad that I never got into that motorcycle riding. You know, all these young people get on their Harleys and shit. Because I'm like, I always hear about how every one of these fucking middle-aged men bitches a living fit about driving in a rainstorm. They're like, it's so fucking painful. It's like driving through a fucking wasp nest. Oh my God, it's so painful. It's like a paintball match. And meanwhile, I'm going like, okay, like I've been through a paintball match. They're not that painful. Like, and okay, have you ever fucking drove through hail? I'm pretty sure hail would be a lot more painful riding on a Harley, you know, driving through hail than driving through a little rainstorm.
Yes.
For reals.
Yeah.
I'm just starting to see this all the time where I'm seeing all these middle-aged men that say they're all stoic and masculine and they come across hypocritical whiny bitches.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh my God, you're really bitching about a rainstorm? Like, and meanwhile you're yelling at the kids to go, you know, oh, I walked 10 miles back in the day.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell me about it.
You walk 10 miles, but you're bitching about a rainstorm.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Because they have nothing to talk about. Those are the people that
to talk about.
No, anybody that talk about like weather or the sky or cloud or the temperature, you don't have nothing to talk about. They just want to have conversation, interaction.
That's what I'm saying, though. It seems like when you get older, you would want actual, real communication more than you'd want that, you know, shallow fake talk. You know, what is that fucking shit that people call, you know? Like, you know what I'm saying, though? It's that exact thing, you know, asking about the weather. It's like small talk. That's what it's called.
Yeah, small talk. Yeah.
It's like if all I know is that when I get older, I'm gonna fucking hate small talk more and more the older I get. So it boggles my mind seeing older people getting, you know, just engaging in small talk. Pretty much, that's all they do.
Yep.
It's like, fuck, at that point, like, why even socialize?
most of the people that don't have the information, the right information, so they make up like their own information just to keep talking.
So where do you live? You're French, aren't you? French accent. Where do you live?
Right now I live in Alberta, Canada.
Oh, right. Like, you know what? I'm in love with a cat that lives in Canada.
Which one?
I've Which one? There's if you ever watch Catman 757, he's got a colony of cats, and he's got one cat called Sweetie.
Okay.
I'm madly in love with Sweetie, and I feel like going across to Canada to collect her. It's mad. I've already got 7.
Well, I have 2 cats, and I don't put them online.
No, he does, but he does it. He does it in order to collect money to feed them with, because he's got quite a big. It's about 15 cats. I give him money as well. Yeah, but I'm in love with the cat in Canada. Absolutely, it can only happen to me. I would love a Canadian cat 5,000 miles away. Cat mad.
No, I mean, I'd like those big cats, no, that they're about like 3 foot long.
Yeah, I like all cats.
1.5 high, those big ones.
Oh yeah, I know which ones you mean. I forgot. Yes, I know who you mean. Yeah.
As big as a dog.
Yes, I know who you mean.
Those are
Whoa, are you just saying a cat as big as a dog?
Yeah, yeah. There's a certain type of breed of cats, a house cat, and they're huge cats. They're beautiful, incredible.
Yeah.
Huh. I've never heard of that.
Yeah. I forgot what they're called.
But there's 2 kinds. There's the one that got the long leg.
Yes.
They're skinny like a leopard.
Yes.
And there's the other one that look like the long fur, and they're big. They're huge.
I've forgotten what they're called. I know who you mean. Yeah.
That's really interesting.
But everything you can think about is on Earth right now. It's there. Like everything you can think about, it's already here on Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Well,
Maine Coons they're called. That big cat you talk about is a Maine Coon.
Yeah,
I think about a lot of things that we can't currently do as a species.
No, not about doing, but about like what's in this world right now. Like there's like billions of insect, billions of kind of tree and plant.
Oh, okay, you're just more talking off the natural world. That anything, that any option in the natural world is an option.
Oh yeah, it's there.
Yeah, okay, I get where you're coming from now. I was taking it bigger picture, like outer space, universe.
No, I'm a simple man. Me, I'm a simple man, and everything is nature, and and everything else is delusion. It's in your mind. It's stories. I'm sorry, but that's all I see. I wish to have experience like other people, but there's none.
See, the way I see it is everything's an illusion, but everything is also real. It's a combination of the two,
Oh, it's real, okay.
Break through that dualism of, it's like both are real, but they bleed into each other. It's not just one or the other, that kind of thing.
No, this world's real, all right. Too real.
Well, I'd love to be real, but it is not.
What? This world? No, it's real, all right. It's a bloodbath.
What do you mean you'd love to be real, Yvonne? You're pretty real.
Yeah, no. I mean, like if you read book, there's so many books, there's so many stories that people have make up, and sometimes you just read a book, and 5 days later, something's gonna happen in your day, and that will connect of what you read.
Yeah,
and you think, oh yeah, that is true.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But it's just a reference to something that person saw in the world, and they put their own twist in the story.
Yeah, no, totally. That's where I say that very few things that we do as a species that are creative are truly creative. Most of the creativity we claim to have, it's like, again, it's like you said, it's just repurposing something, with our own little twist. We didn't birth it into existence, No, but so many fucking artists think that, I made this, I birthed it into existence, it's like, okay, so you're saying you never, you painted a picture of a dragon. So you're saying you've never watched any media with dragons, you never read a book growing up about dragons, like you actually created the dragon concept yourself. And you know what I'm saying? It's like too many people get in that perspective when they start doing art. and I can tell that's kept me away from doing art for the longest time. And that's where I'm trying to get into my artistic side and marrying the artistic and the philosopher within together, so I can be truly complete. All sides of me rounded out. And it's a challenging process. It's time consuming, challenging process, because it's like I was saying the other day, that my ego, when it comes to art, my ego gets in the way.
Yeah, but sometimes it can help you to create more vivid art.
That's definitely true, though, because I have been starting to recognize that, like I said, that art and philosophy are two sides of the same coin. So, maybe I'm just getting a little, freaking spun around. I'm stepping out with the wrong foot, kind of thing. I just need to get in rhythm with the rest of the marching band. Because yeah, because that's what I'm saying. It's like I've started to recognize that it's like, okay, well, maybe the way I do art is I think that from the philosophy first. Okay, I'm going to do a painting about my trans-dualistic ontology. How would I represent that? It's just doing like that instead of just like. But at the same time, I still definitely am going to want to learn how to do it free flow and just
Yeah.
completely stream of consciousness, no ego, no thinking, just doing it.
But the thing about art is like you may create a painting, but for you, but I mean, like for myself, I have no value to it. Like Van Gogh back then when he painted the painter, it has no value for him. It's just like do that for fun, and after that, people say, "Oh yeah, that's a limited edition Van Gogh."
Yeah, no, I know exactly
Like
what you're
for
talking about, though, too. And it's again about how doing things in life, creates change for you to change your personality or grow as a person. So you doing these things helps you get into that mode. It's all about the momentum.
yeah,
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 you know
but
what I'm
like
saying. Once you start doing it and not thinking, then all of a sudden it just becomes second nature. It's autopilot. You just know how to do that.
yeah, because you at the moment you're having fun. You're having fun. You playing like with with your toy and you create something. But what I wanted to say is like it's other people that will put value to it because me, everything I see around me, it's worthless. Everything is worthless. It doesn't work. The only thing that it costs, it's time. It
Yeah, that's
doesn't.
exactly what my problem was with my ego, is that I was always relating art to other people's art. And I need to learn to, just do this for yourself to grow as a person, then you can start doing the bullshit.
Well, it's not bullshit because you want to have a life, so you're gonna sell your product.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, like you know, I'm say coming from though too.
Oh
On just
yes, yes,
that,
yes, yes.
yeah,
Don't worry
yeah.
about it.
Just that
Yeah.
some people go too far with that.
Yep.
Again, it's like for instance, I've literally never met one artist in person in my entire life where I've given them constructive criticism and they actually respond neutrally or respectfully back to me. I've literally met multiple artists in my life and they've asked
Mm-hmm.
me, "Can you please give me some constructive criticism?" And then I do give them constructive criticism as respectfully as possible, and then they instantly freak out at me and get defensive. And it's like, you're the one that asked me for constructive criticism,
Yeah, it was too much for them at the moment.
right? It's like,
Yeah.
don't ask if your ego can't handle it.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I'm not from a rich family, but some people from rich family they think everything they do it work like so much.
Oh yeah.
But for real, in the real world, like what was the example? There was like peer uh shoe shoeless or something like that. What's the company, man? It's called anyway. Those shoes, they cost like $5, and they took those shoes that cost like $5, and
Uh-huh.
they open a store, and they make it fancy, and the $5 shoe it was like $500 now.
Oh geez.
Yeah, and all the rich people say, "Oh, those are great, man. It's a
Oh my
good deal.
gosh.
It's a good deal." Like,
For reals
come
though, I
on.
know what you're saying if you're gonna fucking sell something to anybody, sell to the rich people that have no concept of money and will fucking pay you an
Fuck.
arm and a leg for nothing.
Yeah, for nothing.
For reals.
And those people raise the price of like item that everybody use.
Yep.
And yeah.
No, I know what you mean. That's where I'm saying that the modern art world has gotten so complicated with all that extra shit, all the money and, is this is being used the right way or is this being sold the right way? Like that's one of those things that always confuses me. You'll see some artists that specializes in sculptures and, they'll make something out of a whole bunch of trash and they'll sell it for like $500. And then they'll make some small thing out of like fucking marble or something and they'll sell it for like 200. And it's like, the marble costs more with materials and like you're gonna make less money selling that one, but you're asking for more money off of the junk and like it's just confusing,
Well, they say the value is in the eyes of the beholder, right?
But that's where it confuses me. It's like you're the artist and you're putting monetary value of your own making upon these items. It's not like you're having people go in and ask them, "What do you think this is worth? What do you think this one's worth?" Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
it's
but
like that just weirds me. It confuses me out. It's like there's too many fucking dualistic and circles and egos, and I just get spun around.
Or maybe they figure out how to play the game. Because the game that we're playing right now, I don't like it.
You don't like the game we're playing right now?
No. When you need to pay $16,000 because you're dead, like, come on, man.
Oh no, shit, for real.
Like,
I agree with that type of stuff. There is way too much bureaucracy and just bullshit. No,
wow.
I'm feeling that even today, man. I've been in my new place for 3 freaking weeks, and they served me an eviction notice because they fucking they charged some random fucking dude the check and the check bounced. And it's like, okay, you're literally mixing up people's accounts, and you're not using the check that I gave you, and you're using somebody that has no money their check, and it's like, holy fucking shit. And instead of just talking to me and asking what's going on, you serve me in a fucking eviction notice. I'm like, what a fucking joke. I'm like, you do realize that if shit actually escalated to that point, you would be the one in major fucking trouble because there's a few issues around my place. I'm grateful. I'm really fucking happy to be in here because it's a vast improvement to my old place. The people around me and the energy I'm getting and my mental health, I can already feel it going up. But at the same time, I'm like, fuck, man. Like, there's toilets that you can't even fucking stick your unit in as a man because they're so goddamn tiny. And that's the fucking issue, Like, that needs to be addressed, Like, you say you have toilets, it's a requirement to live in a home, then you actually have to give me toilets I can fucking use,
Oh, is that bad?
What?
Is your apartment that bad?
No, my apartment itself, like the space and layout and everything is awesome. But it's just like the things like the water pressure is absolute shit. And for instance, I just found out if the PSI is under 20 pounds per square inch, the CDC says that it can get infected with microbiomes and get you sick and stuff.
Yeah,
so
because they have to have flowing water.
Yeah, exactly. It has to flow at a certain percentage, and I'm realizing that I'd be willing to bet if I get one of those little meters to test the water pressure, it's underneath that, and that's where it's just like basically the apartment is nice as shit, but nothing is put up to code. There's have fire sprinklers in here, and they installed them diagonally. And I'm like, okay, I literally can't even put a fire guard over this because the fire guards are for commercial zones, not residential zones, and that alters the flow pattern of how you use it, and it has to be for the right model and everything. Meanwhile, you're installing the bastards completely diagonal, and you can't tell me that if you fucking put a fire sprinkler diagonal that it's not going to change the way the water moves out of it if it actually needed to be used.
Yeah, but the fact
So
is
that's
that
where it's like I'm housing wise, I'm
mhm,
fucking grateful and I'm lucky. I actually got a
yeah,
fucking house. I'm not homeless on the streets, but on regards to the actual, building and all the things that they say that they're required to give you, it's like, okay, the toilets are fucked up, the water's not, it has no pressure, like just bullshit
yeah,
like that.
yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's
Anyway,
right. Yeah, that's what I'm
that would
saying. Just the bureaucracy. It's like,
mhm,
okay, you're gonna give me an eviction notice, and the front door, the frame isn't installed into the building correctly. Somebody could kick down the fucking front door. You can't
yeah,
tell me that the door being installed properly isn't part of this is what a livable home is. The housing authority could, if they really wanted to, they can look at all these problems and say, we're going to kick you out. You're going to be homeless because legally this doesn't fit the habitability requirements by law. And it's like, fucking A, man. Are you kidding me?
yes, they're too old.
Right? It's this
Yeah, come
fucking
on.
bureaucracy, crazy shit.
You gonna come?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Keep talking.
I,
Yeah, it's just my cat just going outside now.
I had I had a feeling it must have been a cat.
Yeah, yeah. They come in and out all the time.
I'm amazed Chickpea isn't busting in the chat to say hi to your cat.
No, she got her own cat with the.
Oh yeah, she's busy with her own. She's listening to us. What are you talking about? I got 7 cats right
Yeah,
here.
she's
I'm
still
good.
there.
I'm good.
Yeah. No, it's like no, even the building that I live in, it was built in 1978. So it's 4-inch wall, 4.5. So with the drywall and the plywood, so yeah, it's about 5.5 inch thick.
Hmm.
It's not thick
So
enough.
that's one of the things I'm really grateful about this. Even though I'm in low income housing, that I swear to God, this has some of the best sound insulation in the city. Like it's all stucco and it's like a foot of stucco. So it's like there you don't hear any noise outside of your house.
That's good.
Yeah, but at
Yeah.
the same time, it's really weird because I just had to put myself on mute a minute ago to fill up some water,
Yep.
and like the cold water, it literally is coming out nearly scalding hot. The cold water, and
What?
yeah, seriously, and but I can tell what it is that they're using these modern plastic piping, the PEX pipes instead of the
Yeah.
old copper pipes and stuff, and then
Apex is
they
bad.
didn't insulate it at all.
Yeah. No, they
I'm
don't.
like. They didn't insulate the pipes at all.
No, they don't. They don't. They don't have to.
Yeah, but that's the
Yeah.
whole thing. Is I'm on the 3rd story, and these
Yeah.
pipes are going to freeze no matter what if I'm not running them 24/7 in the wintertime. So I'm gonna be running my fucking all my sinks like I'm living in my RV again, just because the fucking they didn't put any insulation around the pipes. And that's where it's like fucking weird. It's like, okay, how is it so cool in here? It's not baking hot, but yet the pipes are fucking hot as fuck. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
like the pipes run through like this center of the building. It's not like they run along the walls, And
Yeah.
the walls aren't hot. The walls are doing a good job on keeping the sound out and the heat out. So why the hell are the pipes so hot?
Well, that would be another like $6,000 to $9,000 to insulate them all.
Right? No, exactly. That's what I'm saying is that I can tell where I keep seeing all these random things and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is just the bullshit with the bureaucracy and the money. Like for instance, they just closed down the playground because the gate is missing, and I'm like, okay, because there was a missing gate, you closed down the entire fucking playground, and the gate's never been there. The second I moved in, there was no gate, and there was kids in there, and now you're just kicking out all the kids because there's no gate. I'm like, the whole fucking thing is fenced off. There's fucking you're in like a little courtyard. There's parents
Yeah.
everywhere. Like you don't have to be afraid of one missing gate means that somehow there's gonna be some child molester or some shit, and you're gonna end up getting sued. It's like, holy shit, man, it's
Yeah.
crazy.
No, they are trapped. People are trapped in their delusion now.
Oh, people are trapped everywhere though. Like with the systems in play. I mean,
Yeah.
that's where I've lived in my hometown my entire fucking life, basically. And I'm like, that's fucking crazy. Like, I'm starting to see how a lot of people around the world have never got, moved out of their hometowns.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you just get trapped where you fucking were born. And it's like, that's fucked up. Seriously, it's like
Just
fuck.
a
If
little
there's some
bit.
like, it's like if there's some legit fucking Hindu man in India that's a better American than one of the Americans over here, then send his ass over here. Like I don't like fuck. If he's a better person, a better citizen, then like what's with all this fucking bullshit?
Well, they're doing the cleaning now. They're deporting everybody.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing, though, is that it's like they shouldn't have to deport everybody. They should just have good fucking national security and be able to actually screen these people. Oh,
I'm off, okay? Doodle pip. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay. You have a
Okay,
good
bye.
night or good
Bye.
morning.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, right. Good dark morning. That's what it should be.
So it's 4:15 for her.
What was that?
Me, I'm 9:15 p.m.
9:15.
Yeah.
Oh, you're only an hour ahead of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
thought that Alberta was further east for some reason.
No, we're west.
Ah, yeah. Yeah.
We're west.
I always get fucking confused with the Canadian provinces.
Okay.
I always get them spun around.
We're just about not Dakota, but
Yeah,
Montana.
you're not like West Coast Canada, but you're like center west, right?
No, Center West would be Saskatchewan and Manitoba.
Oh, huh. See, that's what I'm saying. I always get spun around with the provinces.
Now you know where Montana is?
Montana, yeah.
Yeah, we're just above it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and on the state side, there's like Montana and
Montana, that's one of those places where all the fucking rich people register their cars because apparently if you register your car in Montana, it's like fucking cheap as shit.
It is?
Yeah, apparently. It drives me nuts that these rich people are taking advantage of fucking systems that the poor people should be taking advantage of. It's like, fuck, the poor people need to be registering their cars in Wyoming or whatever so they can get their fucking or Montana so they can get their get cheaper shit and actually be able to fucking drive their cars and get around and live their lives. But nah, it's
they
these
force
fucking
you to change your license after 3 months when you move.
What was that?
Even if you register in another state, when you go back, you have 3 months to change it to your living area, right?
Yeah, well, no, that's what I'm saying though, is that you could actually register out of state and you can still have your registration be valid, from my understanding.
Okay.
So that's where it's like you actually could be a resident of Nevada and have register in Montana or whatever, but you still have a Nevada license plate. It's like fucking confusing, and it's like yeah, it's like some confusing bullshit that these rich people take advantage of.
Oh yeah, they know there. If you're rich, you know how the game works. So yeah.
Right. Well, if you're rich and you have some nepotism, that's what I would say. I think if you're just rich in general, you might not know all the ins and outs of those things. But I think if you're a nepotist, where your family gave you money and these resources, then I think these rich people are teaching their family members how to do these things.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you can't tell me that some young rich kid isn't a little bit more ignorant than some of the other young kids.
Yeah. Wow. Well, there was that guy.
I had a lot of rich and poor friends growing up. I had no middle class friends. I only had really poor friends and really rich friends.
Okay. I never had any rich friends.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's where it was crazy because literally as kids, the rich friends had that fucking rich ego attitude. You know how a lot of rich people will have that ego attitude, about where they just act like they're better than you.
Oh, yeah, they are.
And even as kids, they would act like that. It was fucking nuts. It's like, okay, I'm your friend and you're being an asshole and you don't even realize it.
Yeah, well, they think they're above everybody because they got money.
Yeah, well, that's where it's confusing though, because like as adults, you'd almost think that yeah, a lot of people are almost stupider as adults than they are kids. So you'd almost think that the kids would understand that this is my friend. Maybe I should be trying my best as possible to not be an asshole to my friend, because then I might not have a friend. You
Yeah.
know. Versus adults where they always end up using their own mental shit. Well, I don't need a friend, or if they weren't there, then they probably weren't supposed to actually be my friend, all that kind of shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like, yeah, sometimes that's a great thing,
Mm.
the whole, yeah, well, it was obviously just the universe, it was meant to be this way, but sometimes people use that to just fucking fool their own egos.
Oh yeah, they. Well, it's a lack of experience as well, because
Yeah.
they're too protected. No, it's not the right word. What's the word when your mother is taking too much care of you and do not let you do anything?
Mothering, coddling,
Uh,
helicopter mom, helicopter parent.
yeah, kinda. Yeah.
I know, isn't it fun trying to use the most accurate words?
Oh, it has to be precise. That's what French do. We
Oh,
we we force other people to specify what you want to say, because in English, it does not give the proper like.
I think I know what you're saying though, in regard to like that there's like almost less words in a lot of other languages, so you have to be precise. Versus English, where it's like, they might be 20 words all be offshoots of the same meaning, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
anybody uses any of those 20 words, you're going to have an idea that they're talking about this subject versus, in a different language, it's like you actually have to use the right word. Otherwise, the meaning's going to get lost on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, I've been studying language the past few years, so that's where I've noticed that, and I was like, oh my goodness, like, because that's where when I was first studying language, there was a little bit of that intellectual ego, and I'm going, I'm not trying to be some colonizer or nothing, but why isn't everybody speaking English if there's more words? We could be smarter people, but at the same time, I instantly realized that fuck, that's sort of a bias and sort of mean toward other cultures and other languages, like maybe we
Mhm.
just need to work better as a species, trying our best to communicate. It's not about the particular language we're using.
It will never happen. You know
What would never
why?
happen?
Mm, make a better language.
Oh yeah, well I know that's exactly what I'm saying. Is that it's not about the language; it's about how you use the language.
Yeah, but there's group. They're created language like French.
Uh huh.
It's a derivative of Latin.
Yeah.
And when the French Revolution happened, like they create their own language, but the English, the British did that the same thing too. They create their own language so nobody can understand the other guy.
Yeah.
It's all about control and war.
Oh yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about because there's this language. Have you ever heard of Esperanto?
Maybe.
Esperanto is basically like it was like they tried to make a English Mexican language all by themselves. Like it wasn't a mixture of English and Spanish. It was its
Yeah.
own language that sounded like a mixture of English and
Okay.
Spanish, but it was its own thing. And they were literally trying to make this language Esperanto the worldwide language. They were trying, it was a beautiful goal
Mm.
because they instantly recognized that okay, we shouldn't force the English language on the whole world because that is colonizing and fucked up, and we shouldn't do that. So what should we do? We should create a new language that the whole world can work around, and the whole world can use this language. And the
Mm.
idealism fucking fell flat. Like there's like 3,000 people on this planet that speak fluent Esperanza. There's
Hmm.
not that many people that actually speak it.
No.
And
No,
it's
I
like
don't
that's a
think so.
sad thing. It's like it's sad that certain things in life are so complicated or so hard for us to deal with or figure out or whatever. Because it's like that really could have been an amazing thing, but it just didn't work. It just I don't know if it was an impossibility or if it was just
Mm.
improbable and extremely hard to actually accomplish or what. But regardless, it's sort of a bittersweet kind of thing. It's like, oh, you guys had the right idea, but I don't know what happened.
Oh, I'm sure you know what happened. It's obvious. Like when a group try to create their own language and stuff, and they try to share, there's other group that are like resentful against that
Yeah,
because
they're like
it's an
threatened.
it's an invasion.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I think actually happened. Is it's like instead of it, Spanish speakers and English speakers going, you know what, this sounds like both our languages, but it's neither, and maybe we should both learn this, and it'll be awesome. It was like both the English speakers and the Spanish speakers were like, "Fuck this language! Like we have our own culture, we have our own language." Like they instantly got defensive and felt threatened,
Yeah,
just like you said.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, like I say, people are like plant, huh? And if you mix too many plant together, one of them's gonna
Oh
is
yeah, take
is gonna
over.
yeah, it's gonna take over
Yeah.
the local fauna.
Yeah.
So that's how I see it. I don't know.
I'm always really interested in that one because I get that theory of conservatorship,
Hmm.
with animals and plants and all that
Hmm.
stuff, but at the same time I feel like it's a little outdated and a little too modernist. We live in a postmodern messy world. It's chaotic. It's like we need to find a way to where we can have a healthy ecology, but it can be a chaotic ecology because it's like right now
Or
we're all about the fucking control, the human control. Like it reminds me of Marius. Did you ever hear about the giraffe Marius?
no, I don't think
There
so.
was there was this giraffe named Marius. So he was like a 14-year-old boy giraffe, and they ended
Okay.
up putting him to sleep and feeding him to the lions at the zoo.
Hmm.
Because and basically the reason they did that is they're explaining how expensive the food is for the lions, but they were also
Yep.
explaining that basically it had to do with their conservatorship that and the money, and that they didn't want to have to spend the money to ship it to another zoo, so they killed the animal because they didn't want it to reproduce and get make inbred genes. And it's
Mm.
like, fuck, you really think absolute iron fist dictatorship over nature itself is going to work?
It
You know what I'm
might.
saying?
That's what they're thinking. It might work.
Yeah, it's like I don't even think it might work. I think it is a helpful ideal, and we do need some of it in this planet where people are trying to keep certain areas, natural and pristine and everything. But at the same time, it's like we shouldn't be killing off fucking wild horses in Nevada because they're close to the city. It's like fuck, let them become part of the city. We'll fucking domesticate them and we'll ride their asses. Like we'll save some fucking gas. Like. But
Yeah,
nah, let's fucking
but
kill them all.
but humans are very territorial, eh?
Oh
So
my goodness, isn't that the truth?
so
And
anything that
I've
come
done
in,
most of my
yeah.
ego work, and I'm still territorial.
Mm-hmm.
I know that about myself. I'm like even if I have a wife or a girlfriend and shit, like I'm a little territorial. It's like like I got OCD and because I'm OCD, I'm a little territorial. It's like
And you,
I want to know if you're gonna be a woman and clean up,
mm-hmm.
to cook things in the kitchen. I want to know that you're a real woman and clean up. That you're not one of these young women that clean or cook up the food, make a mess, and okay, I cook for you, you clean up everything. It's like, nah, we do
Mm,
everything 50-50. We don't take our turn, your turn, my turn. No, we're always working together 50-50.
yeah, that's easy to say, but in real life, that's
Oh
not what
no shit.
happened.
That's me though when it comes to anything like fucking like relationship wise. Whenever I'm talking about relationships, I'm talking about, my ideals, and people start instantly going, "Holy fucking shit, dude, the real world is messier and harder to find people like that." And
Oh,
it's like, I get that. I do. It's
yeah,
just fucking crazy.
yeah. Like myself, I try to do those things, but every time somebody else do nothing, and over time you realize, well, if I do nothing, somebody else gonna do it, right?
Right?
But that's that's kind of selfish a little bit.
No, that's where I'm really happy that I've gotten to where I am, because it's like I can be comfortable with my solitude yet not be lonely. But if I start feeling lonely, I'm healthy enough to actually take steps to, help resolve some of that. So it's like, I'm not stuck in that polarized zone where I'm a complete introvert or a complete extrovert. It's like, no, I can
Hmm.
be a healthy ambivert. I can bounce between the two.
Yeah, that's why I'm here talking, just to have some connection.
Right? No, I feel you. That's the same here, man. It's good. It's healthy. Like I'm seeing where like I feel so bad for the younger generations, because it's like they'll fucking do their chats on their video games and stuff, all texting and stuff, but nobody fucking talks.
No,
Nobody talks.
but they do talk, but it's not true talk.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
It's just small talk.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. It's like
Mhm.
it's crazy. It's like it's almost like we got a whole generation of functional mutes.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you're functional, but you're also a mute, and this is making life a little sad. Like, I want to talk to you. I want to have a blast.
Mm. But yeah, they the lack of experience will make them do what they do now.
Oh,
Because
that is
you,
so
you
true.
but because if like, yeah, right now they try to block people to go in the wilderness, like here in Canada,
Yeah.
and like they give so many reasons, but
Oh, they're doing that everywhere. It's
well, everywhere.
crazy.
Yes, they do.
That's where I'm glad I've found my fucking power, my who I am as a person and my power, because it's like they ever try doing that with shit with me, I'm gonna be fucking going hardcore into the okay, I am like nature and the plant life is part of my
Yeah.
religious beliefs as a spiritual person. Like you are not gonna deny me my opportunity to go to church. There are no temples made by man made for me. The only temple made for me is nature itself, and you will not deny me access to my temple.
Yeah. But there was a law back then. It was about you cannot buy or sell earth and water. And
Huh.
now they reversed it.
Yeah, no, that's something I found out about. The governmental land departments here in America, is because I
Hmm.
always knew about the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, because they own like 90% of my fucking state,
Yes.
and I'm always going, okay, the reason there's homelessness in this state is because of BLM. I'm like, if they actually let us fucking own our own states and live in our own fucking land, then they might actually be enough homes available for people to live here you know but that's where I
Hmm.
found out that it was goes way beyond Bureau of Land Management. There was like a forestry department and like a department of fish and wildlife, and all these different departments had like their own goal, and one of the goals was of one of the departments was literally keep this area national park, so the government can destroy the entire park to mine all of its resources whenever it needs to.
Yeah.
And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? You won't let me go camp in a park because you might end up destroying the whole park in the future? Well,
Yep.
that's the future. Let me in the fucking park now.
So you're not allowed to destroy it, but they are allowing themselves
That's
to
what I'm
do it.
saying. You're literally designating this entire area federal land so you can destroy it years in the future. But yet you have all these Smokey the Bear fucking signs everywhere. Don't start forest fires. It's your responsibility. No, at this point it's your fucking responsibility, government, because you really don't care about anything except money and power.
Hmm.
And those are complete fucking illusions compared to the actual reality that we are living in.
But you know that money and power is a symptom of people that are scared of they are when you're afraid of something, uh like an invasion kind of thing,
Yeah.
you're gonna do everything you can to like protect your future, right?
Yeah.
So where I was going with that, to protect your future in the land. um Fuck, I have a brain fart. Yeah, no,
I'm always laughing at these metaphors. I'm like, what? Wait, there's a buildup of methane gas in your brain? Ooh, that does sound nasty.
Yeah. No, no, that's the thing is that's why I'm talking to people to adjust my word with my conviction,
Yeah.
because I already know what I know. So all the rest is like stories and stuff. Like you're talking about, like those religion and people and
Uh-huh.
the church, but there's like I could say like over 3,000 gods that people like pray to right now. So that made no sense.
No, I understood it. You know, it's like the Hinduism. They have like millions of gods.
Oh yeah, everything is a god, like to the concrete pavement, to the sun ray. Yeah,
I love how the Hindus do that. How they just add gods whenever they want to, whenever they need to. You know, oh, we
yeah,
just developed a new technology. You know, oh, it's a new god. I love that.
yeah,
I love
yeah.
that. I'm just
Why?
like in
Why
a
do you
Western
love it?
culture, we're losing our sense of meaning making. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I'm like, I don't care if you're an atheist. I don't care if you're a believer. I just want us to actually have something to fucking believe in that drives us forward in a healthy way. You
Well,
know,
like
key emphasis
yeah,
on a healthy way. But
yeah.
you know, it's also just like I said, it's about moving forward. And you know, I'm noticing how it's like religion, you know, originally helped us move forward as a species, but now it's just stagnating us, keeping us in the muck, you know? And it's like we need to develop something new that gets us out of the muck so we can keep moving forward.
Mm, I tend to not agree with that, because religion is not there to move us forward. It's there to keep keep the peace
Yeah,
and
no, I know where you're coming from. You're right on their prime directive, but I'm
yes.
not talking about the prime directive. I'm talking about the
Mm-hmm.
side effects of religion. You know what I mean? It's like the Bible. If you think about the Bible, literacy is a side effect of the Bible. So many people know how to read because we used to be super religious and hateful and push this Bible on everybody. But now we actually have sort of a good side effect over time where a lot of people know how to read because of that.
Well, they could have used something else.
Yeah, no, totally. They could have done something else, and that's where you know it's like okay, we want to start a new kind of field that doesn't have the same pitfalls religion does. You know, where we have the good things of religion, that the good side effects that drove us forward as a species, but without the unethical bullshit. You know, it's
Mm,
like you said, it's like they could have taught us how to read without forcing a hate book on us with their hate preach. You know,
yeah.
but you know and that's where it's like I said, it's just about moving forward in a healthy way.
Well, life move forward by itself. It
Yep.
does not need any like government to
No,
move
I mean, that's very
forward.
true, but that goes back to what I was telling you yesterday about how
Yep.
the thinking about your future self.
Mm,
Do you know what I mean? It's like time's moving by in any way, but if you think about your future self in an empathetic way, you're actually going to be kinder to your present self, you know?
oh yeah, yeah, because you're gonna set.
Like I
Yes, for
said, when I
sure.
was in that state back then, I literally hated myself. The only way I can find a way to give any love to myself was to give love to my future self. But I didn't
Okay.
know how I didn't know how time was, even though it's real, it's also an illusion. I didn't understand that it was an illusion back in the day. And that's where it totally wigged me the fuck out when all of a sudden, I'm pushing something out there in the universe and I'm getting something back. It was like, whoa, what the hell? Like I wasn't like in that mode of I'm a manifester. I'm one of these people that does this. I just did something and it responded and it worked for me.
Yeah, like action reaction.
Yeah.
Depending on the action and the step that you took, there'll be a reaction for every step. So it will look like synchronicity, but it's just a normal fact of nature. But they twisted it, so they make it their own way, and it confused me, man. I know they do.
Getting yourself confused now?
No, they confuse me with all their thing that they want me to believe or to
Oh, you're
not
talking about the religious
acknowledge.
folks?
Yeah, but not just
Yeah.
what that religious the big thing I really don't like. But
That's funny. They don't confuse me. They make me laugh. I'm
yeah,
like, okay, you're all fucking saying the same thing, but in different ways and arguing with each other. How fucking ridiculous is this?
yes,
You know
yes.
what I mean?
Well,
It would be like if you were watching somebody play musical chairs, but
mhm.
everybody was holding on to their fucking chairs while they were trying to play the game. It would be like, what the fuck is happening? Are you trying to play stack a chair musical chairs, or like what the fuck are you doing, people?
But do you know that guy, Krishnamurti? Uh,
Oh,
Krish,
Krishnamurti. Yeah, I know who you're
yeah,
talking about.
Murti. Yeah. Anyway, he had a talk with two other like prominent priests. Okay,
Yep.
and he told them clearly. He told them this is what it is. But those two people, they put his word into their own word, and they distorted it. So their level of understanding is so limited that they push their limited mind upon other people too.
Yep.
And charge, man, those people should not be in charge. But
Mm.
if you tell them, okay, you're right, but they will tell you like, hey, I'm the authority here, so
Yeah.
you better believe this.
Well, that's where it goes back to hypocrites being the number one pet peeve of mine.
Yeah,
Hypocrites in power are the worst.
yeah.
Hypocrites in power are the worst.
Well,
Do
there's some
this, and
stuff.
then they're fucking doing the same shit that they're fucking hating on other people for doing. You
Mm,
know?
yeah.
I think that's where it cracks me up because Trump actually is taking hormone replacement therapy. He's taking fucking testosterone because he has low testosterone because that's what happens to men when they get older, especially
What?
when they're getting really old. So it's like it's funny as shit that it's like we got to ban hormone replacement or not surgery. We got to ban hormone replacement therapy. Like it's turning all these kids into frogs and doing all this
What?
crazy shit and like.
Kids into frog?
I've heard. I don't know if Trump said that, but I've heard some MAGA people say that kind of shit. It's like they invert the chemicals in the water, turning frogs
Yeah, yeah.
gay, and they turn that whole thing into
Oh man.
kids are turning into frogs. It's like
Oh.
holy shit, man! This is how just backwards ape shit insane these people are.
Yeah, because a frog it can be morphodite if there's no
It's
male.
also an amphibian.
Yes.
It's just as crazy as saying that humans are turning into jellyfish. It's like
Mm.
we have bones. You realize that, right? Jellyfish have no bones.
Yeah, and their main blood thing is copper, and us is iron. So
I don't even think they have copper. I don't think they have blood. I think that yeah, I'm almost positive they don't have any like blood as we would quantify it as blood. They may have like
well,
plasma or something, but they don't actually have blood. Like they're
wh-
99% water.
which one?
Jellyfish.
Okay, the jellyfish. Okay.
Yeah, they're 99% water. Like, their brain is made out of like the same shit that their bodies are made out of, I'm pretty sure. And like
Oh yeah,
literally their
they.
body is pretty much all it is. There's
Mm-hmm.
nothing else.
Yeah. No,
It's
yeah, I
like,
was thinking more about like horseshoe crab and
oh yeah, horseshoe crabs definitely have the blue blood.
yes, yes, yes.
Man, I'm gotten sad, man, about the horseshoe crabs because I swear to God, ever since
Mm-hmm.
people found out that they have blue blood, all of a sudden, they're fucking abusing the shit out of these things.
Oh yeah, they're milking them.
Like, well, the scientists were already milking them, but
Yeah.
it's like, no, now you're seeing people talk about like I'm pretty sure I even heard like some some like East Coast or some shit like, or I don't know, some place was saying some government department
Mm-hmm.
of wildlife or something in some state or in some country was basically saying like, oh yeah, we have open season for horseshoe crabs, like bounties are on them. We'll give you $60 for each one you kill, and it's like, fuck, man. This isn't they're doing that with all the species now, man. Like they're saying it's conservatorship, but there's no way that in hell that this is conservatorship, man. Like at this point you're fucking like going out of your way to go after endangered species or near threatened species to make them endangered. Like you're not doing this on fucking no risk species, the no concern warranted kind.
Yeah, no, but yeah, but nowadays it's pretty easy because everything is dying right now,
Right?
so I can start a company and say for protection,
Right?
but
But in reality, you're just going out to kill them. Yeah.
yeah, to kill or to exploit
Right.
the resources.
There
But
is only one animal that I know of that I would ever consider doing one of those bounty kind of things on, and that's the lionfish. You know what I'm talking about? The ones with
yeah,
the spikes.
yeah, they are
Those
invasive.
things those things eat the fuck out of everything on the reefs.
Yes,
Like
they're
it doesn't
invasive.
matter what fucking fish is in its way, it will eat that shit in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it killed the yes,
No, I
yes.
remember they're so aggressive and invasive to the point that I remember when I went every time I went scuba diving practically. I don't think
Uh-huh.
it happened in Hawaii, but every time in Mexico when I went scuba diving, one of one of the diving instructors,
Yeah.
would have a spear gun and would fucking kill one of those things when we were swimming because
Mm-hmm.
like there are just fucking mean and aggressive bastards that fucking destroy the fucking environment, and it's like. Actually, there's another one that's like that. Cane toads. Like cane toads in Australia.
Uh, maybe.
Cane toads are huge ass toads, and they're like poisonous. Nothing
Okay.
can eat them, and but they're fucking big as shit. And they're like a lot of frogs where they can eat things. They'll like eat things bigger than their own body.
Oh yeah.
They're fucking big, nasty, mean things. They make
Hmm.
bullfrogs look like tadpoles.
Okay.
So like those ones are nasty too.
Yeah,
But
maybe I
like
saw
those
them,
are the
but
only ones I can think of off the top of my head that are like really nasty species that are like really fucked up and like cause a lot of harm and damage.
but how can I say that? Sometimes nature do that on purpose because.
No, I totally agree with you. That's what I was saying though too about how that I'm not like a normal environmentalist with the
Mm-hmm.
whole pushing the conservatorship like 100% on the conservatorship. It's
Yeah.
like yeah, that's part of it, but we'll definitely need zoos for a long time. But
Mm-hmm.
we can do shit better. We don't need any more Mariuses where we're fucking killing off giraffes because we're fucking money poor zoos that fucking can't donate it or ship it or get some rich benefactor to go take it. It's like, no, we're gonna go the fucking more lazy, unethical route and fucking kill this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because like fuck man, like I'm just like that's some fucked up playing God shit, man. Like sorry, your genetics and you're gonna make inbred babies because we don't have enough fucking zebras because we're fucking poor and we're not gonna ship you out to go meet new zebras and keep spreading the genetics and make it all healthy genetics. Nah, we're gonna do this shit. It's like fuck man, that's just brutal. And I get it. That's
Yeah.
where they go 100% though. It's because they go 100%. They literally it's like the organ typing, It's like oh
Mm-hmm.
you don't you have to find an organ match or you don't just need the blood match. We need the organ match too, It's the same kind of thing where they just go too hard in their philosophy and don't recognize that there's other options.
Well, sometimes the other option is too expensive, so they
That's
go
what it
for
always
the.
comes down to, man. And that's where I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm starting to see more and more. I'm like, I've never been into money, and I've always been into work ethic. Even if I've never had a job, I'm like a hard
Mm.
worker. Whenever I help out people, I work out 100%. Like I value the work ethic, And that's where I'm like, fuck, man. All these people that say they have good work ethics and work themselves to fucking death, like they're sort of lazy in their own way. Not that they're not hard workers in their own way too. I will
No.
give them credit for the labor they give, but at the same time, it's like fuck, man. Like It's like literally like that's part of the reason like a lot of polymaths are into working out their bodies and stuff,
Yeah.
but me as a polymath, that's the one thing I've never been into. And because that's where, even on regard to that, it's like if I'm going to be working jobs and stuff, I'm going to be putting in so much energy that don't want to work out. I don't need to work out. Working out would be doing the same as working yourself to death. It's just overexertion, and I don't need to overexert my body and stress it out. I'm not doing no naked and afraid bullshit, like I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
it's
be
too
healthy,
extreme.
you know?
Yeah, that's too extreme. Those
R-
things.
Right?
But
Like, I'm not a fan of reality shows, but that's one of the few ones where I will give it some credit for. But at the same time, I also understand all the elements at play. Like it was actually funny that the last time that was on, it
mhm,
was on for a few minutes, and I popped in and said hey to my mom or my grandma or somebody, and it was on, and it was really funny because like some
mhm.
situation happened, and I was like, oh shit, man, they better pull them out. Like they're in a legitimate, like dangerous situation. Like they're in legal liability at this point. Like the people hosting the show, like they need to pull them out. And then like a few seconds after they said that, they ended up fucking pulling them out. And I'm like, oh fucking thank God that they fucking had the knowledge to actually see this shit
Are you
for the
talking about
reality it
the?
was.
Are you talking
And
about the episode where the lion was right beside, or the episode where the crocodile went into their living area?
I think it might have been the lion. I don't remember. I don't recall. Because I
Okay.
felt like there was another factor at play too. Like they were, like they were near the lion. Like the lion was near them, but there was also like a fucking like wasp nest or some shit.
Mm,
And it was like a dual factor. It was like, oh fuck, man. Like you get that wasp nest angry, and you're gonna be running around getting attacked by a fucking lion. Like you're
yes.
not that lion's gonna come after you once it sees you running around with the wasp. It's fur. It doesn't give a shit about the wasps. It's gonna fucking want to see that fucking meal. It's gonna get all those signals in its brain going, okay, I need to get this fucking thing. It's food. It's running for its life from me, not from the insects. It sees me, and I gotta catch
Mm-hmm.
it. You know,
But in that show,
Fuck.
Naked and Afraid, lah, they're
Yep.
just because they're like under camera, they do not act as real human.
Not as true as they could. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
No,
because
I agree with that. Like if they're gonna have cameras out there, they should have like fucking the like those animal bots and stuff. Those, what I'm saying? Those ones that fool the
what?
animals, and like it's like have some real hidden camouflage ones. Hide it with
Oh,
some fucking bushes and camouflage, or have some like robot animal with all the other real animals. It's like
yeah.
at that point too, you're getting extra film footage. You could sell that as B-roll for the fucking nature documentary that's filming next doors.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, yeah.
For reals,
Mm,
you're all using digital cameras. You can totally fucking film extra scenes, man. You're not using film no more. It's not going to cost an arm and a leg to film some B shot.
no.
For reals.
Hmm.
Yep.
So what we're talking about now?
I don't know. We went a little fast and a little bit on the roller coaster there, man. The train of thought turned into a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
that happens sometimes,
Oh, yeah, it does all the time. The,
right?
all the time. The mind is always like jumping to one thing to another.
Right?
Hmm. Oh. I don't know. I'm not a guy that talk much because I don't say I know everything, but when I know, make me just like.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm the same way. It's like like if it's something important and I know it, I'll bring it up and talk about it. But if
Mm-hmm.
it's some just like opinion of some random thing, oh, I like this movie or show, then it's like you sort of have to instigate the conversation a little bit, or divert the conversation into that. It's like yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but because sometimes it's relevant to a subject that you want to bring up. So,
Yeah, no, that's hella true too.
but sometimes, like I said, like that, like to you guys, not you Gaia, but to other, like I ask people, did you see that movie? Because it's an example of what I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah.
Uh,
No, I actually relate to that a fuck ton. Like
mhm,
as much as I love Hazel, it's sometimes hard talking to her when it comes to that kind of thing because I am full autistic when it comes to using media to help convey my train of thought and my messages to other people because it's a good thing to use. I mean that's what film theory is all about. That's why I love getting into the actual philosophy and actual film theory. I'll watch freaking anything and I'll get into the philosophical side of it. I'll start dissecting it. I'll go, oh, Big
mhm,
Bang Theory feels like it's a good reflection of postmodernism, of like the postmodern world, like all these people, there's a lot of sarcasm that they use and there's a lot of irony, and it's just, that's a lot of things that is similar with postmodernism, postmodernism
mhm,
has a lot of sarcasm and irony, and I do that with all sorts of freaking things. That's where, like freaking D&W was talking about that Round the Twist show, and I started watching that, and I was,
okay,
I love shows like that, because it's so, like campy and, just down to earth and, but over the top all at the same time. And it's just like, I love that kind of thing because most modern things, they try too hard, and it's like everything's trying to be the fucking Titanic, like,
yeah,
and it's like, fuck, man, you can't do that, it just gets exhausting and tiring, and it gets to the point where you become the postmodern cynic and you start watching this modern stuff and go, oh man, like they could have done this better, oh my goodness, like you just get negative, and I love watching older things like that because I'm watching that and I'm going like, this is sort of like new sincerity, like David Foster Wallace talking about, like actually being sincere and authentic, like, and just doing what they do, like it's like, because that's where I've noticed online that a lot of these shows I've been getting really into lately, like that, all these younger generations are saying it's cringy. And of all the words to use, the word cringe, I'm just like, okay, that's the sort of like the, okay, you're authentic, but not in a good way.
mhm,
It's like a generalized, multi-purpose, negative use of, something that is multidimensional and could be beautiful or ugly depending on how you view it. It's just flattens it and reduces it to something negative and boring. And they start using this on everything. That's cringy, this is cringy, and it's like, that's where I'm like, when did people lose the ability to differentiate between authentic, sincere, campy, cheesy, and cringy? Because it's a spectrum. There's
yeah.
cheesy, or there's even corny. Like whatever happened to corny? That's so corny. Like that's so cheesy. Like
But
people.
those are just flavor of talk, right?
Yep.
It's just flavor, like they're their own little twist that make them them, I guess.
Yeah, but what's life without flavor, man? What's the
Yep.
what's the food you're making without a little bit of spice, man? You
But
you got to get some flavor into your life.
oh yeah, you got to. But sometimes if you just eat that one thing, you become that one thing, right?
I say that the most cringy thing is to be a postmodern, cynical, freaking negative, nihilistic person. I think that's a little cringy. And what's fun about that? Just tell me what's fun about that. Maybe if you could tell me something that's fun about that, I'll buy into your shit just at the slightest. I won't believe in it. I won't live it, but I'll accept it. But like, fuck, I'm not even hearing nothing positive about it.
Mm, but it could be.
No, it definitely could be. I'm a trans dualist. I'm all about being able to make life out of lemonade, being able to recognize that, fuck, man, we are not all these Americans with, diabetic sweet tooth fucking, like, I want
Uh,
sugar with fucking 3 different artificial sugars in my candy because the sugar in my candy wasn't enough, like I'm more multidimensional. I factor in these other things at play.
yeah. It will come. One day will come.
For sure, for sure. Yeah.
Like when we were connected to. when AI is connected to us. So,
Oh, that's going to be interesting because I already, like I said, I swear there's this hive mind phenomenon that
oh,
is
it will
it's
happen.
it's becoming so more and more real every day.
Yep.
Maybe it's just a zeitgeist, a new zeitgeist, a new age that we're being born into. Maybe we're moving out of the postmodern age into something new, and articulating it in the wrong way. But either that or it's this phenomenon, like I say, because it seems to have this like hive mind effect going on where it's like even if you're not being guided by the algorithm, you're still being guided all in the same direction. And it's such a weird, trippy thing. That's where the biggest thing that's concerning with me about
Mm-hmm.
that, though, that hive mind effect is, all this far right wing nationalism spreading
Mm-hmm.
around the whole globe. I'm like, do we really have to go through another totalitarian fascist period as a species to finally learn that this bullshit does not fucking work?
Well, because they didn't finish it, and they cannot finish it
That's the
because
whole point, though, is that they can't fucking finish it.
no,
So
no, 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 they can.
no, they can too, but that's what they can't see, is that they see only that side that it'll never end, and it's like, fuck, man. Like if you fucking buy into that 100%, man, like
Mm-hmm.
that feed the positive, the negative feedback loops, then you're birthing that into
Well,
existence, and that's what
I'm
they're
gonna ask
doing.
you a question.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask you a question.
yeah.
Listen, you have to listen carefully.
Okay.
Do when you do cleaning in your house, okay? Do you do you keep some dirt at some places because like it you like that, and you discriminate other dirt that you want to get rid of? It's maybe bad saying, but what I meant, like, when you clean your house, like there's bugs in your house or animal or whatever, and you want to clean it, you're gonna keep some because they're good for you, and other you're gonna get rid of them, right?
Uh, for the most part, no. I just get rid of everything across the board.
Okay, exactly. That's the exact answer that you could give me.
Yeah.
You, did you see in Civilization? There's the same thing. They try to clean the world so there's only one group. So you clean all the rest. I cannot talk about it, man, because
That that was interesting though, because you made me sort of reflect on my own potential bias on something, because it was like this dualistic tension between me being a trans dualist, seeing the third option and appreciating the chaos in life, but also the dualistic tension with my OCD, where I just want complete control over my life and I want to be able to sweep all that dirt out of my apartment. I have
okay,
no
okay,
dirt.
replace the dirt by other people now.
Mm-hmm.
Will you clean them all up to
Like
make
clean
your
them all
house?
up.
Yeah, you clean them.
Yeah, I would clean others, but not intentionally. I would just do it as my spirit or whatever guides me to.
Yeah,
It's
no, no,
like
no. That's
I'm not gonna force some mental cleansing on somebody or something, but at the same time, if I'm feeling the time and the place is appropriate and that they're receptive, then I would approach it then.
yeah. Well, that's the step that many people cannot do
Oh, the
because
time element.
no, removing other people.
Hmm. Oh, I know what you're saying, that just
But
that need for attachment is so strong with so many people that they are like codependent with other people.
no, that's not what I'm saying. That's mean.
No?
No, 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 no. Because I cannot talk about it because soon as I said the one word, I will be classified as the one word. Oh man.
What,
I,
you're afraid of somebody fixing a label to you?
okay, I'm just gonna say it then.
Okay.
Okay, what the Nazi trying to do?
Okay.
Clean the goddamn fucking world. So
Oh, okay.
that's the principle they're going towards.
Yeah,
They,
I know what
they
you're
want to
saying.
clean the world of all the other
No,
group.
I know what you're saying because like I'm able to actually understand, like the Nazi ideology without, believing in it or being one.
Yeah, but
Like,
everybody's doing it, but they're not accepting it.
oh, I know. I know what you're saying.
They
I think
all
I get what you're
Nazi.
saying.
Everybody's a fucking Nazi, man.
For reals though, no, no.
Everybody.
That's so. But you could go talk to some anarchist circles. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that would agree with you, Yvonne.
But but the fact is that they don't want to take the responsibility to clean the house, right?
Yeah, they don't want to clean their own house. They don't want to
So they're
clean
gonna let
their.
somebody else do it, and
Yeah,
after they did
exactly.
it, they're gonna point at him and they say, "Oh, you're a bad person, so we got to remove you."
That is so fucking true. It's not even funny, Yvonne. I guarantee you, there's some rich Americans fucking. Oh, I'm gonna hire some fucking Mexican maid to clean up my house because I don't want to clean up my house, And then the
Mm,
second they get there, like, oh, are you documented? Oh, okay, I'm fucking calling ICE. What the hell are you doing here?
mm.
It's like fuck, man. Like these are the realities people don't want to think about, let
No, they
alone
don't.
admit they're
They don't.
a reality.
They
Because
lying
yeah,
to.
they'll go like, oh no, that's the example, not the rule,
Mm-hmm.
And it's like they come up with all these fucking defensive, bullshit to hide behind their own unethical morals. It's fucked up.
It's all about lies that you tell yourself, so you can feel better about the action that you took,
Mm-hmm.
and as long as you play the game really well, then you gotta keep the mask that you're wearing in front of other people, but inside they want the cleaning to happen,
Yeah.
like every goddamn religion. That's exactly what they do. They want to cleanse all the others, so
No, I know what you're talking
they're
about because all these religions have that, that dualistic, that bad dualism, where they other people, you are an other and we are the chosen people,
Mm,
and that is such a fucked up, unethical mentality to maintain.
yeah, well, yes, it's all about like, oh man, one day we'll get there. That's why AI is gonna help to
No, we are
to
definitely
bring
getting there. That's
everybody.
right. I can see it, with with some of the like-minded people like that.
Mm-hmm.
I find myself around, where these people are deconstructing these religions or that they these religious upbringings, or they're investigating and researching all this stuff about religion, and they're discovering these things about it. Where yeah, it's crazy.
Well, I remember that all religion were using magic trick back then to attract people,
Mm-hmm.
like into the temple and to
Yep.
their group. They were using magic trick,
Oh, they just switched
and
idols. You know.
yeah, well, they were using magnet and or string
Yeah, no, they
to
just got
levitate.
they just got too fucking lazy and switched to idols. They're like, we got actual
Yeah.
technology now, but we're not going to use it. We're just gonna fucking you make all these flashy images and signs
Mm-hmm.
and shit, and the fucking people fell for it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
yeah.
all that dopamine addiction, man, it's crazy.
And
I don't get why
um,
dopamine is so fucking like addictive to people. I'm like, have you never felt like euphoria off of a like hallucinogen? Like, okay, that is like some serotonin like magic that and even regular serotonin doesn't make you feel that way. Like this is just there's so much more to neurochemistry than dopamine.
yes, there's yeah.
Dopamine is just it literally is the molecule, the neurochemical molecule of addiction. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I mean, fuck you. You smoke meth, you just got a fuck ton of dopamine. You take it's a lot of these things are dopamine reuptake inhibitors. And you're just flooding your neurons with dopamine. It's super addictive, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah. But they reduce your level of dopamine. Yeah, drop way low after. So
yeah.
that's why you have to take again just to bring it back to balance.
No, that's where I
But
find
yeah.
salvia divinorum fascinating because it actually lowers your dopamine.
Okay.
Because it's actually the one thing that I've ever heard. I literally think I might have coined a new word by accident because it's or not really, but actually probably because wait, no,
Yeah.
wait a second, yeah.
What?
I'm confused. Anyway, let me go on.
Yep.
Let me go on instead of get stuck up on linguistics and semantics. Shit. Fuck. Now I lost my train of thought.
Talking about dopamine.
Oh, okay. Dopamine. Huh. Just something about it fucking being addictive and it just
No, you're
that.
talking about
Oh,
dopamine and
the salvia
salvia.
divinorum, and the
Yeah.
anti-dopamine. Okay, yeah, it lowers your
Oh,
dopamine.
okay.
It's really weird because and I don't know if it actually lowers your dopamine, but it
No.
probably does because this is where it's
Mm.
freaking fascinating because it no actually it does have an effect on the dopamine receptor and I think it is so yeah I think does lower your dopamine but the reason why yeah I'm almost positive because what happens when you take Salvia divinorum, it's the one hallucinogen that's actually dysphoric instead of euphoric. So
Okay.
you're not guaranteed to get euphoria and feel amazing off of any of these hallucinogens, but it can happen.
Hmm.
But Salvia divinorum has the opposite. It has dysphoria. So instead of you feeling all like, oh my God, everything's all warm and tingly and I feel all relaxed and feel great and blissful, no, you get the exact opposite. You go,
Hey,
oh my
Gaia.
God, everything's sort of hurting and I feel
Hey, Gaia.
discomfort. Yeah?
I, I just want to tell you something.
What?
You know the word I didn't wanted to talk about?
Yeah.
Well, there was like 7 people watching and they all left.
Oh my goodness, the fake people left.
Yeah.
How scary.
Yep. You see where it's going? They. Oh man, I hate people, man.
Oh, it is depressing. Like that is why, like I say, I don't have depression anymore. I fight cynicism. You know?
Yeah.
It's like, and
Oh
the cynicism is what causes depression. Because like fuck, like isn't cynicism like depressing when you just don't trust people?
man.
Like, that's depressing. I not to
Oh
say you
boy.
need to trust everybody, give them your fucking heart and soul. Don't be an idiot. Have boundaries, but for reals.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that is weird.
Oh.
Yeah,
No,
no, I was just saying it's interesting because Salvia divinorum, lowers your dopamine and makes you feel dysphoric when you're under the influence of it. And
okay.
but what's fascinating about that is the medical potential for that.
Hmm.
Like the anti-addictive potential, like getting people out of addictive cycles and tendencies.
Mm-hmm.
Like fuck, I can talk about like a meditative tool. If you can learn to recognize that dopamine, when having a high amount of dopamine, isn't necessarily an amazing thing that's gonna fix your entire fucking life, and you
Yeah.
experience moments of really low dopamine and recognize that like anything life, these moods and moments in life are temporary, they're not meant to be permanent.
Mm.
You can start to appreciate them more. You can appreciate the contrast. You can go like, oh my God, I have just regular dopamine right now and I feel fucking on top of the world, you know?
Yep.
And
Yep.
that's awesome. I don't need to be high off of all this stuff or, and get addicted to these things. I can, use things responsibly if I choose to or stay away from them if I want to. It's my life and I have control over these things and it's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, but the hunger of people is never satisfied.
Oh, I agree with that. I think we're like the fucking Ouroboros with that.
Yeah,
We're
it's
just we're
yeah.
eating ourselves forever. It's like food. Like stress eating. That is the Ouroboros in action. You know what I mean? It's
Yep.
like you're just eating and eating, and it just like it just you can never stop. It's just never enough.
No.
It's
That's
just
why we have to change our body.
yeah. No, you have to
Yeah.
change your body, but I think the mind is the first step often.
Mm. Maybe.
Unless it's something like maybe like obesity, or like if you got really bad obesity that's like causing like type 2 diabetes, or flare ups of insulin shit, and how blood sugar obviously affects your mood and how you're processing things
But,
cognitively and emotionally and spiritually even.
but obesity is just a lack of one vitamin or something. Like if you don't consume that one thing, you're gonna expand.
I sort of know where you're coming from, but I disagree when it comes to obesity. Because no, I totally where you're coming from though.
Yeah,
Because like that's where when it comes to like eating, like that
yeah,
causes obesity, I would say you're 100% right. Like if
yeah.
someone's eating way too much fucking cheese and they're getting fat off that stuff, like that's because they don't understand that nutrition has all these counterbalances. Like it's like
Yep.
electrolytes. If you have too much sodium in your diet, increase your potassium. Eat some fucking bananas. It will help balance the salt in your diet. It's like
Mm-hmm.
obviously that they always say all the doctors and medical shit always go the abstinence rule first. We'll just cut back on your salt. Well, guess what? We live in the modern world with all this fucking hyper processed fucking salt and we live in food deserts, and we sort of can't avoid all this fucking salt. So eat some
Yep.
bananas, people. Get your potassium up. Counterbalance your electrolytes. Make sure you're hydrated, and you get all these ions flowing to your cells and muscles, so all these things function properly.
I make
And
somebody eat a banana.
that's where when it comes to like cheese, like that's where I've
Yeah.
gotten really in tune with this. It's really funny because like I actually have the cheese is my main dietary protein, and
Okay.
I keep saying to myself like, damn, I'm eating too much fucking cheese. But then I see what I'm doing, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm layering it between two all natural corn tortillas with 10% of the RDA fiber. So there's 20% of your fiber right there, and fiber is actually the counterbalance to the fat in cheese. When you get too much fat in your diet, you get all that cholesterol and all that
Yeah, yeah,
bad oils that clog your arteries, all that crap. You need the fiber because the fiber actually binds to those oils.
yeah. But
So it's a counterbalance. Nature has all these counterbalances, and if you can hack the system, you can really influence your health for the better. And it's these salutogenic systems that I've been learning about. I've been discovering and engaging with my own person, and
okay.
helping my physical and mental health. And it's been a beautiful process.
But it's pretty hard to know what to eat, when to eat, and how much to eat. To
Oh, definitely. No,
like,
that's where I think the mind body connection, like we're so out of touch with that. I
yeah.
think that that's one of those things where I would equate it to, or not equate it, but I would
But
relate it to postmodernism, because I think that we probably had a healthier relationship with food back in the day when we didn't have all this mass produced factory farmed, highly processed stuff just at beck and call anywhere you wanted.
mm-hmm.
It's like, when people grew up on farms and made their own food, it's like, yeah, you have 2 or 3 fridges and a root cellar, and you're storing all this fucking food, and you're eating it all when you need to, not when you want to, when you pretty much need to. Oh, I
Yeah.
woke up, I'm starting a hard day of work on the farm, I'm gonna eat a full fucking breakfast. I got bacon, I got eggs, I got hash browns, I got some
Mm-hmm.
pancakes, I'm gonna cook up a little bit of it all, I'm gonna eat it all, and I'm gonna start my hard day. And people had a healthier balance with that stuff. And yeah, I think some of it was just the time period, like I said, and the way people lived.
Yeah.
But I think it was also something that people used, probably actually taught back in the day. There were actually probably some people that taught about that, like maybe there was some priest or something that were like, well, they say in this book, and from what I've taught, that the body is the temple. So well,
Mm-hmm.
we need to teach each other about the mind body connection so we can maintain our temple, because it's these things that modern people are losing touch of, like, completely. It's
Yeah.
wild as fuck. It's like, man, oh wow, I take acid for a few times, and suddenly I'm some like fucking person that's time traveled. I must have lived in the past because I actually understand some of this shit. I'm
Mm.
not some stuffy fucking old fogey conservative, but I actually understand understand some of this complexity and, like can bridge the political gaps, I'm not any of
Yeah.
you. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a right winger. I'm not a centrist, but I relate to you all. I understand where you're coming from.
Well, some
Like,
people don't want to relate because, like, I talked to some religious people, and you just said like what I said to that person, that
mhm,
the body is the temple. That is what the teaching is all about, right?
yep.
But they don't acknowledge it because they go to the mass and go to the church with the community, and that's their temple. They don't acknowledge that the body is the real temple.
Mm.
I don't know. I just don't understand. Like, come on. Like, why you don't you read the book, but you don't apply the teaching, and
Mm.
you only talk about the guy,
No,
the
I know what you're saying because
like
I
cut.
feel that way
Fuck.
ever since I had a literary awakening because
Uh
I'm
huh.
seeing, where I'm like, okay, Christians have read the New Testament, not the Old Testament, but the things are bound together. Read the whole book, you know?
Yeah.
I'm like that with all this stuff. Like I'm getting into the Hindu mythology, or I'm not claiming it's myth to any Hindus out there. I'm just using that term, you know. But
Lately, I start
not
to read
claiming that it
some
was
Hindu
real either,
stuff.
not claiming one direction or other. But anyway, I'm getting into the Hindu texts, and
Yeah.
uh, for instance, there's the Bhagavad Gita, and I'm not
Mm-hmm.
even buying that because I don't need to buy it because it's abridged, reductionist. It's beautiful, it's relevant, it's something that's a great text. I haven't even read it yet,
Yeah.
but I know it's going to be amazing. But I also
Okay.
know that whatever version of the Bhagavad Gita you're reading one that's completely altered. That I
Yeah.
got the whole Mahabharata by unabridged critical edition by Beck de Broy. That's the one I got. It's
Okay.
6,000 freaking pages. It's 10 books, and literally the Bhagavad Gita is in like book 9. I'm like, I literally have the whole Mahabharata. It's not abridged. It's the critical edition, and so
Okay.
they sourced the text and they pretty much used like biblical theory, but applied it to their Hindu stuff. So they're getting literal as all get out, and with the translations, and making it as accurate and as long as possible. And I got the whole thing. I'm like, why
Okay.
are all these Hindu monks and priests and people off these missions and nonprofits, all these people online, these monks streaming themselves or making videos, and they're all talking about the Bhagavad Gita. None of them are talking about the Mahabharata, let alone
No.
getting let it get alone searching in particular for an unabridged version, let alone looking for the unabridged version that's also a critical edition. Like, it's like, I don't believe in literalism, but at the same time, I do believe that it has sort of its own place when it comes to epistemology or, logic making and just your process and how you figure things out.
Yeah, but
Because
yeah.
I do not like abridged works of any kind. I'm like, I want the whole freaking text. I'm like, I'm not going to be anal or OCD about, everything being some critical edition, or something like that. But
But I
at the
got this
same
book right
time,
here.
it's like, even if I'm reading
Right.
fiction, I don't want Harry Potter that's been reduced to 200 pages. Like, what the heck is this? I want whatever I'm reading, I want to read the whole thing.
Yeah, the old thing, yes. But some
Could you imagine if people applied that to actual movies? Let's turn all of movies into TikTok. We'll reduce them into 20-minute movies, and then we'll make all the 20-minute shows into 10-minute, 5-minute shows. And you know what I'm saying? It's like that concerns me that how a lot of people are switching into short-term content. I'm like, if you are so overworked in life, you need to find other hobbies that are not short form content. Learn to read, learn to paint. Like, do something creative. Something that enriches your life, not some 30-second shorts that yeah, some may be awesome, but overall it's just a lot of addictive scrolling.
yeah, but you cannot do that with everyone because we're all different. Like
Oh
me,
no, that's true. Like I said, I understand the reality of the situation. I'm not like trying to shit on people that are working 3 fucking jobs and using TikTok. But at the same time, I'm just saying that like you really should try to limit that and be really aware. Just that like that's probably one of the worst when it comes to these algorithms and just feeding the negative aspects of socialization and human nature. It's
yeah,
like I don't, that's why I don't use social media except YouTube. I'm like there's an inherent humanistic element to the fact that it's using video and using audio. And granted that will probably change when there's all these AI deep fakes, but at the moment it's basically like the last bastion of real socialization. Like, yeah, there's
yeah.
anonymous people and stuff like that, but it's not Reddit where all these anonymous people are getting into cult of personality, and
Mm-hmm.
just there's all this cult mentality on Reddit. It's like every subreddit has its own cult fucking mentality. We're a subreddit on fucking Pokemon. If you talk about Digimon here, we're gonna crucify you.
Oh
you
yeah.
know it's like, holy shit. Like, I get staying on topic, but don't fucking be mean to people. Like, don't fuel all that negativity and hatred and just the things that make all the
It's not hatred.
tools.
It's an ignorance.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the internet is a tool, and tools can be used for the benefit of humankind, or they could be warped and used as weapons to fight against each other. You can use a bow and arrow to take down a deer and feed your starving village, or you can use it to wage war on your neighbor. And it's like it's a tool.
Yep.
You got to have some level of wisdom to utilize these things with respect and help us instead of hurt us. There's that whole saying of "don't shoot yourself in the foot." I'm being oh, wow, I cannot say that right now.
Literally.
I'm being a little literal. That's what
A
it is. A
little
little
literal.
literal.
Yeah. Tongue twister. Tongue
Yeah, I'm being a
twister.
little literal, but yeah, there's reason metaphors are good for helping communication and getting messages across.
Yeah, because yeah. Well, it's not even. Yeah, it's like at school, and when you try to learn through first grade to the 6th grade, then man, some people are at 6th grade, but they still at level 2.
No, I know exactly what you're saying,
Like
because that's this
fuck.
where this whole AI age gating thing is. I'm like, holy shit, man, that they can only get away with this in like fucking Trump's America, like this political climate. Because in any other political climate, the liberals would be outgoing. Okay, this is discriminating against all autistic people online, because they've shown that a lot of autistic people, so maybe not all autistic people
Mm-hmm.
online, but they've shown that a lot of autistic people, are a little socially backwards, even if they're intellectually forwards. You know what I mean? So, they could be a genius, but at the same time have a harder time socializing, because they're in a different, socially, they're sort of in a different age group, and that's where it's like, okay, if you're gonna have AI algorithms assume people's age, you're probably gonna disproportionately affect autistic people online that just have certain interests. I'm an autistic young man that has an extreme interest in My Little Pony. I'm not even one of the bronies, but I'm just really into that. And the algorithm's gonna instantly assume that that's some child. And it's like, oh boy, man, like that's not good. That's not fun.
Yeah.
The internet has become a really messy place. I'm like, you think that separating the clear net and the dark net would make things better, but apparently, people are just,
No.
the internet is just, I don't know what human beings have, like, why have we fucked up that tool in particular so much? Like,
Because
fuck,
the cleanup,
we
like I
may we
thought.
may
Yeah.
wage war, commit war crimes with weapons, with firearms, But guess what? We did use those, and we still do use those to hunt and feed families and, you know, these other things. But the internet, it's like, fuck, it seems like everybody's forgetting that it can be used as a tool to communicate and to help each other. You know, like I said, that's why YouTube is the only one I use, because
Hey,
it's like, you know, I know that I'm not going to be helping
hey,
anybody on
Gayon,
Facebook or, yeah.
stop talking.
Okay, sorry.
Noodle is in the background
Oh,
backstage.
yeah.
Is that?
We got someone that might want to join on stage. Okay.
Yeah, check it out.
Hey, Noodles.
Oi,
Hi.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool.
What you up to?
I just got home from traveling. I was in Georgia. Now I'm back in Massachusetts.
Mm.
Yeah.
Ah, good stuff.
What are you up to?
Oh man, I'm at home. Man, relaxing.
I was just having fun with Yvonne feeding my manic rants.
Yeah, I heard a bit of that.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Something you want to talk about?
Wait, do you have a channel?
Do I have a channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a channel.
What's it called?
It's called Harmony Nexus.
Okay, I don't know if I've heard it.
Yeah, it's still a little now. I've been working on it for like about a year, you know, but still a little slow growing. Got like 19 subscribers.
And what you talk
Mhm.
about?
What do I talk about?
Yeah, on your
Just
channel.
a lot of the freaking polymathic philosophical insights that I have. You know, I make connections to things and talk about different things. Just a lot of observations and, you know, interests that I have.
You never showed your link about it, huh?
Yeah, I've shared it in the past, but like
Okay.
I don't think I've shared it since I've become a moderator in the channel.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm still figuring out how to do this a little bit. You know, I'm getting there though. Getting there.
Oh, but the NW is using you.
DNW is using me. Yeah, I know he is a little bit, but he's still acting in good faith with how he
Oh
is, you
yeah.
know. So I ain't got no problem, you know. It's like I've learned how to set healthy boundaries and like you know, get that energy link off of people. Understand, you know, like are they vibing with me? Do we got are each other's best interest in each other's hearts? That kind of
Mm-hmm.
thing.
No, it's
You
fine.
know,
Yeah.
I met Din Dubs recently
Oh, didn't you? Yeah, didn't you say you met
in
him in
person.
person?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Who
Noodles,
did you
Din
say?
Dubs?
yeah,
DNW? Yeah.
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 Hmm. You live in UK now?
No?
DNW?
I was visiting.
Okay.
So you must travel a
Yeah.
lot, Noodles.
I have been recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
Yep.
recently, just for music stuff. I'll probably be going back to the UK in like September or October. Um,
Oh, so you like go tour around doing independent music, that kind of thing?
well, I'm recording. I'm doing a lot of recording right now.
Mm.
And
First album?
what?
Is it your first album?
My first like commercial album.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll probably be going back there soon. So he and I are gonna plan to hang out a little bit more. Get like, because we only got to hang out for like 4 hours when I was there, but it was a great 4 hours. I wish I could have hung out with him a lot more.
Yeah. Huh,
For
that's
sure.
cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
cool.
DNW is he's what's the word? He's a maven.
Amazing.
A maven.
That's good. So it wasn't one of those meet your heroes kind of things then.
It was a meet your heroes kind of thing.
Oh, it was, but it was a meet your heroes in a good way, obviously.
Well, isn't meet your heroes generally a good like?
No, people always say don't meet your heroes. You know.
Oh
Like,
no, I mean
like,
no. I already know all. Like for me, I like a lot of the people I look up to. Okay, so I don't know. I haven't been that disappointed yet with any of that stuff.
What stuff?
Like the meet your heroes kind of stuff. I did like because a lot of the people I look up to aren't even vegan, so I already like have to compartmentalize some of that stuff and just be like, oh, I know these people aren't like, they're not like ethically minded people, because the thing is most people are not ethically minded. They just basically do what is deemed acceptable by society, you know.
Well,
yeah, yeah. No, I mean,
ethics and morals are sort of meaningless terms if you really think about them, because you know morals are just an individual sense of ethics, and ethics are just like a communal sense of morals, and that just
well,
means
I mean, I think it's
ethics
important.
is sort of a zeitgeist, a cultural thing.
Sure, but you know, it develops
culture had no culture at all, literally no culture.
Yeah, but it develops
really
to
have
like
a concept of ethics.
Yeah, but it develops to benefit us. So
yeah.
So you're vegan, Nuno?
Yeah. So is DNW. So like DNW, like it's good. It's really good fun to meet my vegan heroes, because they generally don't disappoint. You know, and like I met Vegan Gains, and you know I met DNW. I would have posted. It would have been fun to post some pics with him, but you know, obviously the anonymity thing. And I don't even think I got any pictures with him, actually, to be honest. Now that I think of it, no, I didn't.
It's in your mind. You don't have to take a picture. You can remember.
No,
right?
we need to take pictures, man. Nobody takes pictures nowadays.
Yeah,
It's like
what are you kidding me? Everybody takes
pictures.
No, that's what I meant. I would have taken a picture with my smartphone.
Yeah, even for yourself. That's what I'm saying. Like everybody forgets to take pictures nowadays. It's
Yeah.
like we all have fucking cameras in our pockets, but we all forget to take pictures.
Oh, that's an interesting insight, actually. I wonder. Yeah, I mean, it's weird. Some people take pictures of everything because they have a smartphone, and yeah, some people are just, they rely on everyone else.
It's like a cultural thing. If you come from a photography background, like my mom comes from a photography background, and she takes pictures of everything, and I always forget to take pictures of things. I'm always like, oh man, I should have taken a picture of that, or I should have taken a video of that.
So, I would like to meet Gary Orofsky, because he's a vegan hero of mine. But yeah, like recently I've been meeting a lot of the musical people I like.
So what kind of music are you into?
Reggae.
Reggae?
And soul.
Like more classical reggae, or like that dance hall kind of stuff?
No, like old school reggae from like the 60s and 70s.
Rastafari.
No, not Rasta. No.
Rasta?
Before Rasta.
Before Rasta.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. What decades did you say?
Late 60s, early 70s.
Huh, that's just confusing me a little bit. I know
Marley, but
Haile Selassie was during World War II, and Haile Selassie is like
But
Jesus
but
Prophets.
Rastafarianism did not take hold of the reggae movement until the mid to late 70s.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. You're the religious aspect or spiritual aspect or whatever didn't
So,
integrate into the music aspect until
well, yeah, and
later.
it also influenced the style, the way it was played. So the Rasta reggae, it's called roots. They call it roots reggae.
Huh.
And that's more like the Bob Marley stuff that people are used to. But the stuff I like is earlier. It's from like the 60s and early 70s.
Like Peter Tosh?
Well, Peter Tosh. So here's the thing.
What?
Peter Tosh
Yeah.
was in the Wailers. That was Bob Marley's band, and they had some great. They'd been making music since I think 1962 or 63 or something. And the stuff they made in the 60s and early 70s is a lot different than what they were making in the mid 70s and beyond when they really got popular. All those artists evolved. It was just what was trendy. Whatever the music trend was, that's what they went with. So,
I love hearing about music history. I don't know enough about it. It's one of those things as a polymath. I'm like, oh, I have all these interests, but in regard to that one, I don't have that much background. I don't have that much knowledge.
Well, I'm a nerd about I'm a reggae nerd.
I would think it's also fascinating how we classify music into genres. That's one I'm really interested in.
Well, reggae has so many subgenres. Like, like in Jamaica, there's a progression, right? In the 40s and 50s, there was mento and calypso. Those were the two like popular styles of music on the island. And then
I've heard of calypso. I've never heard of memento.
No, mento. It's just mento. MENTO.
Okay.
I think I heard about it, but I don't remember.
And then there was when people started getting everyone started getting a transistor radio. They were getting radio stations from the United States, and so they were listening to a lot of like New Orleans brass and big band and boogie woogie, jazz, blues, R&B, rock and roll. Rock and roll played a big role in shaping the music scene in Jamaica because they started trying to copy it, but they would do it with the mento and calypso style musicians, right? And so they made up kind of a new style of music called ska. The emphasis on the upbeat, and that was like really fast. It was like
that's really interesting. I didn't know ska originated out of freaking reggae.
No, reggae came from ska. Ska started in the late 50s, early 60s.
Oh, and reggae came from ska?
And so it goes. They did calypso, mento. Then there was ska, and then ska slowed down and became something called rocksteady. And then now it's the mid 60s. And then towards the late 60s, reggae was invented, right? And that was basically, so rocksteady was like a slow down version of ska, but they would just do the eighth notes on the hi-hat. So it would just be like, and the downbeat was on the 3. So it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. That was the drum beat. And then reggae, what reggae did was they added 16th notes on the hi-hat with the downbeat on the 3. So go, and that gave it the reggae more of what they call a kind of a bubble.
Huh.
So the first reggae song, there's a lot of debate over what the first reggae song was, but it was probably something like Lester Sterling's Bangarang. It came out in 1968.
Man, you're like a human every noise at once. Have you ever heard of that? That website?
No.
Yeah, there's this website called everynoise.com, and it has like all these hyperlink buttons to links to click of, and they have like every different like I just saw that what was it? What were you just saying that freaking beat rock or something? Like fuck, what was that called? I just had it too.
Rocksteady.
Rocksteady, yeah. It was, I looked it up right there, and it had Crash Rock Steady. It looked like it said. Let me see that. Yeah, Crack Rock Steady.
Oh, Crap Rocksteady. So that is from a band called Leftover Crack, which is a ska punk band.
Oh, well, this one it says the example is Officer Down Blood for Oil.
That sounds like would be one of their songs.
Huh. No, it's just trippy because it has all these different things like Jordanian pop, Venezuelan rock, you know, like it has like every subgenre you can practically think of. And you can pretty much click on any one and it'll play a few seconds or a minute or two of one of these songs.
Yeah, so reggae though, like the reggae from the late 60s, to me it's like some of the coolest fucking music ever.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I like it. The reggae too. It's got a good jam to it. It's relaxing.
But that reggae, that late 60s reggae, it's a lot different than reggae that most people hear today. And it's a lot different than the roots reggae that that most people hear from the late 70s, like the Bob Marley and Peter Tosh stuff from that time. A lot different.
So, do you play with game theory, like those music code? Do you play with those?
The what?
With music code, with the note code in like game theory and stuff. Do you know about it?
Oh, you mean music theory?
Yes.
I can't read music, but I know what some notes mean, but I mostly play. I can read chord charts and tab charts and just play by ear.
Yeah.
So you come from more of the contemporary music background, not more like classical stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't get that at school. I got like a 3-month school at music, in music, and that's it. They moved me to another city after that, so I didn't keep going with music.
Where was that?
That was a kid, elementary school.
What country?
In Canada, in Quebec.
Oh.
Yeah. They put me in that school one summer, in that 1 year, and I've been to that school for 3 months, and they put me in that class, so I play kind of piano. So,
yeah. I played the saxophone in the elementary school.
But I think I like better if I had to pick an instrument, it would be the trumpet.
Oh boy, you gotta have some lungs to play that.
Oh yeah, smoke like a chimney. So,
dude, I got fucking oversized lungs. I fucking billow out smoke, but at the same time, I don't think I could fucking muscle up the pressure involved to fucking play the trumpet. You gotta have some pressure. It's like you don't just have to have volume. That you have to have pressure. That's like.
Well, I say, yeah.
It reminds me of those blowpipes, like the shooting the darts out, the poison darts. It's like I don't get how people ever could have done that. I'm like, I get that your culture has done it for so long that's probably in your fucking DNA, but at the same time, I don't get how anybody can fucking do that. That's just crazy.
It's practice, like everything else. The
Who the
human.
fuck ever decided to practice doing that back in the day? I live in the bumfuck in the middle of the jungle. I'm gonna grab this giant hollowed out fucking tube and I'm gonna put some fucking twig with the fucking feathers at the end of the twig and blow into the thing. Like, whoever came up with that, man? Like, that's like, people are always asking who came up with fucking eating mushrooms and tripping off of that. Like, that's nothing, man. Who thought of coming up with the blowgun?
But that many of the instruments happen by sometime by accident.
You're probably right though. It probably was an accident that happened that caused them to, maybe they blew on something and it shot somewhere in there and they were like, oh look, I have this tube right here and if I put it in the tube it might work better.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, just how we build upon ideas. Yeah, you're hella right about that. Our species loves to build upon ideas. We get a little insight here and suddenly, ooh, I build upon this insight. No, now I got an epiphany, a full-blown epiphany off of the insight plus the work I put in.
Oh, that's music. Instrument, chord, or air. Yeah.
Well, unlike, the early string instruments, they just had a hollowed out gourd and they put they stretched a couple reeds across it.
Yeah.
And they, yeah.
No, I know what you're saying. I was looking at some of the early pianos, and I was like, it was the same kind of thing. I was like flabbergasted with how just just minimalistic they were, and not just minimalistic, but almost tribalistic. It was like, wow, man, like okay, yeah, you started making these pianos, in the 1600s or whatever, but like, really, you were building them out of that, and really, it was like surprising.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh boy, we've entered the King of the Hill cycle. We're all just gonna start going yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm getting hungry me now. I think I'm gonna go eat something.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah. We'll talk to you next time.
All right. You have a good night, Yvonne.
Yeah.
All right, good night. I'm probably going to head out too.
All right, for sure.
All right, see ya.
All right, see ya. All right. That was a fun little Gnosis chat. All right, peace out.